And now we are live even on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. Okay, this is all glorious, but not for this way here. I think this should be. We're back, guys. We're back. I forgot how to stream. Come on. But I have a special emote for this. I knew at some point. There were the days when I knew what the fuck is going on. Not every day, but there were the days when I knew what's going on. Blood in the hair, guys. Blood is everywhere. This is healthy. This is something that's making you young. That's how you. That's how I am like explaining this to myself. Guys, the most ridiculous part of this is a super Russian song. I'm sorry, everyone, but this is super Russian song. Welcome, welcome, everyone. Welcome. I'm Banana Woman. Banana Woman, I am. Banana Woman. Welcome, welcome, everyone. So, serious conversation, boys and girls. No, no, this shit started all over. No, serious conversation. No, we're combining. We are combining. If we do something, we are adding chickens to bananas or bananas to chickens. Yeah, guys, I spent this week with my grandparents. They've born hi on YouTube, hi YouTube, hi Twitch, hi everyone. I spent this week, guys. What I was doing, I spent this week with my family, with my grandparents. Even my mother was visiting. This was insane, but cool, but insane, but super like for real. I feel like I need one more vacation now. It's difficult. Family is always difficult, but I really missed you, and I'm super happy to be back because I'm super excited, and the season is coming, and it's freaking a great time to be back, people. So how are you? What did you do? What did you do also this week? Vacation from your vacation, like for real. Like for real. It was a difficult week, guys. I know. I know. Hades 2 was released, on the other hand. Who is playing? Ooh. I will schedule 2 to 3. You are smart. Playing Homeworld free on the Space News this past week. And you're gonna tell us all. And you're gonna tell us all. Boom, boom. V-Rising. Guys, what happened? Can anyone tell me what the fuck happened with... I played V-Rising a couple of years ago. I don't remember. I played it. And why the fuck no one gave a damn, no one gave a damn, no one gave a damn about V-Rising, and now everyone is so, oh, V-Rising. Z's played it, something like this. So you want to tell me that I played early access? Fucking hell, out of the early access. Ah, so it is out of the early access. Fuck 2 times. Gonna be back. Maxim, thank you so much. There is a lot of RPG space until tomorrow. Hell yes. Hell yes. Tomorrow we all done. Like this should be beautiful. Guys, since I was super busy and was trying to communicate to spend time with my family this week, I missed absolutely all the Diablo news. How missed? Like, I saw it with one eye, but I couldn't actually check it. And I really want to see the Rax interview. Rax was having an interview with the devs. DM, I think, and was having an interview with the devs, and I would love to see them. How do you feel about seeing them and preparing? Yeah, lots of interviews. Preparing for the season 4. Understanding what the hell even happened this week. Riker also did the interview. Hell yes.
Okay,
The king has arrived.
Your Majesty, Your Majesty. My week off was good. It was so good that I need one more week off. I really need one more week off, guys. That was intense. That was super intense. Let's see, guys. Let's see and judge. Let's see and judge. We can do this.
you've got red on you.
Dorn, hi. Yeah, I also think, like, what's happening? Nothing is happening. I'm off for a week. See you guys. See you. Willkommen zurück. Danke. So, guys, how beautiful are we? We're super beautiful. So beautiful, boys and girls. Nicht vergessen. What do we have here? In case, for everyone who's worrying. So, give me a second. But we need the countdown. Countdown is going. Here is the time. Was bei den Großeltern interessant. It was interesting. It was really difficult. It was super cool, but it was super difficult. So I just want to put the text, guys, that it's season 4. Yeah, it's season 4 in. I even have the text. It's all good. Heya, heya, everyone. Thank you, my dear Dorn. Thank you so much. Season 4, are you ready? No. Look, we're preparing.
I'm starting a 40-minute timer, then we'll do rapid fire at the end to try to hit as many as possible. If that sounds good?
Sounds good to me.
Thank you so much for being here, guys. All right, yesterday, CJ Riker did an interview with them. So he asked a bunch of great questions. I want to do some follow-ups to some of the questions that you guys talked about. So one thing, the topic that I think you guys probably covered the most in the interview
Sounds
yesterday
okay.
at different parts was about
Are they sexy?
aspirational and pinnacle content. Some of the things that you said that was Uber Lilith at the start of the Diablo 4 was all mechanical mastery. If you don't dodge the waves, you're dead. There's pretty much nothing
Can
you
we a
can do
bit
about
louder?
that.
Yeah, it's fine. Or should we
And
put
a
it a
lot
bit
of
louder?
players
Nimbus, hi,
didn't
hi.
have
Hi, hi,
fun
everyone.
just, you know, getting crushed by her waves. Talked about there's different levels. Difficult.
More blood. More loot. Stop! Welcome, welcome. Hi, hi.
You can make players weaker, like Nightmare Dungeon sigils. You can make monsters hit harder. You can give them more health, more crowd control. And I heard you say that the decisions that you make before you go into the encounter should matter more because it's an ARPG. It's about hunting loot. It's about getting powerful. And then you go in and you have a big advantage and you finally overcome the difficulty. And another thing that I heard you guys say is when you guys introduce very difficult events like the Avatar of Zir, for example, when you properly advertise it as something that's very difficult, you didn't get any negative backlash or too much negative backlash for the difficulty of it because it was properly labeled. So with that huge preface in mind, my question is do you guys have plans in the future of Diablo 4 to build in these very difficult encounters that do require skill, that do require you to go in and with an event or with a boss, learn their mechanics, and that is going to be another supplement besides getting gear to winning? Thoughts on that?
Big question is like, yeah, it's super difficult mechanic that won't be probably beatable or available for the casual players.
Yeah, sure. So I can just I'll start off. So yeah, everything we talked about yesterday, you just did a good job of covering again. I appreciate that. But when we think about what the future of aspirational content needs to look like in the game, we do want to leave opportunities for this kind of like mechanically complex content for players to engage with, and we experiment with it in a few different ways. So I don't think that like the Echo Lilith encounter, it's a really good example of like, you know, us like diving really hard into mechanical mastery, where we expect players to really have to be very, very active in terms of their dodges in order to survive. But we do want to continue to experiment with these ideas and try more things, particularly when they are advertised in the appropriate place. Adam, do you have thoughts on this?
Yeah, originally I did, and it was like a very long-winded answer. But I don't want to take up too much time on this. I guess what I'll say is, you know, everything kind of exists on a spectrum when we're talking about things like difficulty.
The
or a
guy
lot
is
of game
literally
design
did an interview
concepts and
from his
ideas.
home.
Like in this spectrum, in my mind, it's like,
Hi,
you know, how
hi,
hard
hi,
should the thing
everyone.
be versus how much should your gear going into it matter, right? I think we're still trying to find out what the best answer is for the things that are really, really
Still too loud?
Mayonnaise on an escalator. It's going upstairs, so see you later.
And thank you so much for following. And thank you so much, Endor. Thank you so much for BTs. There is at the bat. He's well prepared. There is at the bat.
hard like Uber Lilith or these crazy difficult fights. One of the things that we're doing in season
I am
4 that we
happy,
started
like,
doing
I
and
don't
beyond
know.
that one of our encounter designers came up with a great
Literally,
idea
it
was
looks
adding
like,
this, I
wake
think you've
up,
probably
let's
seen it
talk
earlier, Rex, but that
Diablo.
stacking debuff idea where you can screw up getting hit by a wave a couple times, but then after that you're probably just going to get one shot and die. And so that gives us this kind of happy medium between pure one-shot mechanics and things where you have to be perfect in your dexterity versus the other way where you can just like outgear everything. There's some other things I could go into of like, the difference of the most powerful and least power or mid-powerful builds and how we do difficulty. Or maybe we'll get that a different answer, but that's the TLDR. I think we're still trying to figure out what is best for our game and what our players like. In my heart of hearts, I'm more like you, Rax. I love the very, very crazy hard things. I don't mind one shots personally in my games, but I don't think it's best for this game.
Yeah. It's
For
not
the people that
millennia.
we have play it. Yeah, I don't think that it's best
I don't
long term,
comment on
but
this.
having
I
a little
will
bit of that kind of
ignore
stuff
all the
sometimes I think
messages
is
about
okay. I think
this,
it's
and
more
I
how much
will
and how we
not
introduce it and
comment
how
on
we frame
this.
it to people. That's the simple answer. So
Okay, so kind of like one thing that you guys are liking is kind of like the soft enrages, where over time
green
it
screen
eventually gets
around
so
Rax.
difficult that you're eventually going to lose.
Yeah, Final
trying
Fantasy
that now,
14 does
yeah.
a good job with this as well. Like they have this idea, like if you mess up a mechanic, you're gonna get stacking debuff, and it can escalate and get worse and worse as the fight goes on. It's an interesting way to allow for some mistakes to occur, for some learning to happen, but really like and to punish you, but not immediately spike you and end the encounter.
Awesome. So one thing that some other games doing is they release roadmaps of kind of like in the same topic of Endgame of things that Callie, stop it, sit down. Sorry about that. So for Diablo,
Rax is evil. He can be evil.
or will we ever see roadmaps come out kind of showing like detailing what might be coming in the next 6 months to a year? I know that there's some challenges with that. Like if you guys change your mind, then like the community gets really mad at you. What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's important that the community knows that we are identifying problems, and that we are listening, as I've said before. And I think that a roadmap does a good job of expressing some of this information, but it does, to your point, does lock us into a schedule. So I think that we're kind of like thinking about how we want to approach like explaining these sorts of things. Like you'll recall back in like season 2, I mentioned at the very end of actually between when we were wrapping up season 2 and AOZ was out, and we were getting ready to begin talking about season 3, I mentioned that we had identified a lot of itemization issues and things that we wanted to make like upgrades to and make a number of updates, which turned into the season of Loot Reborn in season 4. I wanted to make it clear that we identified a lot of the issues that players have been talking to us about for a while, but we weren't able to like immediately resolve those sorts of things. So I don't want. One thing when I occasionally see from players when they see a long roadmap is they'll see something that they care deeply
like
about
this
it, like
beta.
really towards the end of a year, and they'll ask them like, well, do they not think this is important? Do they not care about this? And I think that there's a way for us to talk about these things that players feel that they have confidence, like that we are looking at these problems and we do have plans. So I think we're just working through exactly the way that we want to
Thank you
approach
so
this.
much.
Yeah, I think I'll chime in
Oh,
a little
Maxim,
bit.
I
One
have
of the things that
everything.
you're going to
First of
hear
all,
as
I have a
constant
lot of
theme
other
from
food
me and other
from the
designers say this with different
grandparents' lab
words.
still
But
there.
there's this idea
Second of all, no, like I don't know, this is
that
not my
there's rarely really perfect
I
solutions. There's
am
really only
that
trade-offs in the
ready.
world, and this actually comes from an economic term that says that there's never solutions, only
Free for
trade-offs.
hours easily.
But
I think
when
we'll
you
tier
ask
for
us things
easily
like,
free for
why don't
hours.
you do X or Y, or why don't you provide roadmaps? The way that our brains immediately go is, well, there's pros and cons, and which decision is best, trying to get the most pros that we can with the least cons that we can, right? A simple example with roadmaps is the pro of roadmap is everybody's on the same page. We show that, hey, we care about these things and the community knows what to expect, right? Obviously, that is a desirable thing to do. But there's big cons that maybe we have that you don't see, and this is where most design discussions end up, of people asking us, well, what do you think as developers?
He's American. Wait,
Is
no,
that
no,
we
no, no,
try
no.
to
That's a
explain
crazy
the cons
American
to
shit.
so you understand
I'm
the
not
full picture.
participating
The
in this.
cons of a roadmap is we're locked in now. We've promised things
I don't know what
to
you
you
people
that
are
we
doing
may
there.
not
Have
be
no
able
idea.
to do
We
for
are in
whatever reason
Europe.
when things
We
end
do
up
not
changing
do
down
such
the
things.
road, right? Life has a way of screwing with your plans, especially when you try to plan things more long term. This isn't just true with game design, but anything. So we try to make promises and keep promises. Like one of my things I'm really passionate about as a designer is when it comes to interacting with the community, making promises and then keeping them. So I'm extremely careful of the promises that I mean, this is just my strategy of how to build trust with people and the community and just life in general, is I'm very careful of what promises I make, and then I make damn sure when I do that I keep them.
They're not sure, like,
And so to do
what.
that, the
Yeah,
longer
they
our
prefer
roadmap
not to
goes out, the
publish
higher
basically
chance we're not
the
going to keep those
roadmap,
promises.
so they wouldn't fuck
Some
up.
things, for example, that we've seeded in the past, I remember it was either our
In
season
2
1 or
words,
season 2
because
campfire
whatever
chat.
Blizzard
I
is
made a list of
doing,
things that our team wants to do
they
longer
publish
term.
something,
One of
okay,
those
it
things on
didn't
those
work
lists was
out,
making
they
scaling
didn't, like, they
mechanics
didn't
for
do what they
legendaries that
published,
kind of sucked.
and everyone is
And we
super,
finally were
super
doing that in
pissed, even
season
if
4,
it's like
right? You know,
minor
your earthquake
something.
legendaries, all of those, we finally made them scale with your weapon to make the damage go up. I also talked about at the time, and we haven't been doing
I'm
this
trying
yet,
to
in
do a
my
nice
opinion,
picture,
but
but I
making
don't know.
ultimates meaningful and scale in a similar way. It's on our radar, something I want to do. Haven't done it yet. I didn't give a date because I don't know when the date is, because our timelines and schedules and priorities change quite a bit based on community
we go.
feedback. You know, if I had made the promise like, hey, we're definitely fixing ultimates, then Loot Reborn wouldn't have happened because I have to spend my team's time on doing that other thing. But this other thing came up that I think is way more important for the
Joy
game.
is good, Adam
And
is
that's just
good,
kind of how
they
the
all are
nature of our
good.
job goes.
People, no, especially Blizzard
Thank you
Crown,
for
come on,
the
they're
super
getting
detailed
pissed
answer, and that is a perfect
every
segue into my next question.
millisecond.
It's kind of like an edition of Mythbusters.
Dog, I'm
kind
telling
of.
you, they're crazy
So,
Americans.
a lot
I'm
of
telling you,
people in the
crazy
community, a
Americans.
lot of the people that are angry in the community about, you know, whatever it is they're angry about at the time, they say that
Passionate. They're passionate about something. Right?
passionate.
Very
Thank you.
passionate.
That's the word we're looking for.
Constructively passionate, yeah.
Yeah, constructively passionate.
So one thing that they have like the meme video of you guys saying feedback, feedback, feedback. And then on the internet from a bunch of different angles, they say Blizzard doesn't listen to feedback. They don't do anything. They don't even test their game. We're their beta testers, da, 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 da. So I wanted to ask you guys, could you give us some insights into how your team actually processes and internalizes feedback? Is it like concatenated for you and you guys have a meeting and you discuss it like that? How do you guys go about testing things internally to kind of debunk
really
all of
good
these
question.
myths that you guys are just working by yourselves and never listening to anything, which we know is
Sure.
not true?
You want to go first, Joe, or?
Yeah, I think we both probably have different things we want to say about this. So I think that the point on feedback, I think you're that's being brought up. There's like kind of two things. Like one, are the designers in a corner entirely by themselves, like just making decisions with no information being given to them? And the other version is like, is the team listening to the community, right? And then how do we process these sorts of things, right? So the starting from the does the team listen to the community like side of this thing, you know, we are always reading everything on that's getting posted on Reddit. We're getting everything that's posted on the forums. We're going through our socials on a regular basis. We have teams of people like Adam Fletcher, you know, the community director. He's going through and like kind of gathering a lot of this information for us, and in places where like I personally can't read every thread in every social media site, right?
You can't?
But I can't, because there's other things I also do as part of my job, but I do read a lot of stuff, right? And a lot of things get sent to me. So a lot of that stuff can get like kind of pulled together for like reporting purposes and brought to us, right? And I think that's really, really useful. We also have a lot of internal feedback that we get from the team. Like, so when we start working on something, we were able to like kind of give a presentation to the overall dev team to get an idea of what we're trying to do. We have regular play tests where like a large group of people all get a chance to kind of give us feedback on a regular basis, and we can keep checking in with them as time goes on. So that's I think that's a starting point for these things, but it's really important to us that we are like hearing things from the community, because that's kind of telling us like are the changes that we're making right now, are they effective? Like, are people having a good time with these things? Because we can look at all kinds of data to determine things, but like hearing what people talk about is also really, really important. When players have needs that aren't met, you know, it's our job to find ways to kind of like bridge the gap there and make sure that they're being heard and the game is going to be more fun for them. But Alan, what do you want to talk about?
Yeah. So firstly, I would say different game companies, different teams, and even different teams within a bigger team have different cultures and ideas and ways that they process feedback. So I'll tell you what I do on my team and kind of what D4 kind of does as a larger team, right? So on the live team, we are probably the most interactive with feedback because we're doing the live changes. We have to be very connected to the game to make good decisions. So I give this speech a lot to the people in my group of your job as a designer is to go and find the problems with the game, and then you are the filter when the community comes in and brings up things, whether it's a streamer
Well,
giving
but
things. I
7
post
minutes.
things
Thank
all
you.
the time
Thank you.
from streamers. I post things all the time from Reddit threads. I post things all the time from our forums. Anywhere that you can go out and go, and also personal play experience. Nothing replaces that as well. So we actually dedicate every day at least some amount of time that everybody in my group is either playing an internal build of future things coming out in the game, which I'm playing through season 5 right now and I'm really far in it, or they're playing their live character in the live game, because you need to understand the game and understand the problems. And the way that I do things, and what I've been trying to tell my team, and I think we're pretty good at, is while you are parsing all of this feedback, and playing the game yourself, you keep a running list of notes
Ryan
of
Gusta,
crap that
hi.
sucks that
Thank you.
you want to
Thank
make better,
you.
or ideas that other people had that you think are good ideas that you want to make better. Now, of course, not every idea is equal, right? You don't copy every Reddit thread and every single thing that someone says. We are the filter of trying to figure out. Remember, I talked about those no perfect solutions, only trade-offs. This is where we're like, hey, they brought up an idea and we think it's good. Now we need to explore if that can actually work in the game. And this is where we come up with our list of things and priorities that we're going to do. That's a starting point. The other, that's one of a few starting points. The first starting point is, community feedback, our own play experience. Another one is telemetry. That's just a fancy word for data. We have the ability to see data all over the game of how many people are equipping different legendary aspects, how many people are engaging with certain types of content. We can see what's working, what's not working, what people are
I
actually
freaking
doing versus what they
posted.
say. Usually what they
Hopefully.
say will match with what people are doing, but there's a mismatch. Then we have to have a discussion of like, hey, how important is this actually? And then another way is internal testing tools. Again, we have groups that give us presentations and people who their job is to look through
That's
data
American,
and
guys.
do focus sessions and all kinds of other fancy
Don't know.
tricks
That's super American.
to come up with stories and understanding the different types of players we have and what they're doing and how they work. And they give us presentations on different topics that we're interested in, or they find their own topics of things that maybe we didn't think of that we may have missed. And then last but not least, we have internal people. We have a big team of people working on this game, and we have certain feedback avenues via emails or channels that we give feedback to each other, because on new stuff, we can't rely on telemetry or the community or all those other things. And that's where things are a lot harder. I think Joe went into this yesterday a little more deeper, so I'll just gloss over it. But this idea that Diablo is a freaking huge game that takes forever
Maybe
to play
something.
and really
Maybe
truly
that's something
understand,
new.
because our systems are so interconnected. So there is no substitute for actually going through that 80+ hour experience and playing everything. The part that makes that really hard, and where I think the community
Jamak, for
gives
us
us a hard time
Europeans,
sometimes, I think a little bit of
we
it
are
is warranted.
blaming
But
everything
it's
on
a
this is
cursed problem,
American
is what I call
shit.
it, which is another concept I'll go into later. Is that to really test our game, you need to spend your life playing our game in many ways, or a lot of time, more times, more hours than what you normally would expect someone to work at a job. Right? So we can't tell people, hey, you must spend all your life playing this game, but also, by the way, you have to design and create the new things too, right? So that means that internally, it is really hard to play test the full amount of our game as a designer. We have to rely on, we have people in QA and other play testers that do play this content. We either direct them of things we want to test and play, or they just find things on their own that they think, hey, they bring it up to us like, hey, we think this is a problem, and we have to
Ron,
parse
hi,
that.
hi. No
But
fucking
there
way.
isn't enough time for a single
Blood
designer or every designer to play the game
Necro.
fully
No
all the
cheat
time,
devs on
but we do
hardcore
still play it a
anymore.
good amount, and we use those internal feedback mechanisms to make things the best that they can. And this is where
So, I have a question. You know what I haven't heard? I am that idiot, like, okay. Now imagine the amount of shit that Blizzard is getting. Imagine the amount of like Reddit posts, not Reddit posts, like whatever posts, whatever YouTube videos, plus posts on the Blizzard forums, posts on the social media. Imagine all of this. The amount that they are getting, and that the amount that they are reading. The question is not like, I know that they read. I do know that they read. They 100% read. They all fucking read. They're all on the social media. They always read and they answer. They're everywhere. The question is, how do you determine and how do you like separate this feedback, and how you are like, gathering, like, basically, like, there are two people. One is saying this feature in the game is good. The other one is saying this feature in the game is bad. How will you count all the feedback, so to say? Come on, Arya, hi. Interns, they have the data. Trust them to move it in the right direction. Visualius, nice to see you. We're gonna be here. We're gonna be here definitely. We're gonna see each other. But even the feed, like guys, I'm an idiot. But this is also the question about like any system. I think they look for the major. How do you look for the majority of the feedback? Like how? Like technically speaking, because a human brain tends to, you know, be bound to something. Be like, I don't know, you read something that triggered you, that particular thing somehow because of whatever, because your grandma told you this, triggers you, and you are like, you know, you think that this is the important, and then you find the confirmation of it everywhere. Search for certain words and terms. Yeah, okay, technically that is probably better. No, like, I mean, that I can get. Read a research paper, for example. You learn to look for the keywords. Yeah, that is.
Where I think there is that little disconnect sometimes with the community where, yeah, we would love to polish things and play it. Yeah, I would love to play season 5 200 hours before it comes out. I only get it for, 50 hours, right? And we have to use our guts and existing ideas and telemetry to figure out if the decisions we make are right. And then we use, after we launch the game, to really fine tune and make
But
it
the
perfect,
majority
right?
sometimes saying some
And that's
bullshit.
kind of the overall process of how things work.
Yeah, one last thing I want to add here too is that even when we're just thinking about like a feature, like we're talking about like adding one thing, like something like the pit, for example.
You can
Good
think there are
example.
one, some of
It's
them,
gonna be new
you
coming
know,
out in season
100
4.
plus pages long.
If you sit down and you play the pit for an hour one day,
If
you're
it
gonna
won't be
feel a certain
relevant,
way
I will look
about
for the
your experience
keywords
playing the
and
pit.
sentences.
You're gonna feel
terms
differently if you play
to
that for
see if
2
it's
hours a day,
relevant.
5
Yeah,
days
makes
straight.
sense.
You know, and you experience it through that entire process. You're gonna have a different relationship with the content at that point. And players are gonna go, 10, 20x that number by the time they're done playing in the season potentially. So like it's really, really important that we get the reps in on these features to make sure that they're really resonating and they're singing, they're doing everything that they need to do, right? So I think if there's a lot of truth to everything that Adam's talking about. Everything is a lot of trade-offs. There's a lot of things we need to do.
Complicated.
And this kind of links to the PTR. The PTR feedback for season 4 was hugely valuable because now suddenly we're able to like take what we already know about the season and then multiply that like 10, 20, 50 fold.
There will be there's a lot of new things are coming for season 4. And season 4 it's going to be a brand new game.
Getting from content
Everything
creators
will
and
be
players
new.
themselves, like we've got a
We're
lot
watching
of really
the
good data
interview.
for that. So it's been very useful for the same reasons that Adam talks about.
Yeah.
I mean, go ahead. Sorry. No, go ahead.
One
sorry.
last real quick thing is this is where you get things that seem obvious to players.
Tomorrow,
that
Ice Gangs tomorrow.
But sounded like really good ideas when we're
It
sitting
should be an in-game
A
feedback.
simple example
Fuck, that would be way better. For real.
When you temper your items.
99% of the people not gonna go on the forums. They're not gonna go absolutely anywhere. 90% of the people, 90%, okay, they like to play the game as it's my solo game. That's it. And without the feedback button, they will never even come to the idea that you can go somewhere and write your feedback. Because guys, I understand that probably sounds ridiculous, but I have this psychology. I will not go on a forum to shit about anything. If there is no direct place where I can complain, I will never complain.
Or things, and there's like a really nice thing that plays, and you can see it. It's visual, but you can't skip it easily, right? That
But
kind of
Exile
stuff
2 release was delayed,
is
yeah.
where sometimes things fall through the cracks of, hey, doing this 2,000 times is actually
we have
terrible.
a little bit time. We have it.
Versus, well, we want to have a moment of celebration and for the cool thing to be cool. Balancing these things is what can be harder to do internally. Where obviously we've messed up enough times, and this is true for every game company, so I'm not afraid to admit it. But like, we've made that mistake enough times that now we're very cognizant of it. Like, we make a new feature or a new activity, like, hey, how does this feel if you're doing it for 200 hours? Is this still going to be something that people want to go through, right? That's a question now that we ask all the time. But even then, there are times where we have to kill otherwise good ideas, or we have to flex a little bit because we do need some presentation or some tutorialization or some other thing to balance that, even if it makes the 2,000 times experience a little bit worse, right? The answer is not always so obvious, I guess, but we are receptive to, like, when the community tells us clearly, hey, no, we want it to be this way, we're going to do it that way.
I mean, it was a lot of great points. I mean, the I'm very glad that I asked that question, because the thing that is refreshing to me, the thing that I wanted to hear more than anything, is that you guys have a chance to actually play through the game, and not only to hear that you guys play the game as almost
He's
part of the
nice.
job description, but it sounds like you actually put a big effort into that.
Adam is a
I mean, that makes me
nerd.
feel-
Adam
that
is
makes me
a
feel great,
nerd.
honestly.
A
That's
nerd.
so
A
great to hear.
nerd.
I'm so
He's
glad that's
our
part of the process.
nerd.
Talking about some of the current modes in the game, let's talk about, you talked about yesterday the state of Nightmare Dungeons. CJ did a ton of iteration on it. Now we can teleport to them. You just buffed Glyph XP. You said that you'd like to add more fun things to do to them in the future. You guys made events better now. I saw goblin packs, I think, on the PTR when you put the vampire ambushes. That was good. You reduced the cast time down to 0.75 seconds. So we're going to have new things coming out for it. My question is going forward, it looks like you guys made a ton of qualitative changes to it. Like, you just make it a little bit easier to access all of these different things,
Oh, I
rather than
never,
riding
like what? I
around
never
on your
said
pony to
never.
every single thing, and everything takes forever. When
I'm
you
a
are
proud
designing
nerd.
future things, is that kind of at the front of your mind with things like, oh, maybe at Nightmare Dungeons we can carry multiple objects? Because if there's 2 rocks and 2 pedestals, if you go rock, rock, you're guaranteed to backtrack. I mean, I have 2 hands. And then, have you thought about reducing the cast time even further? I know that one comment was, if the cast time is so low, then people may not even see that they interacted with something, but maybe that could be updated via like a little quest thing. Oh, quest, pick up 2 rocks. Oh, it highlights. Oh, now pick up 1 rock. And another part of it was, it's not just that I have a problem freeing prisoners. I have a problem going to Dead Man's Dredge, and the quest objective is I have to free 7 prisoners. Like, how many people got caught here? Is qualitative stuff still at the front of your mind when you're iterating on these things and in the future events that you're going to make?
So I think that there's a couple different pieces to pick apart here, right? So with Nightmare Dungeons, they're building upon the dungeons we had in Diablo 4, right? And these were supposed to be these really like kind of interesting little content things you could find all over the world. They all have
Fuck
little
guys,
bits of
one
like
whole
environmental
day,
storytelling, objective-based
one day,
storytelling,
4
some
or
side
5
quests going to these
hours.
dungeons as well. And we want players to feel like they're going on a little bit of adventure when they go into these. We didn't initially make the content in these spaces to feel like they were just like blast corridors, if that makes sense, right? Yeah. So I think that as we think about what different players are looking for and what we can do to improve the experience for everybody, we don't want to lose the kind of like
we're back and we're shining. In Germany, in the end of this week, there is the big celebration, celebration. No one fucking knows what this is.
It might take
no one knows,
0.75
but it's
seconds
a
to
celebration.
do it, is one question, maybe. And then there's another one where it's like, we don't want to free 7. So you kind of want it to be like a faster, more punchy experience, but it's not that you don't like having to click those objects as part of your experience going through a dungeon. I think that like there's an expectation when players are like doing some of these.
I have like here's kind of like maybe a huge question, but asked very directly. So what is kind of the future of the overworld in Diablo 4? When we first released, it was kind of the main thing. You used it to do everything, and kind of the first experience was that 50 to 100 grind. Now 1 to 100 is much easier, and the focus is probably, you know, enjoying that journey, going to the pit, and anything in the future that you're going to release. A lot of the things that seem to come out, though, the abattoir and the challenge rift thing and the pit, they're all instanced things. Are there big plans for the overworld? Is that still like the defining characteristic of Diablo 4, or are we moving away from that?
So Diablo 4, and the fact that we have this like big contiguous sanctuary is still a really big part of Diablo 4.
Guys,
I think that we want to expand the landmass and the areas where players can explore. That's still an important part of things. But in terms of how players are engaging with the experience overall, we do expect that one of the downsides of the open world is that it's a fixed layout. Right. So if we think about like the sorts of things that players like to play in a like a replayable content fashion, right? It's not normally in place where you like really want to keep running through exactly the same glade in the fracture piece or exactly the same area, of Kazakhstan. Like it's usually you're trying to like find like different things to kind of go engage with, and like our dungeon systems are places where you can really do a lot more of that. I think we push it really well within Helltides.
Fixed it.
You know, there's lots of things happening in Helltides. They're pretty procedural in terms of how things are spawned in and like what sorts of events you might find as you're kind of wandering around. But in terms of like having a lot more like flexibility to create different experiences, we have that really more in other systems. But I think this is like going back to some things I talked about the other day. There's sort of like the experience that a player has. Diablo is a big game, right? And I don't say that to suggest that anyone's needs are less important. Just that there are a lot of different needs. Different players have different expectations. So when some players come into Diablo, like they're here because they want to go through like this epic story. They really want to play a sorceress, and they want to like see what happens to Lilith. They want to go explore. They want to find all the things in all the zones.
Everyone will be a
and they want to
blast
get
of
really
pit.
powerful, and then they're gonna take a break until the expansion comes out. That's just the way that they sort of play these games. That's how they play, right?
Yeah,
For
that's
those players,
true, but
these moments
still,
as they explore the world, it's really,
shouldn't
really
we like
important because
have
that's their
something to do in the
experience with Diablo. It's
world?
like their exploration of the overworld, them going and finding all these side quests, talking to all these characters, and that's their relationship with the game. For players who play seasonally, you know, it's once you've kind of like uncovered all the map locations, once you've found all these things and done this stuff, there's not usually a lot of reasons why you want to go and have that same moment of discovery again. You can't really recreate it. We talked for a while about like moving Lilith statues around season to season, so you'd have to collect them again. It's another one of my brilliant ideas.
Yeah.
So we didn't do it, of course, right? But like we had the idea of like every season we'd move where the
I
Lilith
would be
statues
super
are found, so
happy.
players would have to go find them again. But then the next conversation is immediately like, well, okay, so people are going to go onto Maximal or whatever, and they're going to go immediately see where the node map is for the next set of Alter Lilith. They're going to then that's now their new homework they have to do at the beginning of every season. They have to run around on their horse and go collect every single one of these. And it's like, is that fun? No, clearly not for that.
You don't
player.
understand what fun
But it wasn't.
is.
It was
They just don't understand what fun is. That would be epic. That would be so awesome. I hate
really horrible
everyone.
that first time players do this. Like that's part of the fun of like almost like an open world game anyway. It's kind of like exploration and finding things. So
Such a
I know that
beautiful
I'm
game,
getting to
such
go
a
long, but-
beautiful world.
so I think
Why
that
we
the
cannot
underpinning
run everywhere and
point
find
here is
those
that
stupid
the
altars?
overworld of Diablo 4 is so really, really important. As we think about how to make the best use of it for like replayable content, you know, Helltide's a good example of this. Blood Harvest was really, really helpful for kind of giving us some like ideas of what players are really excited about, things that we could do better, like the like kind of light social gameplay of summoning creatures and things. And I think we have other ideas we continue to explore in that direction. I think Legion events and boss events are things we continue to like kind of iterate on and think more about, you know. But I think that in terms of creating like really compelling replayable content, I think it's going to end up being in more of the space where we have like more procedural control over how like the dungeon is formulated or like what players can expect to encounter, as opposed to these more fixed outdoor locations. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so I guess
laughing at me.
And now
I didn't
today
answer
they're
the question.
releasing.
no,
Oh well,
these
sorry,
are such
delayed.
in-depth answers. I'm just
I'm
scared.
like,
I'm
fuck
looking
this,
over at my
I'm back on
questions. I'm
vacation.
never gonna. I'm trying to figure out how to skip around for all of them. So I guess
I'm so sorry.
no. So the main takeaway that I'm getting there is the overworld is a super important part of it, like a first player's experience, discovering everything. But then it's hard to recreate that magic for the people that come season to season to season, and that's why it goes more to instanced stuff. Is kind of, I guess, the summary of
I
it.
think that's reasonable.
Yeah, I think we're also just on a regular basis looking for new ways to engage with the open world
They
in
get
ways that are going to be fun for
weak,
seasonal
and
players
the
as well.
phone no
Like, so
longer need the
we're
world.
continuing to find like just experimenting with things, see what makes it like fun
Changes the
and new
world
for
each
players.
season.
Okay, I promised I would ask this. So there might be a player out there that you guys have heard of and have maybe added, I don't know, hundreds of hours of overtime to the team, Rob. And
Yeah, I'm
Rob,
familiar.
you're familiar.
That's a little familiar. Yeah.
So he
Good guy,
had
that Rob. Love Rob.
He is a good guy. He is a good guy. He had two questions about the pit. These are probably a little bit more straightforward, but I guess for endgame activities, do you guys ever think about or worry about, I guess, fishing? So like it gets to a point in the pit where, oh, you're fishing for the right mob type, or you're fishing for the right boss, and then you just leave, kind of like what happened in
This
Diablo
year expansion
3.
is coming out.
Or, oh, I'm gonna go get Ahavarion and hopefully that it procs the amazing shrine for me, so then I can finally win. And do you guys off the top of your
November,
head
not
know
September,
about
October,
how
no
much
fucking
the
way.
health in the pit was buffed by? And I'm guessing that the main idea for there is not only to add difficulty, but to actually, because when you were going through the pit, the builds are so strong that you delete the the rift part of it in 2 minutes, like clockwork every time, and the monsters don't even get to do anything. So I assume like the part of the reason for buffing it is to actually even let them get a hit on you and see what they even do.
Yeah, I can take the first part of the question at least. I mean, I can take both too if Joe wants to take the other part. So talking about fishing. Yes, fishing for stuff keeps me up at night, and I hate the
would say
problem, and it's a really
November.
hard problem to solve. Remember that
I
no
would say
solution,
November.
you know, rarely perfect solutions, only trade-offs thing, right? So this very much applies to this type of problem, right? A core thing that we want in our game is, and when it comes to combat and effects and legendary powers and unique powers and whatever, is we want to push the envelope, make cool shit, right? So on one end of the spectrum, you need to make cool stuff, right? And that involves doing things that aren't necessarily completely deterministic, because I think completely deterministic things after a while get kind of boring, right? When you know that you're going to get this effect, or it's up all the time, or you do this and get this. Like, we do it a lot, by the way, so I'm not saying that's not a good design, but just you need to have some spiciness, some really cool, crazy things, right?
Yes.
And that unique, uber unique power is one of those. On the flip side, though, it means that when you make really hard content, doing things
Funny, but have you ever had this actually during the PTR, guys? And my like overall experience with whatever Diablo maps, there is not that much fishing because kind of a lot of maps. No, there are some narrows. There are not that much variety. It feels for me. There are a couple of maps with a big corridor, so you can theoretically create a big pool. But there are a couple of maps where like there are narrow, like not a dungeon, my gosh, like a prison where there are the cells all the time, and it's hard to be able to have a big pool of monsters, big chunk of monsters. But anyway, you don't fish that much, I must say. More monsters fishing instead of map. Again, guys, yeah, I feel like there is not that many monsters, not that many maps.
things like wanting to make cool stuff, fishing gets in the way of that a lot of times, especially in randomly generated content, which is what, you know, the pit is in many ways. So that is why we have to do things that by the way, we as designers
Which
don't like
boss
removing the fun
info
shrines
for
or the
pit
things that are going to
will
break,
have
because then you
at
just
the
find the
high
shrines
levels?
that, you know, break the game in whatever way.
I would
and that's
say
all
a
that
more
you're doing, and
boss
that becomes
fishing.
the
Boss
game.
fishing probably
This is a
will be
core thing
real.
about ARPGs that in my opinion, after working on it now for years, and I've been involved in pretty much every game genre extensively as a player and many as a designer. I think ARPGs are one of the hardest, if not the hardest, genre to design for. MMOs are really high up there too. There's a lot of other genres I think are very difficult, but ARPGs are a special slice of awfulness when it comes to trying to make things fun.
I'll remember this. A special slice of awfulness. RPG is a pain in the ass of the game design. That's how we're gonna roll.
And also make them interesting.
Yeah,
And
like,
this is one of the reasons
I think,
why.
Masterwork and you
So
can
as far
reset.
as like this exact design of the spear, we're keeping it in for now.
Was
I
all
would be very
fishing.
sad
Yeah,
if
it
we
was
had
all
to
about
redesign it,
fishing.
because it's the only way to
Diablo
get through
3,
high
but
pit
I
tiers. That
fucking
would make me
liked it. I don't
personally
know.
sad,
A lot
but
of people
because
will
that
say
is the
that
most difficult
you
thing to
like
do,
it, not when you
we may
are
have to make a
you,
tweak
when you
to
have
it,
to
but
like
we're
throw
not doing it yet. We're
100
gonna see how it plays
keys
out.
into
But I think
the
that the
Greaters to
conversation is
be
more
able to
interesting
open the good map. But
conceptually,
well,
like, you
some
know,
fishing was nice.
is this a problem? Yes, absolutely. Does it mean that we can't do things that would otherwise be cool and awesome for your average player? Yes, absolutely. But we also think it's best for the game, because I think fishing for the right tile set, the right mob, like restarting a thing over and over to be able to progress is not fun. And therefore we have to design the rest of our game knowing that that is a thing.
Yeah, just adding to that too. Like, I think that, we definitely see fishing as a problem, so much so that we built the gauntlet, for the trials feature with
Yeah.
fishing specifically as the thing we're trying to account for. Where we
Yeah.
said, all right, if we have a competitive content feature players are going to engage with and it's randomized, then players aren't
Constant
really
effects at the
competing
higher
until they
pit
find exactly
levels
the right seed that they
that
manage
people
to
will
roll
avoid.
to compete against, because that's the actual optimal seed that they need to compete on.
Yeah.
It's only against this monster family, or only with this dungeon tile layout, or only with this, like, these set of shrines, or whatever it is. So instead what we did is we made a highly deterministic content type that changed every week. And players went into it and said, like, well, why is it so fixed? Like, this is
Mm-hmm.
boring. Like, I want something that's different and changes every time. But then you kind of fall back to that same point that I have brought up about like the trade-offs for all the problems that we have. Then we have to decide, like, all right, so are we okay with the idea that like players are going to go into a gauntlet run and they're going to have a wildly disparate experience potentially between person A and person B, and they are just continually running the content over and over again in the hopes they eventually get a good seed, and that might be the way that they're able to place, because the difference could potentially be vast between one thing and the next. So it's a it's a complicated space, something we definitely think about. The other part of your question was what do we do about the like health scaling in the pit?
The HP, yeah. How much did it go up by?
Yeah, so we did make some big changes.
This beauty. Да, Proxy, hi. Там mates are going glorious. I have a picture. I will post the picture. So guys, pit level, like they did an update after the PTR. So now pit level 150 will be equal to tier 25 of Abattoir of Zir. And there are a total of 200. This is so beautiful. This should be actually nice, kinda. This should be super, super nice. Hopefully. The Proxy, nice to see you. I'm alive. I forgot how to stream, guys. What the people are doing when they're streaming. Oh my gosh.
Is there. So basically what was happening in the PTR is that monster health scaling was pretty mild in the pit going through the first 100 levels. It was basically virtually nil, from level 100 on.
See you, dog.
Right?
See you.
So
Maybe I will remember how to stream. I don't know.
Like the tier 200 pit is like, okay, so like around tier 150 pit is like close to where AOZ was, for like tier 25 AOZ runs, and tier 200 goes beyond that. So it's pretty considerable. The scaling has been increased.
Okay.
We still want it to be gradual as you're kind of progressing through, because we want you to feel that you have a place to push. It's not like because AOZ was 25 tiers, extremely chunky when you went from tier to tier as you got deeper and deeper inside. Here it's a little more gradual as you go further and further, and we think that's going to be
that
good
makes
experience
sense
overall. Because it's ultimately a lot of the materials you really want from the pit you can gain by the time you're like doing like tier 60s. You start to get like little bits of the youth iron that you need to kind of start finishing off your masterwork items, and then that gets more
guys,
and more efficient.
After all, it's great rifts. Of course they're great.
But we do want to have these like, really, really difficult challenges.
Thank you so much.
We made a decision at the launch period of the game where we took Nightmare Dungeons difficulty and we kind of scaled it in a different way. Whereas like initially they were extremely challenging going up to tier 100, and we ended up making a reduction in their difficulty going into season 1, where we basically rebalanced things such that like the tier 75 old Nightmare Dungeon was the new tier 100 Nightmare Dungeon, and players no longer had that measuring stick, that really, really difficult content anymore, because we kind of took it away. We want that to still be there.
I also don't like that leveling is so fast.
I think if tier 200
I don't like it. But they will not. They went for the whole idea. They went for the whole idea that, guys, when you're starting the game, brand new player, okay, you're starting the game, level world tier 1, world tier 2, you are finishing the story, you're going through the story, you are completing the story, doing whatever the fuck with the story, and then you're reaching around level 50, then you are entering world tier 3, world tier 4, exploring them, exploring the Helltides. Helltides you also can explore in world tier 1, world tier 2, but basically you're doing that shit. Press 5 buttons. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Banana. So, basically from level 50 to 100, this is your mid-game. This is your like more exploring the Nightmare Dungeons, exploring the Helltide, exploring the world. I don't know, doing some random shit in the world and everything. Starting with the Temporary, something like this, and then maybe finishing the seasonal journey of like doing those kind of things. And then starting from level 100, actually the actual end game starts. You're grinding for the super good gear. You're doing the pit, you're doing the masterworking, you're doing all of those kind of things. So the idea the end game is starting at level 100. It's not like leveling process is not a part of the end game. Beef, hell yes, god damn it, it's season 4 hype.
5, especially with some of like the balancing and the bug fixes to a lot of different builds. I I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I expect that to be pretty challenging. I don't think people are going to do that as a cakewalk. Okay, so we have 8 minutes left. I already cut off my timer. There's no way I can get to 99% of these questions. So how do we feel about maybe doing a little rapid fire?
Let's do it.
Okay.
Sure, yeah.
This was talked about yesterday, if I remember correct. This was so these are the top questions from YouTube. So I promised I would ask them. So here we go. This was the number one question by far, and it was touched on a little bit yesterday. Is there an armory coming? I heard yesterday, I think if I quote you correctly,
Fucking
you said
guys,
that armory
yes.
is great. The team likes it, had to prioritize some things. Will an armory be coming to Diablo 4 so we can save our builds? If you can answer it.
Yeah, I mean, this is a problem that I think that that players have. I think I've already mentioned that we're in the business of trying to like solve player problems. It's a thing we're really excited about. It's a thing we would like to do, and that's all I can say right now.
They're excited about it, guys. Okay. There's lots of different ways to expand the game, and as Joe put it yesterday, different slices of the pizza to give you power. Again, from YouTube, it seems like the most requested way that people would like to expand power or change their builds is to have the skill tree expanded. Is that something that we can look forward to at some point coming to Diablo 4? Is the team passionate about
predict the answers
expanding
or
the
not.
skill tree in multiple ways? Maybe you even give us an ultimate
Armory
button so we can get
probably
another skill.
will
You never
arrive,
know.
and by probably it will arrive with expansion because it arrived with expansion in Diablo
I'll
3.
take this one, I guess. unless you want to say some
Expansion
more.
of the skill tree will
I would
not
say
happen.
we have nothing to announce about big updates to the skill tree. It is a little bit more of a complicated problem because we want the skill tree to remain as an easy gateway for new players and returning players to come back and kind of know what that is. And we didn't want the complexity and heft of our game to be there. So it comes with some nasty trade-offs that I'm not sure that we're willing to make, but we are open to the idea of adding some more depth to the skill tree, but we don't want it to be super complicated.
It's not going to be the PoE encyclopedia.
We don't want that. At least not for our game. We want the depth to be in crafting in other places.
Not
if I could
going
show
to happen.
seeing
yeah.
how different players again, there's a lot of people who like this is their first Diablo game. Like seeing what players did with the skill tree in testing. I think it would be very surprising to you and your audience.
Berlin,
They take all the generators and max them to 5.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And other things like that. It's a tougher problem than I think a lot of people give it credit for, and I don't know that the juice is worth the squeeze if we go too far. But hearing that people want more, we've heard that loud and clear, but nothing to announce in the immediate future.
Okay, the next one. For repeated and summoning content now and in the future of the game, are there plans to let people just resummon these bosses without resetting the instance? Because that eats up a lot of time for the people that do want to farm up a bunch of things and kill some bosses.
Yeah, this is a really good idea. There's a lot of things that get cleaned up when players reset a dungeon that makes it a lot easier for us to do this in the first place. Let me take that back to the team. I don't know that we've talked deeply about like exactly when we could deliver something like this, but we definitely see it as something that you can improve. So yeah, we'll take that back.
All right. Last one from YouTube here. Will the campaign receive further attention? So first of all, obviously, probably the story continues with the expansion, but another way is currently when you start up a new season of Diablo, you can go through the campaign again if you want, or you can probably now go farm in Helltide, and the Helltide is going to level you 1,000,000 times faster for 1,000,000 more rewards. It's not close at all. And some games force you to do the campaign. Some games in Diablo 4 you don't have to. Have you guys thought about maybe editing the campaign slightly for a replay, maybe taking out like the camel escort for example, and maybe benchmarking how long does it take to do a campaign just normally playing? What is it, 3 hours, 4 hours? I don't know what it would be. And then benchmarking what it would be to do it in Helltide and kind of have them at the same point at the end of those journeys to allow players a real choice in how they want to start out their new season, because the campaign was such a fan favorite on the launch and it was very well done.
Sure. So I think that there's a like the quest team has a lot of really cool ideas of things that you want to do to allow for players to
So
like
the
replay the
side quest,
campaign
there
or to
is
make
the
it
quest in the
to
campaign
kind
where
of
you
edit it a little
you
bit
have
in
to
some
go
ways
with
that
the
you
camel
suggest. I
in
think
the
that it's a thing that we're
sandstorm
thinking
with
about as we
Misty.
go.
Misty for sexy.
But we know that we want to make sure that we are prioritizing the piece of the
Through
game
the
that needs
desert,
work
yeah.
first, if that makes sense. Like I think that the idea of being able to replay a campaign is very, very exciting. And I think that there's really neat things we can do. And we do have plans in the future for this stuff as well. I don't want to like make it sound like we're not committing to anything here. We kind of do want to do something like this. It's just that there's a lot of other like replay
Schnaps,
features, like
Billy,
Helltime, for
absolutely
example, that we
wrong.
thought we're in a
Absolutely
great
wrong,
position to
my
like
dear.
lift up and
It's
make
going to be
feel
the
like more
copy
exciting
of Diablo
for players.
3,
So that's been more
Last
of a
Epoch,
priority
and a
for
little
us.
bit
But
of
I do
Path of
think that there's
Exile there on
opportunities there
top
for
just
sure.
to sparkle.
Something there
And
I
that's
want to
gonna be
point out. This
great.
would help when the community is discussing things, or when you even are with us. Is this idea of opportunity cost? I don't know if you know what. Are you familiar with that term, Rax?
Yeah, economics.
Maybe
Yeah,
not.
give
Yeah,
up something
okay.
to gain something else.
Cool. Then I don't have to explain it. But yeah, the opportunity
Guys, I
cost
cannot
comes very
read.
heavy in.
Fuck, people, I cannot read the chat. I mean, it's moving too fast for me. I am losing. I am so losing. What's going? I lost it. I lost the streamer can read the chat super quick usually, but I lost it. I so lost it. I don't understand who was writing what. Shit, vacation sucks.
Into play when we talk about features and suggestions and things from players. I think a lot of times it can be frustrating as a member of a community, because I'm a member of gaming communities too, so I know how it is. Like, hey, you know, this thing, it sounds like a good idea and we all agree it's a good idea. Why don't the devs do it right away? And most of the time when that is true, it's because of opportunity costs. It's either opportunity costs or something that you didn't realize makes it harder than it seems. But opportunity costs, here it's like, do we do loot reborn? Do we redo how all the loot works in the game and your entire leveling experience with our updates to Helltide? Or do we make the campaign have parity with not doing campaign to level up?
I love Paragon
Now, having
boards a
campaign
lot.
have parity to non-campaign obviously is a good thing, but I would argue
My grandparents were coming. I wasn't going anywhere. I was just showing them around.
very heavily that loot being better in a loot-based game is more important and impacts more people in a better way, in a more long-term way. And then the list goes long and long, forever of the things that you could do versus what you have to decide to do. And then the other part, kind of alluding to your last question about resummoning bosses, is that I would say in that one, like, yeah, obviously good idea, better player experience. In there, I would say the reason why we're not doing it, just knowing how the game works a little bit more, is our game wasn't structured that way, and we have to do a lot of things to make it structured that way. And the answer to actually do it is harder than most people would think, and that is why. Both of these things are obviously good ideas that we would want. There's different reasons why we haven't done them yet. Doesn't mean they won't happen, but it means that it's why they're not happening now or yet.
I do
And
think
that's a
that's the
better way to frame
diapers,
it when people
guys.
are talking to each other. It's like, hey, what should the Diablo
That
4
makes
team do
sense.
first or now? Or hey, maybe this is a little bit harder. Could you explain why it's harder? Would be a good question for an interviewer, for example, right? Because then you're gonna get actual insight into why, rather than just complaining that.
So this dude is teaching Rax how to do an interview, which questions to
It's not
ask.
happening.
Are you providing Rax feedback on this?
Here we go.
I mean,
I might be giving feedback on feedback. That
come
is
on.
part of my job too. But I like productive conversations, is why. And I think the community would rather have more productive conversations than their only avenue is to complain and not know why things aren't working the way that they want them to.
I think people want to know how things work. I think that makes sense.
They want to know how
Yeah.
things work. I want to educate people so that we can have better conversations about games.
I mean,
Absolutely.
I'm a loser, guys. I'm always here if you guys ever want to talk. Which we're at. We're actually at time. I
ask
have
one more.
All right. I mean, probably the one that I'm just going to ask a 15-part question then to abuse the one more. I guess
I love it. Gamer at heart.
probably the most important one that's still left on the list is about social features. So I have three main topics
Fucking
of
clans.
I can't believe how many questions I put here. That was so stupid of me. I mean, there's no chance at all. Anyway, social features. So there's three main things: trading, group finder, clans. So with trading, what are your guys' thoughts on putting an auction house-esque type of thing just to allow trading and to avoid third-party sites? Obviously not a real money auction house. People are begging for a group finder.
Yep.
I don't know why. People have cooties. I'd rather play by myself, but I guess people want it. And then Clans, I understand.
I also have no idea what's the people's issue. I have no idea. Like, if I need, like, commands, like, there is always someone in chat. We can find the teams. I don't understand what's the issue. But, well, if people wanna have the group finder.
And I understand there's a big difficulty with clans, not just implementing them. Like, they were implemented in Diablo 3, but Diablo 3 clans mean absolutely nothing. It's just a second friends list. There's no achievements to do. There's nothing
That was kind of good, yeah. The boards from World of Warcraft.
to unlock. There's nothing to work toward. But then if you put that in the game, opportunity cost, the thing that the economic principle we keep talking about, then if you build that in the game, then people have to belong to a clan.
Yep.
And otherwise they feel left out, which then leads me to another one of my million questions about SSF, but whatever. So for social features, trading, group finder, clans, what are your guys' thoughts on those three for Diablo 4?
Let's get going. So for trading, okay, trading in season 4, players can trade legendaries and uniques. They're still gonna have to like go and actually meet up to do those trades. There's not gonna be an automated trading function. There are things we're talking about with regards to like the trade chat channel to make it a little bit easier to navigate. In terms of like creating like an actual auction house user interface, it's a thing the team has discussed, but it's not a thing we've landed on. We really want to see what the reaction is from players in season 4 and what the experience is broadly for players in season 4. How many players are actually trading? You know, because I imagine there's going to be it'll
Oh,
be
by the
different for
way,
different types of players.
I missed the question. I missed the question, guys, from YouTube. Just once I want to hear, yes, that's coming in season 5. Looking forward to that in the expansion. B4, guys, or like that's the question about the roadmap, and that's what was Rax was asking. The issue with that is, okay, what if not? What if they're saying right now, like, okay, this shit, we're working on it and hoping to get it in season 5, and then they do not. Then the smooth shit happened. They didn't finish it, and then it's not actually released in season 5, and people are so going nuts. And it doesn't people hold them. Yeah, and of course, there are people so going nuts on them. Even though, I don't know, it's like development process and usually shit happens. At least in my brain, it looks like shit happens. Always shit happens. Not only with them, with everyone shit happens. Like, everyone knows that deadline and like the actual, you're doing the deadline, it's questionable.
But I think there could potentially be room for an investment there because we don't want to just push players just to like third-party sites. But we were at a point where we're like, well, do we really want to like go and make a whole? If it would be opportunity cost would be a big investment.
If they say it's coming and it does, hold on. Nymphona, I can feel, even though they never say it's coming, They say we're looking into it. They usually say that we're looking into it. We got the feedback. We're looking at it. They never say exactly that it's coming, but I can smell it. After all of those campfires and interviews, I can smell it. On this, they're working. On this, they're not working. You can feel it already. You can feel it in their words, in the eyes. For example, the skill tree, not gonna be not gonna be expanded. Skill tree gonna stay. A wardrobe may come, but not sure when.
To go make an auction house for Diablo 4, for example, without knowing exactly what the desire for it is going to be, and we didn't want to like wait to like let some of these things be tradable in the meantime. So that's the high-level version. We're not opposed to it. We want to see how things go in season 4. With regards to the group finder, I think is the way that you call it. We do want to make sure that there are easier systems for players to use to find parties of players who are doing things that interest them. We do have a social team on Diablo 4. They've been thinking about clan stuff, things like this, things to make socialization more easy between players. I think there'll be exciting stuff to share in the future. So there's things we're thinking about. And there are, and then with regards to, what's the last one? Clans, of course, clans. We also have ideas of things we want to do to update parts of the clan functionality to make it just a little more engaging, to give more purpose to parts of clans.
I do need expanded skill tree. It feels quite good as it is. They make changes to some of the bits. Anyway, actually, when I first saw the skill tree, I thought it's too small and it's poopster and they should actually change it. But right now, with the new systems, guys, with a lot of new systems, I think it's okay. I think it's fine, and we don't need an extended skill tree because, again, it's like one of the systems. You don't want to overcomplicate one of the systems.
you know, this is a thing that we have designs for and things we're thinking about, but I can't announce anything today. Just to say that we recognize
Not today, yeah. Bright Dream, yeah. Like, I mean. Anyway.
there's some parts of social features in Diablo 4 that can be leveled up, made better, and there's process we see players going through as part of regular play in seasons that we want to make easier, more streamlined for them.
Well, I got to be honest. It was actually an honor to have you guys come here. I really like you guys. I
Perfect Exile, no. Last Epoch, I think okay. Last Epoch seems fine for me. After a while, I guess you're getting used to it. Even though it's way bigger. But they don't have the Paragon boards. Here we have the Paragon boards. Paragon boards are funny. I like the Paragon boards.
love the Diablo franchise since I was a kid. This actually meant a lot to me. I have a million more questions, but I know we're out of time. Want to be respectful of that. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for coming here and speaking so open and honestly. I'm a loser. I'm always here. If you guys want to go again, I mean, you guys got three free hours. I got a lot more questions, but I guess is DM going next, or I can just pass along a million more. I'm sure they already have
believe
questions.
so. Yeah, I'm on with him tomorrow.
Yeah, Team of Gavs, right?
Yeah.
All right.
It's been a blast. It's been super fun.
Yeah. Thank you, Rex. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
I will say we're trying to get in front of the community a little bit more and talk about these things. It's something that I really like doing and I'm pretty passionate about. And
let's go, guys. Let's check. Adam Jackson, I want. I want Riker. I'm going to interview Colin, hopefully.
Okay, folks.
I understood. That's a sexy guy. That's important. Colin is the best. Guys, we're maybe gonna have a funny stream soon. No, I'm not saying shit. I'm not saying shit.
Right.
46. Go by Pora. Joe, say hi to the
Hello.
folks.
Hi. Hi, folks. It's me, Joe Pipora.
Hi. Guys, delay. Anyway, let's talk. So, the only cool thing is that Pete is gonna be really, really complicated. Stream speculation starts now. Colin is the god. Riker is sexy too. I don't know. He took off his cap. I don't know. I'm not ready. It's like Rax without his cool hoodie. What is this? What is this? I saw Riker twice, guys. He's super, super nice. Love you all. We got a bunch of new emotes, guys, in case we have an update, and we are testing like a live emotes. It's a barbarian Ana emote. Never seen Rax without. No one saw it. No one fucking saw it. No one saw it. No one ever. I will sneak. I swear to God, there will be one day. I will see this guy. I'll see this guy. He promised me that he's this dude, that he gonna one day enter Germany, maybe. And I will spy on him with a professional spy in Russian techniques. I saw him in a red hoodie. But still, guys, this doesn't cut. Oh, wait a second. On the other hand, I can show you. You've managed to time frame stop Riker on a really creepy smile. Professional. Don't need to thank me. Don't need to thank me. That shit is real. Sometimes, rarely, he's not wearing the hoodie. But super, super, super rarely. I wouldn't recognize him in life, most likely. Most likely you wouldn't. Looks like Photoshop to me. Maybe it is. Maybe it is. But guys, no one knows. No one knows. Like, I mean, this is the picture of like couple of years old picture. No one knows how he looks now. He is not bald, apparently. At least he wasn't. Wie geht's? Hello, boys and girls. Huki ist das in Necromancer. Miami Max, hi, wie geht's? Freut mich, euch alle zu sehen, wunderschöne Leute. Ich bin Anna und ja, hallo. Wer spielt Totenbeschwörer? Wer spielt Totenbeschwörer? Chris, moin, moin, freut mich. Wie geht's, wunderschöne Leute, wie geht's? Leute, wir sind fast da. Ein Tag noch, wir sind fast da. That shit gonna be over. By the way, guys, this is Rax without the hoodie. Just saying. You think that I'm insane? Why am I looking at some weird dude? Why am I looking at some weird? Warum? Wer ist das? Wer zum Teufel ist das? Das ist Rax without the hoodie, boys and girls. Pilamon! Thank you, thank you, thank you. Tish banana. Rax is well. Come on. Rax without the hoodie. Then there's literally only the pictures of food. This is not that long ago. It's only 2 years ago, guys. It's picture only 2 years ago. He still has the hairs. So shit is possible. I'm getting hungry now. He has a good Instagram. Just saying. The guy has the hairs. The hoodie is off. The other sexy guys. Actually, while we're here, we are watching the interviews in the last couple of days. He's a deutscher Streamer. Miami Max is a deutscher Streamer. Danke dir. Danke. Super Leute. Shiny, did we have a shout out? People, I forgot how to stream. I'm sorry. I wasn't streaming for a week. I forgot the rules. We have the shout out. Guys, German streamer, Miami Max. Check him out. Song link I will give you. I don't know how I feel. So, we're checking out the interviews that was given during the last couple of days because I haven't seen them. And because you probably missed them, I don't know, guys, but we're checking out what was said. Literally, last couple of days, there were those interviews, and this is cool, and the season is coming. No, this song I dropped. Hopefully.
Wonderful, wonderful. So, yeah, we just spent a couple hours collecting about 80 billion questions from chat so that
Great.
we can now spend the next 45 minutes talking
Are we
exclusively
rating
about
Max Roll,
Dungeons and
guys, on
Dragons.
looks?
How's that sound?
Yeah. Let's.
If so, top tier would be Dioxide, Macro, and Vudijo. Sotorax is B tier. Went better than me is at F tier. Just saying. No, Rax is not a B tier. Come on, Rax is sexy. Come on.
Let's dive right into the tough questions that people want to know, right? Is it 4 to 6 drop the lowest? Is it point array? Right? Like, yeah, I hear you.
My plea to chat, y'all need to pester Joe endlessly for the rest of time to organize a stream with members of the Diablo team with just streaming a D&D session. I think a lot of people would like that.
Yeah, that would be something. That'd be something. I do have Diablo team members I do run a D&D game with. I'm not 100% sure they want to be on stream as they play, as they
That's
fumble
fair.
through their roles and everything else. That's cool.
But that would be
That's
cool.
So
I'm excited to be here. I really am.
Yeah.
It's gonna be fun.
We're coming up on a year
Delay, guys. Delay.
post launch of D4. We're about 8,
Yeah, just about.
10, yeah. So it's been a journey.
1st of June will be exactly the anniversary. 1st of June, guys. It's super, super soon. That is super insane.
And now we're coming up on probably the most exciting season and release and just moment for the game since the launch itself.
We're the OG nerds.
How you feeling? How's the team feeling about everything, the journey, where you are now?
I mean, the team feels great. This has been I know we've talked about this a bunch on stream, but like,
I know that they're gonna answer it anyway, but fucking hell, this first year, the Diablo 4 release was such a roller coaster. It was such a gigantic hype, gigantic shit, just shit waves. Like, oh my gosh, it was roller coaster. They can say it, but that would be funny. We saw some shit this year.
this has been a huge labor of love in the background of everything else we're trying to do for Diablo 4 along the way. There's so much stuff to kind of improve about Diablo and that's going to always be true as we continue to make updates to it and continue to make it better, right? But the team's feeling really good about where we're landing on things. I think that the launch year has been very exciting. We learned a ton about the sorts of things that players are really looking for and really honing in on parts of Diablo 4 that we think we can just make it shine a little bit brighter. Items and rewards obviously being a really, really big part of that conversation. But yeah, we're just excited to finally get it into play. I was saying actually just before we jumped on stream, I'm just really excited to get this release out there so players can play it. And then we can start thinking about okay, so what are we going to do to improve on this now? What's the
Can we please already play it for fuck's sake?
next thing that we're going to do? We have ideas always, right? But really, really stoked to get players actually into the experience and playing it.
Awesome. Now, we recently had Joe Shelley, was a couple months ago in a previous campfire. He gave what I thought was a really important talk about the identity of Diablo 4 as a systems ARPG. And because before that, some people in the community were sort of like, I don't really understand the identity of D4. And so I did feel it was really valuable and important to nail that down. As, we are a systems.
Sitting here, 28 guys, sitting here, sitting here. We're watching the interviews, we're chilling, and oops, someone messages are coming that the season is up. For real. Someone was drunk and with his elbow fell on the keyboard and they accidentally launched the season the day before. No, come on, please.
And
who is launching the season? Who is the guy? Who is how the fuck this is happening? Is there a big red button? I want a question. I have a question. Who is the person? Who is that human being who is doing boom and the season goes live? How this is happening? Vintage Kai Kai. Never hit the red button. We're going blood necromancer, guys. Necromancer, blood. We're going tomorrow.
When you and I first met about a year ago, one of the first things that you told me was you're a systems guy, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you're approaching systems,
Press the
something
button.
that I always struggle with, just to bring it back to Dungeons and Dragons, I like developing systems in D&D, adding new rules and new house
Thank you so much,
rules,
guys.
much
We
to the
are
dismay
back.
of my players at times, because I find it really fun to develop these new rules, but sometimes I lose track of the fun, where it's like, am I just designing a system for the sake of designing a system, or is this actually going to be a fun part of the game? And we have to actually take it to a play test before we realize. But given your experience and your approach to things, how do you design a system with fun in mind? How do you find the fun?
Sure. So this is a very fun question to start with. So let's. Now you're all, I'm speaking to everyone like you are young designers. You were just stepping into, like love video games. You love ARPGs. You're starting to go work in game design. You're starting to think about systems. Right?
We're talking ideas. We're talking about how they think when they developing the game.
Right. So
The
first, let's start off
mindset.
with just like some like really, really high level stuff. So basically, if you can break down the design of a game into like content and systems, obviously, right? Like it seems like self-evident, but what does that kind of mean? So content
They forgot
really
to
is
switch it off.
it's the
There
flesh
were
on the
the
bones,
days.
like it's the flesh of the skeleton.
I'm telling
right?
you,
It's-
someone
it
was
is
drunk.
It's
The season
storylines,
was
the
ending on
characters, it's
on
dungeons,
Sunday always, and someone was drunk on Sunday. That's normal.
environments. It's all these
Raise a
things, these
hi.
experiences you have while you play through the game. Like it's all of this content you're consuming. It's all these things that you're feeling as you play through. It's providing like a connection to the world. It's providing you context to the events that are actually taking place. It's framing things and framing your gameplay in more compelling
Good.
ways. Systems really are the skeleton. They are there to also provide structure and form to all of the content that they hook into, right? I think a good example of this is when we think about Uber Lilith is a really good example of this, actually. So when Diablo 4 launched, we had our one big pinnacle encounter, and that was Uber Lilith. She was extremely punishing for the damage she dealt. A very mechanical fight that required a lot of like really precise execution to really nail. I think for players who've done it and actually managed to defeat Uber Lilith, especially in the first few seasons. It's a very, very challenging fight. And at the time we said, okay, well, if we expect the journey of Diablo 4's Endgame to be kind of the acquisition of like, perfectly rolled gear, exactly the sort of things that you're looking for, getting the unique items you really want, all the aspects, the best rolls that you want for your build, getting that fully online, then you kind of take this into the highest tier Nightmare Dungeons and you can go take out Uber Lilith. I think we realized that players who got to Uber Lilith were having a very different experience than we expected. Players who got to Uber Lilith were basically going and they were dying to waves over and over and over again. People that would go up against Uber Lilith 400, 500, 600 times in a row trying to get this fight down. And when you think about a game like Elden Ring, right, and you go and you watch people go like wipe on Millennia like 400 times, right, and that's like the baseline experience of that game, right? It's like at moments, and that it's like I am learning the moveset, I am accounting for all of these things. You can beat Elden Ring, obviously, having never spent a soul, like spending like never leveling up at all when you're playing through that game, because it's just so much about mechanical mastery. And we sort of injected this moment of extreme mechanical mastery at the end experience of Diablo 4, where you can get all of this loot and all of this power, and sometimes those things would pay off, but ultimately if you didn't dodge waves, you didn't dodge waves, and you've only got so many flame shields to carry you through the encounter at the end of the day, right? So I think that was a very instructional moment for us, because we realized like, okay, this is not actually fun for players. Like as a capstone encounter, this is not fun. So getting back to your question, like how do you design with fun in mind? Whenever you start with a system, you're generally trying to solve a problem or incentivize a certain kind of like behavior from a player. And
No necromancer with a blood search, the same shit. You can theoretically do it.
that is not a negative thing. This is just how you describe motivations when you're talking about things that players are trying to do. An example of this is like the renown feature
It's
in
really,
Diablo
really
4.
good.
So when Diablo 4 launched as like the first open world, like this massive contiguous space of Sanctuary version of Diablo 4, we had like this really big campaign. We had tons of side quests, local events, strongholds, all this stuff for players to go experience. All the like the shrines to live, all these things for players to go find. To help like incentivize exploring the world and going and collecting these things. And we would find oftentimes in earlier testing that players kind of would get into a groove where they would get into the campaign and they just kind of like play through it, and they sort of like would skip a lot of the really cool stuff out there, these strongholds and these side quests and things kind of like provide more
Incinerate.
context to the world and are just really exciting and interesting to go and experience. The renown system, and part of that is because like the way the rewards were situated was that they were very scattered. Like to go
Oh, guys, by the way, Incinerate video. Yeah, there's an Incinerate video on YouTube if you want. The point is, Verlin, there is a chance that you're fucking gonna go Incinerate. You want, you don't want, you're gonna go it. Because in the beginning, you're gonna get the items for the Incinerate build. Like, till you find everything for the ice build, probably you will be rocking and rolling around with Incinerate. Just because you get it.
and get like a side quest reward, it would feel good when you got it, but it was rarely like, is it really better than going and running a dungeon 3 times? Like not always, like not usually. In fact,
mean, that's
right?
godly.
So the renounce
Nimbus.
was a way for us to
That's
kind of like
really good.
incentivize players going and like checking out a lot of the stuff in the game world, and it worked great in terms of like getting players to like just kind of check out Kyovashad and go like talk to all the NPCs and like go and look around the rest of the fractured peaks and find more stuff to go do. Like it actually worked really well for achieving that goal, but that didn't play well in the seasonal environment when players had to go and then expect that kind of that open world behavior of the experience. When players got into that was us. That was an example of us expecting a certain way for players to interact by making what we thought like for that first play experience, which is so distinct from what we normally need in an ARPG, which is like, you're going to play it, dozens, hundreds of times. You might do character run throughs, right? We sort of said like, well, as part of the open world experience, players can do parts of this, and then they're able to get into the endgame experience. They'll continue to level up, and they're not going to have to do all of it like all the time. Plus, it's partition bound, so like, once you do it on one character, all your alts will be okay. In the end, we realized players don't want to do that every season, no matter what, right? And we understand that makes sense.
In my ideal world, ideal interview that Anna would be taking would be, okay, that's all I understand. But exactly! Can you say in details, like this will happen or not? And when? Tell me the date! No.
Right? Because players were looking to have a
That's
different
bad.
relationship with the experience on their second, their third, their fourth, their fifth repeat playthroughs. For players who came in and played Diablo 4 that first time, they did get a lot of value out of the renown system because it kind of did give them these big chunky rewards, that new potion charges and skill points, and and the Paragon points at the end. Like
this is the mastery of a good interview. You cannot push people too hard. You need to be nice with them, and at the same time, you need to kind of push them. But the way that they're not realizing that you push them, and the way that they will feel good about talking with you, and they will tell some shit.
These things felt meaningful for those players. So that was that was an interesting system where we're like, we found like a good way to like expose players to more of like fun content in the game. That was the problem we're trying to solve. We felt like we had some pretty good
Thank you
rewards
so
attached to it,
much.
so it did help
Thank
that
you.
player who's kind of going through their first character in Diablo 4 and kind of help mesh that open world game together. But it did not play well for the seasonal player who's looking to return and wanted to like kind of jump into the experience more quickly. They felt like homework. We don't want homework in in an action RPG especially. So at the end, looking back, like examples of these systems of like, Uber Lilith was really, really good for these elements. It was fun to have mechanical mastery in the game, and there are a lot of players that really enjoy it. But there's a reason why we never put a really big reward behind it that you want to grind for, because we thought that was going to just it was going to put way too much emphasis on this extremely challenging piece of content, and at the same time.
Snap nose, thank you. I don't know, the alert was delayed, but here we are. Banana!
we didn't just want to nerf it into the ground and make it so there was no longer anything like that for players who'd come to appreciate this part of it. So it kind of left us in an interesting place there. Now in season 4, we have it so that once you kill Uber Lilith during a season, you get a resplendent spark the first time you do it. So now there's a reason to go do it once if you can manage to do it. It's not the only way for you to get an Uber unique item, but it is a path towards getting getting something deterministically later on. So like going back again to your question of like how do you focus on fun first? It is we're solving
What was that before?
a problem. We're thinking about these things, knowing like as we look at like season 4,
I
you can see
already
a new
forgot the
expression of this. Now
question.
that we've gotten all of the feedback from players, and I think there's like someone told I haven't seen this, but like apparently there's like a supercut video of like us saying feedback on stream a bunch of times, and like it's like a meme. Guess what, guys? That's fine. You want to meme on us for saying feedback a lot? Fine. Go ahead, make your videos. Because if there's one thing I care about deeply as the assistant game director for the live service of Diablo 4, it's making sure that I'm reading the things you're saying, even when they're joking about me, right? And then ensuring that we're bringing this down the team and we're trying to make the game better. That's our job, is to make the game better, right? So thinking about all the feedback we've received and like all the things we've done as part of this season release, this is us focusing on the things we know need to be made better. A great example of this is the Codex of Power update. We knew that like initially the feeling of like, all right, well, there are going to be these aspect crystals I collect, and I'll hold on to ones that are really, really important, and that's going to feel good. I'll have them in my stash when I want to like kind of build up a new gear set, and that will feel pretty good. In reality, it was just a complete storage nightmare. Created a lot of other issues. We thought about like, oh, maybe we want to make these tradable, but that never felt right. It was really awkward to have all of these things lingering around. It was just going to give even more emphasis on having these things lingering around. The Codex of Power is a way for us to sit back and say, all right, it's not that players don't like collecting aspects. It's the management of the items attached to that system that we think is the real problem here. Collecting a power and then having access to it in perpetuity is actually pretty cool, particularly if it's not taking away from other parts of the game. Like I can't store gear, so I've got so many of these crystals I have to work through. Or every time I go to the occultist, I have to kind of go back to the stash and find all of the like aspects I want to go work with. We think that there's just a better version of that, and streamlining this experience we think was good, because it wasn't that aspect in printing was necessarily the biggest problem here. It was just all of the inventory management and what you gave up if you kind of like took all that away. So we think we just found the right kind of middle ground for this. So once again, identifying a core need that is unmet in the game experience is a good starting point. What do players want to do in the game that they can't do right now? What is difficult to do in the game right now that we could make easier? What is the sometimes you're gonna also have to ask yourself, is the juice worth the squeeze? Which is not like it is what it sounds like, right? Like if we're gonna put this much effort into this thing here, is it as impactful as if we had put it into this other thing over here? So you're always making these you're having these triaging conversations. We see feedback all the time about like the armory feature, for example. We love the idea of like making sure that there's more. It's easier for players to like save out loadouts and save out like
They're
item
gonna
sets
add
and things
armory,
like that.
guys.
We love that
They're
idea.
gonna
There's things we want to do there.
add
We're talking about
armory.
it, but there's a time and a place for everything, and
I'm
when we
telling you.
we can deliver stuff. So
it's expansion.
that's the very, very high level.
I swear to God, that's expansion. Armory. It's still look at this. Now, no one is screaming about loot filter. Fucking loot filter was the first question. And now, since they changed the itemization and Codex of Power will be saving all your aspects, blah blah blah, I don't hear the whining that much about the loot filter. Now everyone switch into the armory. That we all need the armory, guys. I swear to God. It's coming, but it's coming in the expansion. A new class is also coming in the expansion, yeah.
Well, is there a need? How do we fill it? Do we have the people available, the time necessary to like really nail the experience? Because once you've got a great idea, like Helltide,
And
right?
that, you're gonna quote me. Anna said that armory is coming in the expansion.
In season 4 were another like labor of love from the team, and there was so much playtesting that happened along the way to kind of get it into exactly the right spot. That's the other thing as any system, and like Helltide's like a
dragon in the
system in many ways. Like there's kind of it's straddling both lines and both areas here.
They're gonna call it the
You just
shaman.
need a lot of time to sit down and
say that
play
it's
the
not-
content. It's
Which
I think about. I've worked in like MMOs. I've worked with online games. Like,
Fuck people. Actually, if the expansion is coming this year, I swear to God, they should already announce something. They should already really, really announce something. What does chat win if the prediction about Amri doesn't come through? Shit! We don't have such thing. It's because people want to see how the new law changes work out. They'll scream. If they don't, they'll scream for a filter. I guess it will solve it for the most. I also think it will solve it for the most.
my entire career at this point, right? And I think that something that's very, very unique to this space is that it's really difficult to test one thing in isolation and just spend like an hour on something. You need to feel how Helltide or Season 4 feels. You need to play it for like
And it will
100
have
hours.
ducks
You
for
have to play it
pets.
for
I
like
saw little
200 hours
ducks
to
this
really know,
weekend.
is this the
Little
right drop
ducks.
rate? How frequently am I going back to town to sell? Like it's this kind of stuff. So that's the next step of like whenever you're like introducing a system and trying to make sure that's going to really work. You need to give yourself the space to actually test it appropriately. Give it the time it needs to settle. Because you go and you play it for 45 minutes and you walk away like, I happened to have a good experience in that 45-minute segment.
Spiritborn, yeah, or
That
Valkyrie.
might not have been your experience 45 minutes from then, right? It's like you need to be able to like let things sit for a while.
So one thing that I saw, or maybe it's an example of this, maybe it's not quite a system, but like Season 3, we had the introduction of
Entrance into
traps,
Baral
which
in Deutschland.
on paper, it's like, cool, this is something that
Yeah,
modifies
Essen.
gameplay, but at least
Like
from
the
what I
expansion,
saw,
too much
an
overhype
overwhelming amount of
can lead to
feedback from
disappointment
players
for
was
things
that they
that don't
didn't
make the
enjoy
cut. The sales. You need to hype the expansion if you want to make the sales. Or you need to, guys, I was thinking about this, they need to introduce kind of the new class now.
interacting with the traps and the way it slowed down the gameplay. Do you feel traps were a successful mechanic? Is it something that you thought was good in on the drawing board, but then fell apart when it hit the field? Or yeah, what are your thoughts on that?
I think that a lot of times, this is another really good one. I think a lot of times we're trying to figure out like what are the ways that we can kind of
Marketing
create
team is
different
level god.
gameplay experiences for players. Like what is the other neat stuff we can do and explore in this like this
Marketing
dark
team is
fantasy game that we
amazing.
have, right? Traps are a thing like whenever we think about like dungeon diving, you know, there's monsters, there's puzzles, there's traps. Traps and puzzles are things that that tend to slow players down a little bit. And we thought to ourselves, all right, if we think we can nail traps in a way that will feel like they're adding an extra layer of like complexity to the space as you run it, but it won't be like you need to like go and collect like, you know, like a red stone, then a green stone, and a blue stone, then arrange them in a certain way. It's not going to slow you down quite like that. But we found that players, the tuning for it initially,
I'm not sure that I like
was such that
them.
it was a
but
little,
people,
it was a,
people
they were a little
really,
too
really
difficult
enjoy
to
them.
dodge. Like they were happening
I
a
just
little
do
too
not
frequently in terms
expect
of how
them from a
fast and
Diablo
fire,
game.
right?
For me, it's super
And
weird.
it was
What the
it
puzzle
wasn't
is
giving
doing
enough
in a
space
Diablo
around
game.
like areas where
Since I'm
you know,
like
player has
mentally
like
not ready for
slight
this, I
latency
feel
spike.
myself
Let's say
weird.
like things slow down just for a moment,
Ooh,
and
puzzle.
they see that they dodged something, but it actually registered on the server that they got hit. And then they would lose a one of their stacks, and like that was a really negative experience. And when I say like the when you ask me like, do we think that was a successful experiment? I loved what traps did ultimately, which is they did like kind of constrain combat spaces in interesting ways, right? But I think that a lot of these things come down to like just kind of getting the tuning in exactly the right place. So and also this is another evolution of us trying to say like, all right, so what are the sorts of things we can do to kind of like change the player's experience, like I said. And we saw the players having like moments where it's like, well, I kind of want to like come into the space, and I sort of just want to be able to clear through it pretty quickly. You know, I want, you know, I want to blast through these things sometimes. I want to like get my glyph XP. I want to like get the rewards at the end. You know, you know, and I think that that's fair. I think that this is in ARPGs we have an interesting relationship with difficulty. You know, and things that slow you down in that way, right? So I think that it was a good experiment. I think there's things we can certainly take from it. There's vaults won't be returning in Season 4, you know, but the learnings from vaults I think are going to be something that the team's going to be able to hold on to and kind of continue to consider, because I think there's neat stuff there. But we want to make sure that we're doing it in a way that doesn't conflict with kind of the efficiency bets that players are making as they kind of choose what kinds of content they want to engage with at different parts of their experience. An example of this also might be like, I think that when you're playing through the
You think so?
like a campaign experience the first time, or like a major quest line, I think that if you're a player who enjoys narrative and you enjoy quests and things like that,
I will check.
then
I
you're
will check
not
the Tempest.
thinking in the same efficiency
Because
mind
it can be
space
something
as
similar to
as
the
you
new
are
class
in
and
other
default that they
elements
will
of gameplay.
introduce.
And in those
That could be Tempest. If you're talking about like some warrior with a shield or something like this, then yeah, that's kind of something similar can be in Diablo 4.
situations, there's probably a lot of opportunities for kind of like slow players down a little bit in terms of like making them experience different things as part of like a room sequence to room sequence and conversation with NPCs and things. I think there's areas to bring some of these ideas back. I think.
Immer oben.
Alright.
Magst du das unten? Es ist falsch.
Over the past, again, we're close to a year now.
Yeah.
A lot of changes have been made since the game launched. If you could go back in time, let's say
Like the Demon Hunter in World of
2
Warcraft.
years, are
need
there any
to check,
decisions
guys.
you would have made
We will.
prior to launch, knowing then what you know now?
It's a good one.
I mean, yeah.
Fuck. Riker is good, and he's a good interviewer. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's probably some decisions I'd make 2 years ago if I'd known. Yeah, make some different ones.
Is there if there'd be like one particular thing about D4?
Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, really good question. Well, I think that I have talked a little bit about this on stream, but I think it definitely bears repeating in this context, right? And I'm gonna apologize because my camera occasionally just loses all focus. There we go.
No, that's Riker. He is the sexiest voice of Diablo community.
One thing we believed when we started working.
Great stream! Thank you! Season 4 is almost there, guys. 1 hour. 1 day, 4 hours, for fuck's sake. Ah! We will survive.
On Diablo 4 and we're thinking about the end game of Diablo 4. We had thought to ourselves, or rather we had believed after testing things internally, all right, so the experience is the journey from level 50 to level 100. Like that's a big part of what the experience of Diablo 4 is kind of going through this like this progression.
Yeah, but it's not
leveling up
Endgame
your equips.
anymore.
Like I mentioned before, like getting your unique items and getting exactly the right rolls on various affixes for your gear, which is going to take time, and getting legendary powers, exactly the rolls that you
Dann
want.
Mittwoch, wir sehen uns.
We thought that was really going to be more of the focus.
Pete
But what we
doesn't have the
found,
leaderboard now.
pretty quickly after players started kind of
Guys,
reaching
I
cap.
saw
that players
something.
we're getting to level 100 and they were saying, okay,
there
so
was
now what do I do?
There was something
And then they would go
about the
fight for Lilith.
leaderboard in Pete.
And then after that, they were like,
Fucking hell, who asked? There was something about the leaderboards in Pete. And I
okay,
don't
well, now what do I
remember
do?
what
And
was
then
the
they would
answer.
go complete the last, maybe if they haven't already completed tier 100 Nightmare Dungeons, they would go do some of that, right?
DMI, so I'm not
what
completely
else?
crazy. I
And,
like
you
it.
know, our thinking at the time was like, well, then now it's time for maybe to check out like another character and start building up something else. But that wasn't what players were looking for. It makes sense, right? Like players were looking for more places to bring all of that power they spent all that time collecting. They wanted to go and have more goals to chase. And really, I think that like going back, and we had some ideas about this, but like going back and thinking about this, like an ARPG really is like it's a series of like peaks. Like you're gonna crest one mountain, you're gonna see, oh, there's these new goals.
No, after
to
all,
chase.
it's
There's new
Great
things that we
Rift.
go try to aspire
Great
to. There's more
Rift
things
should
for me to
have
find,
the
there's more
leaderboard.
stuff for me to chase. There's more stuff for me to kill, right?
No, I need to see
That's
how
what
they
it's fun.
say
Like
it,
when you
and
kinda
then I
continue
will
to see these
understand.
things,
I
and
will
when you see that,
smell
like,
it.
you don't
I will
see those
smell
peaks
it.
anymore.
Is it coming or
Like
not?
that's when you start to like really lose interest. Like, okay, well then what am I gathering all this power for? What am I doing all these things for, right? So I think that the knowing that players were going to be looking for like at the very top end of the experience, the very, very end of the experience, like that's when they want to have like the most stuff suddenly show up. I think there's an area there we've been trying to make adjustments since, right? And I think in season 4 with the introduction of things like Pit of the Artificer, which is obviously there's a lot of callbacks to like Diablo 3 Greater Rifts, as part of that feature. And also a lot of things we've done with crafting is about trying to create more goals for players to chase, more things for them to go after. Tormented bosses, same sort of thing here, right? The collection of the Uber uniques, right? Like another similar thing. So like this is these are the things I think that these are the really big lessons we learned quickly. You know, particularly like walking into the live game. And again, I apologize. I'm just gonna ahead and do this real
Oops.
fast. Except it's just not gonna turn back on. So I'll be right back as soon as this actually decides to turn on.
So for that,
Technical
Well, I'll keep talking.
difficulties.
sure, go ahead. Yeah.
Am I back? I am. I won't do that again. I apologize for everybody who's watching this.
There were gonna be
I
not
am
that
not a
many
professional
of
streamer.
them.
I am
Like
just a
Beta
person
Bear
at a
Halloween,
desk
there are gonna
right
be
now,
not that many of
having a
them. Something
conversation.
will stay, but not that many.
You were to ask me a follow-up question.
Yeah.
It's
so
the herbs. The herbs.
do you see level 100 as now like the end, or is there any possibility of having I know some people wonder, like, is there ever going to be more levels
hi,
added,
hi.
or otherwise maybe not more
Sabin,
levels, but
hi.
other
Thank you, thank
systems
you.
of progression
that.
once you are level 100. I guess we sort of have masterworking now, which you can technically say
Ha!
it's
Gonna
400,
die.
but it mostly is an end game progression system. Could we expect to see more end game progression stuff, or is it going to be more just opening up maybe more activities to do, but not necessarily progression related?
I think that the needs of the game are going to change as time goes on in terms of what's going to make the experience more fun for players. We don't want to just throw a ton of things all at the player at one time. But to answer your question, I think that there is going to be absolutely more room for progression at level cap in Diablo 4. I think like the Season of Loot Reborn is a really good like first step towards where we're trying to bring aspects of the play experience, particularly for those cap level players, to give them like I mentioned, those goals they're looking to chase. Goals are only compelling as long as the rewards for pursuing them are compelling. You know, as long as there's like really exciting stuff to go chase as part of it, right? Like, so I think that we have to continue to innovate in this space. We have to continue to add more things, and we have ideas. We have really cool stuff we want to be able to bring to the table, you know, and we have an expansion that's going to release at some point, and there's going to be stuff then too, right? So I think there's a lot of room here, not just for like other activities, which I think there's absolutely room for other activities for kind of.
Guys, what they're adding right now, everything is in blood. Okay, but what they're adding right now in season 4, I'm actually super surprised that they're bringing all of this shit now, because I thought that's what they're preparing for the expansion. I sincerely thought like this level of changes, this is expansion. And now thinking about that, so you want to tell me that right now you're giving us all of this, and then in half a year, 5 months, 4 months, you're gonna launch the expansion that should give us like major changes. Come on, all the Diablo expansions was for always like this. Diablo 2, Diablo 3, expansion means juice. Expansions means new systems, new story, new map, all of this I understand, but it also means like for real, new everything in the game. The whole Endgame was added in Diablo 3 with the expansion. Like, it's so hard for me to believe that there are freaking like 4 months from now, guys, 4 or 5 months from now, we're getting such a major update again. So, I don't know. Wie es mit deiner Mutter gelaufen ist, besser als erwartet, Leute. Besser als erwartet. Könnte schlimmer sein.
Like designed more for the end game experience,
aber ja.
but also for other progression systems and other interesting ways for players to augment their power and make cool choices.
Now, I got a quote that I'd like your thoughts on. This is from lead producer Tim Ismay, speaking of Games Radar.
Be smaller, not like Diablo 3. Naja. Fuck, I don't know. Mike, maybe you're absolutely right, but they're planning one more expansion at least. They said that they're going to be one more expansion. Fuck, but we are expecting something big, shiny, and awesome in the expansion, so maybe they will be smaller, but fucking I don't want them to be smaller. Guys, at least I remember how to swear in English. Thank you, everyone. I remember this thing. Riker is super nice. Super nice. But yeah, like of course I want $100 for the expansion, or like everyone want. I also want $100 for the expansion. I mean that they would pay it to me. But guys, no. The point is that for $100 for the expansion, you should deliver. There should be a lot for you to be able to sell it for $100. And 100, like if we don't know yet the prices, but what was leaked, 100 is the price of the full game plus expansion. That was leaked, guys. And this just expansion gonna be less. But we even don't know. They haven't released the prices yet.
He said,
Sure.
quote, "We are for sure actively discussing."
Logi Play Days funds? You, thank you so
Some
much.
Logi Play Days funds 20 Anakik Chicken Lover Nakik Banana Dance.
No, it's the other way around, my dear. It's like Logi boy, gosh, I forgot. It's totally telling you, forgot how to stream. No, guys, by the way, today is the last day when Logitech has the sale. If you wanna get yourself something Logitech-ish with a discount, it's today. Today is the last day. But you can get it. You can use this link. Check out. There are a bunch of Logitech products. They have a discount right now, and you can check it out. But thank you so much. I have pretty much everything from Logitech currently.
If not directly working on additional systems we want to add to the game.
I have keyboard, mouse, my poor mouse, for fuck's sake. This mouse is 10 years old. The mouse that I have, my mouse is 7 years old, but they released this model 10 years old, actually. Holy fuck, I must say. The shit is working perfectly. There was already blood, there was already yogurt, there was already God knows what, but this thing is still working gloriously. That thing is pretty much immortal, guys, and I really hope this week I didn't do the giveaway last week, but I hope that this week we also gonna have the Logitech giveaway on this channel. Funny week gonna be, guys. Let me remember myself how to stream, and we're gonna have it. Yeah, I perform bloody sacro using. Yeah, guys, kinda, it's absolutely true.
Game in the future, which we think will make it an even
And Logitech is a little bit sponsoring us. Isn't this awesome?
more robust experience, similar in scope to what we've been doing for Season 4 with itemization. We're very open to revisiting other parts of the game in the same way. This has led people to question skill trees, Paragon boards. Any thoughts on that you'd like to share?
So I think that there is a lot of room for iteration on things we have in the game experience of Diablo 4 today. I've already talked a little bit about some of the things I see as opportunities for improvement and like areas where when we began working in Diablo 4 and began building this game, and I think that Diablo 4 is a fantastic game, and I think that the particularly like the first playthrough like RPG experience of Diablo 4, going through the campaign, exploring the world, like finding your initial drops, like going in and finding your little stack. I think that all feels really fun and compelling. It's trying to make sure that like the other parts of the experience, like the itemization, the reward system, the power progression feature.
Mikey, since my washing machine broke in 3 months, I have a feeling that nowadays 6 years plus 7 years, it's fucking insane. It's insane time. It's really good investment. Carbot Riker, always talk about him, especially about Diablo. So, no, we always watch Carbot Animation, Joseph. Always. They're gods. They're absolutely gods of gaming animation.
The various things that become available to the player once they finish the campaign. They've kind of gone through parts of that experience. I think there's opportunities both in the kind of framework of players, the way they kind of reach that experience, the way they engage with it, as well as just more opportunities to augment that in meaningful ways. So I obviously can't like say anything very specific as part of this conversation. I hope you understand, but I absolutely, and the team remains very committed to making more improvements here, like more exciting things, for players to look forward to. I think if I could just steal the mic again for a second, and I apologize because you're the one who's asking me questions, right? But I think one thing that is worth mentioning is that season 4 is just one step in the journey, as I've mentioned many times before. But there's room for things that are going to feel distinctly like Diablo 4 that you'll see more in the future. There's more things we plan to bring out to the players as time goes on that we think are going to be a little fresh, little exciting, right? Like I think that this season release is in a
Viel,
really,
viel
really great spot. I love
Spaß.
that we have our tormented bosses in
Real
place. I
Elitist,
love that we
viel
got Indariel,
Spaß. Danke
Indariel in.
dir.
I like
Ich
that
bin
we
sehr, sehr
have the
glücklich,
Pit
wieder hier
Artificer
zu
in
sein.
place. But there's clearly more stuff that we want people to bring to players as time goes on. So there's a lot to look forward to, I think.
Fair enough. Speaking specifically about Paragon boards, what do you see as the role of blue glyphs in the game currently, and are you happy with where they are?
Yeah, so the blue magic glyphs were meant originally as
I just
a
made my electric
as the
wheels,
free
yeah.
starter glyph the players would gain access to immediately upon entering the Paragon board.
Yeah, they're wolf, and knowing like how expensive they can be, dude, you are the man with power.
They've kind of formed like they're in a vestigial role right now.
Trying
As you
to
get your rare
check
glyph drops pretty quickly as you're progressing
the
through
replies
as you get into
to their
like
post.
level 50 plus content. So as a result, like there isn't really a period of time where you don't have a rare glyph that you actually want to go pretty quickly. And if in that case, like that's where magic glyphs are meant to like step in and give you like a little bit of an extra like starting point, you know, to begin on your journey. So I think that they're kind of
Vanilla, thank you. Banana.
in a strange spot right now. I would not be surprised if we decide to make adjustments to those in the future.
Fair enough. Topic of Nightmare Dungeons. With the changes in Season 4, are you guys happy with where Nightmare Dungeons land within the canvas of things to do?
Aka, PTA, guys, after the experience of the PTA, apparently right now, they did like almost 50 dungeons will be Nightmare Dungeons in Season 4. But they still gonna feel like a chore, and even though they increased the XP, glyph XP that you're getting after the Nightmare Dungeon, it's gonna be a bullshit to level your glyphs in Nightmare Dungeons, and we all will have to do it, and we all will be doing this, and it sucks, and naya. But
Do in D4?
are you happy with it, basically?
Yeah, it's another good question. So I think that, you know, when we work on Nightmare Dungeons, let me take a step back. The feedback on Nightmare Dungeons is fairly clear. I do not like grinding Nightmare Dungeons in order to get my Paragon Glyph XP.
Here we go.
That's the feedback on Nightmare Dungeons.
Here we go.
And I ask myself sometimes, I'm curious, right? Like, all right, is there a place where Paragon Glyph XP could go that would make that you would enjoy the content, where that you would grind in order to get your Paragon Glyph
I was
XP?
also giving this feedback.
And I think that some of the problem with Nightmare Dungeons is actually just the rate at which you earn Paragon Glyph XP. That's kind of part of it, right? We saw it during the we did our Lunar New Year event earlier.
Thank you
this
so
year,
much for
right?
following.
And during that, we had glyphs, as I think you and many folks know. We had glyphs that would show up, these ancestral glyphs that would show up, that would give players these give boosts to glyph XP. And I feel like the ones that we provide as part of that event, we actually could push the bonus even higher, you know, during those moments. And because players really played a lot
We're
of
gonna sacrifice my necro, my level 100 necro.
Nightmare Dungeons during that time, particularly whenever they had those glyphs that were active, right? We think that's fun. Players want to be able to push further, and I think that that's one of our takeaways. In Season 4, we increased the glyph XP speed by 25%, so you're gonna be leveling up your glyphs a lot more quickly. But stepping back to like the actual content side of Nightmare Dungeons, a lot of the things that players kind of engage with as they're going through a Nightmare Dungeon is again, it's something that they have to react to. You know, it doesn't feel like it's engaging necessarily, as players have done them over and over and over and over again. I think there's opportunities for us to kind of like make some updates to Nightmare Dungeons in the future. I think that there's a lot of cool ideas in Nightmare Dungeons about trying to provide, you know, different experiences inside these dungeons that players have played before.
Necro.
And we wanted to be able to change them up and make them feel like very like flexible. But there's nothing I can talk about today about what we're explicitly going to do. More that we see that there is an opportunity for improvement inside that feature that we want to go ahead and execute against.
Fair enough. On the topic of set items, some games have outright said we're not doing sets. We don't feel there's a need for them. There's no room in the design space. Prior to D4's release, about 6 months prior, Rod Ferguson said that sets would come to D4 in the future. So my question now is: are sets still planned to come? And if so, what are the specific challenges that you see with implementing sets in Diablo 4's current itemization?
Well, I want to start by saying one thing, and that is, Riker, you've set me up here, okay? Buddy? All right, because I report to the guy who reports to the guy who reports to Rod Ferguson. Okay, that's the order.
I report to the guy who reports to the guy who reports to Rob Ferguson. So two people, yeah, between him and Rob. Fuck it.
That's the pecking order. Okay, so the reality I think is that I think sets are extremely cool, right? They're I think they're very, very fun. There's a question inherent in the idea of adding sets that is, how much of my character power is from this set when I get it? I think we know that in D3,
Position
a
control.
disproportionate amount of your character's power was really from those set bonuses, which is good in some ways. In that when you get your set bonuses unlocked, you feel the change. You absolutely will, right? Like that's significant. I can give you, you can get a weapon with a greater affix. It's going to give you additional 80% more damage, on your additive on your attacks.
No,
And you might not
jewelry,
notice
for
you got
fuck's
that
sake.
if you're not really paying much attention to your build overall, right? But if you get like a 2-set or a 4-set bonus in Diablo 3,
come on, people, come on, just listen to Anna. The only sets that will be, if there will be, then there will be available only like sets of jewelry, like 2 rings, a ring and an amulet, blah blah. This is the only sets that I accept. This is the only sets that can work and will be not completely ridiculous in the game. But on the other hand, I'm starting thinking about stupid barbarian that has 4 weapons, and why not having that like the set of weapons for the barbarian? Fuck, that's so much power. But then I will only agree on the set of weapons for the barbarian only for the necromancer. We're getting 2 additional ring slots because, well, you have a lot of fingers. For like a necromancer has a lot of fingers, and the skeletons have a lot of fingers, and necromancer should use 2 more rings, for fuck's sake. That makes the perfect sense. And then we have 2 set rings on the necromancer, and then you have 2 extra ones. Yes, I do love the fucking hell, where is my ring? People, I just had the ring on my hand and I lost it. Gonna go find
the way the things were tuned there, you do notice that you got those unlocks because you're building your whole character around the fact those exist, right? So I think in Diablo 4, I think that sets are a very interesting possibility. I'm not going to close the door on them. That's what I'm trying to say right now. But I want to just posit out there for you to think about, and for the community maybe to think about, or rather the people watching this right now. I have got 1 pizza worth of power to give to a player. There's only ever 1 pizza of power. That pizza could be bigger or smaller, but there's only ever 1 pizza. It has to be separated into so many slices of pizza in terms of that power. Right now, we have power being delivered from the skill tree. We have power being delivered from the Paragon board. We have power being delivered from your base level up experience. So when you just leveling up from 51 and 52 gives you stats and it gives you health, right? I have power being given to you by items. I have powers giving you affixes and greater affixes, and now the tempering recipes, right? Legendary aspects, the unique items, of course, uber unique items from your renown system. There's lots of places. There's lots of pieces of pizza out there. And the more pizza that I have to distribute across my system, the less it's possible to make things feel a little less impactful. So I want to make sure that if we were to bring sets into Diablo 4, 1, it feels like we would react to the introduction of them to make sure they've got a good amount of space. Like I could see a world where, and this is not the plan of record or anything, right? But I could see a world where, okay, the way that we think about sets in Diablo 4 is that players are now losing opportunities to make or to have uniques in slots, and that's kind of how we offset the additional power that we're giving you, because the unique powers play a disproportionate role in many builds. So now like you're kind of like, instead of choosing uniques, maybe there's some set bonuses you need instead, and they kind of fulfill a similar space power-wise, right? I think if that's going to be, that would be part of it. If we were to just add another feature with no space carved out to make things to kind of make room for it, I think that it might feel like it's not providing enough value on its own to hit the set.
No, there is inside of the ring. There is the info. Required level 29. Because it's Soj, guys. It's freaking Soj. It's Stone of Jordan. Braza, hi.
Fantasy. So that's the I think that's the challenge with adding sets to Diablo 4 today. But I do think that they're a very, very interesting concept. They're extremely Diablo. You know, like
We
we
see that
obviously
there is
love
something
sets
inside,
on the
but we
team.
cannot see
We've had this
exactly
conversation
the
many times internally about them.
required
So I think
level
that there's
29,
absolutely a future. I
guys.
think there's just conversations to have about
29.
them.
That's fair. This
Blood
kind of dovetails
necromancer
into
here. Blood
maybe this answer is very similar, but
necromancer.
rune words. We did see early in development. You guys
We're preparing
had
for the
a
blood
form of
necro
rune words.
tomorrow.
It was like the 2-piece rune words, and we've sort of not heard about them since then. Was that system scrapped? Yeah, was there like some specific problem with that implementation that was discovered, and that's not an idea that's going to come back?
Yeah, great question. So I think that rune words, in many ways, in an entirely different place than sets, in terms of like the sets are popular. People like sets. Sets are very popular. Diablo 4 was a game where we try to like bake into the
My native language is Russian, but I'm from
mythos of
Moldova.
like Return of Darkness. You know, we wanted to take a lot of nods from Diablo 1 and Diablo 2. And Diablo
Fucking all American fault.
2, obviously, one of
No,
the
I haven't
preeminent
seen the
systems in that game
Eurovision.
are rune words.
I know that there was some
Prior
scandal
to the launch
around
of
it, but
Diablo
I haven't
4,
seen
we
it.
did work on rune words for quite some time.
Drama.
We had some really, really cool stuff. And I think, and you're referring to some of the things we talked about a little bit in the past. We didn't
Guys, sets, like, in 2 words. Sets maybe will come, rune words not gonna.
feel that we had the time to iterate and polish it to get to the place where we were really going to be excited about being able to deliver it to players. It wasn't going to be ready and it wasn't going to fit quite right. So with that in mind, we didn't end up launching with that feature because we didn't want to like put it out there and have it be like a half-baked version of what we wanted to do with it, right? So as we think about the future, it's not that like rune words have lost their luster at all, right? Like I think that's there's obviously prime base there to do something extremely cool. Can't talk about anything today, you know, but I think it's pretty clear that there's Diablo 4, you know, it feels like it like the rune words would fit. Like there's a place for this someplace. We can do something, right? So I think that there's a, you know, there's room for this in the future, I think.
Wonderful.
In Russia, they arrested the Twitch streamer. They fucking arrested Twitch streamer. I a little bit like, guys. Oops.
Real quick, D3 character rebirth, is that on the radar of something to come to D4?
That's a cool thing. Are you
Yeah,
next?
so character rebirth is something we've talked about as a team. It's something we are excited about. Like Brent Gibson, the director for for expansion, is very excited about this. It's something the team is thinking about and working through and figuring out like when we could deliver this in a level of quality that we'd be excited for. So that is definitely on our radar. We know that players are now reaching a point where they've filled up all their character slots and they're looking for ways to kind of like make a little bit of room, and Rebirth is a great way to do that. So we want to make sure that we find a way to support that in the future.
All right.
Yeah, that shit
Diablo
will
3,
come,
we
probably
saw
with
power
expansion.
creep over time, and that was dealt with by the devs by just adding torment after torment after torment. How do you guys plan to address difficulty? Can we expect higher world tiers over time, or do you plan
World
to
tier
find other
5.
ways
Everyone
to
wants world tier 5.
increase difficulty, or are you even just comfortable with the difficulty as it is now in Season 4?
No, I think that the difficulty in Season 4 is in a reasonably good spot right now. But as we continue to like add more opportunities for players to get more powerful, and add more peak challenges, we're going to continue to push this envelope a little bit. Now, whether that is in the form of torment tiers or anything else, I think the real question here is like, how do you make the game difficult at some stage? Like, where does difficulty come from? You know, in an ARPG. And I think that there is
Gonna be peaks.
we have a few spaces to operate, so we can make players weaker. You know, which very, very early actually iterations of Nightmare Dungeon Sigils did actually quite a bit of this. You know, it just made players weaker. There's still some efficacy out there on sigils that will still do a little bit of this. Like monsters take less damage from fire, things like that, right? You can make monsters hit harder and get closer to get to a one-shot situation with players more quickly, right? But players are fast, so maybe we should CC them more so that they have to stop, and then we hit them and then they die, right? So like that's another thing we could potentially do, right, to make the game more challenging. And then there is the idea of adding more health to monsters. So like, okay, well maybe what we need to do here is like maybe monsters can take a few more hits. They have more time on field to do something as part of a fight. If we
Silver
do that
Surfer.
too much, and it just becomes a giant slog. That might not be the most fun experience either. So I think that there's obviously a conversation we had there. I think that right now the way that we're thinking about this is that we want players to feel strong. We do want players to feel that they have, particularly in the form of the Artificer's
Maybe runes will also come. Would be funny.
Pit in season 4. We do want to feel like that is the measuring stick. I think Colin mentioned this on stream, right? But this is a place where like once you've gotten yourself into a good spot, like you've started to like get your your greater affix gear together, you're starting to masterwork all your stuff. Obviously, you have all your tempered affixes on your items. We want you to go have a place where you can really push and like feel that like you can and have the game push
They
back
did try a
against you.
bunch of shit.
And if we don't want to just chain CC, and we don't want to just have area like in screen wide one-hit attacks, so that you are running very particular builds.
Then you
We are in a place
probably
where we
need
want
to
to
do
make sure the
something
monsters have like a
else,
little bit
which
more
is
health.
pit.
They can stick around a little bit longer, and we're going to see how that plays out as players kind of dig deeper and deeper into the overall experience.
What if we will... Sorry, my train of thoughts is like, again, guys, you're bound to an instant. You are currently like the game, you're not replaying the story anymore. And you are not that much going into the open world. This will change with the Helltide, I believe. With the changes with the Helltide, you will be spending a lot of time in the Helltide. But still, it's like particular areas of the open world for you. And what if we're gonna change the Helltide areas and just put us into the different areas? Like at least rotate the areas of the Helltide, change them, and this way you will be spending more time in the open world, something like this. The idea, because Nightmare Dungeons, you never go into the open world, you just go into the dungeons. Pit, you're gonna spend shit tons of time in the pit, you're gonna be only in the pit, so you're also never gonna see the open world. This is the issue of Diablo 3, kinda, that you don't see anything. You only stay in town and go into the rifts.
So yeah, that's the current thinking on things, and we'll see how that evolves. Particularly after we go past season 4.
Oh fuck, make some kind of Tree of Whispers quest that also reward glyph. Fuck, that would be cool. That would be super, super cool. Ah, wait a second, George. That is the dungeons. That's literally the dungeons. That's literally how it's gonna go, how it's gonna be. Argonon, thank you so much. Super, super hyped. I need a vacation after vacation. Tree of Whispers thing. No, but Tree of Whispers should be also the thing that you can go into that you can do into the open world. Because guys, I don't know how you, but I, for example, I can't do the same activity. I can't non-stop for 5 hours blast only Nightmare Dungeons. I don't have the brain capacity for this. I'm tired from this. I like switching between different activities. This way your brain is not... And now probably you're gonna spend 5 hours in the Helltide and then go 5 hours into Nightmare Dungeons and then go into the pit. But I would prefer to switch them to go here, there, here, and probably that's actually creating the nice flow for me. How to say flow in German, by the way, asking. We're gonna play Necro in Diablo for tomorrow. Please shake your head. I guess you.
We see how players are engaging with things like the pit. I mean, I'll say that like for the Avatar of Zir.
Oh, Simic, my dear, we had the will. I don't remember where. Flow in German, also the flow. Cool. Thank you so much. Durchfluss. No one will ever say this. Durchfluss, that's something. Läuft wie Butter. That's all reminds me something bad. Something bad. The disease, diarrhea. No, I haven't said anything. Philip, we had not the pole, but the wheel. You remember like the wheel we had? Which character should I start? The wheel. The choosing wheel. Do we have the link somewhere?
The health scaling in Avatar 0
How can it glyph? Daniel, come on, you will be able. Guys, level 150 pit will be the same difficulty as level 25 Avatar of Zir. With one big change, Tempering and Master Working gonna give you extra super OP power, and that's why you will be able to do this shit.
was insane. Like that was extremely high. We knew it was possible for players to finish the tier 25 Avatar 0 run, for example. But we didn't expect any players to do it. Not a ton of players did. But the numbers that did, I was still surprised by. You know, like this there's a lot of room for players to like push inside this experience. And I just want to like spread that out more granularly at a minimum, you know, over the course of the Artificer's Pit, and then go beyond that a little bit where possible. In the future, we'll see.
What's your approach towards, I'm going to call this aspirational content, I don't know if it's the right term, but basically content in the game that is not necessarily going to be completed by everyone. You know, it's for the hardcore people. If you know, people really apply themselves, they might get it, but they also don't feel bad not achieving that. And I feel it's really tough to find that balance of putting something in the game where it's like, I'm satisfied with the game, even though I haven't done this thing over here. Because I feel what we tend to see, or what often ends up happening is, people complain and things have to get nerfed so that everyone can accomplish this content. And do you feel you have...
Apparently a lot of people play Diablo Immortal, and Diablo Immortal is introducing the new character, the Tempest, and let's check just a video of this character, because maybe something like this will be in Diablo 4.
No, you know, you really need to apply yourself to do this, and yeah. What's your approach, I guess, towards designing that, implementing, and in what quantity?
Yeah, great question, actually. Great question. So I think I could think of a couple examples of this, right? So the first example is uber unique items. You know, obviously when uber unique items first started appearing in the game, they had an extremely low, extraordinarily, vanishingly low drop chance for players.
Yes, I do.
And that was intentional. You know, we wanted to make sure that this was our moment to replicate those beats in D2 where high rune drops for you, fall to your chair. It's a giant deal. Like, you're extremely excited because it's so rare. If a thing is dropping so frequently that you see it like every other session, it doesn't have the same value inherently as a thing that is extraordinarily rare that you don't expect. This is important. You don't expect to get every time you build a character and run through a season. But a lot of the experience of playing an ARPG is about trying to acquire these really, really big items and feeling that you have a chance to do that. I think that our relationship...
Easy. Thank you so much. Thank you. We also really wondering why the clan system in Immortal is absolutely godly, and it's amazing.
With like the way that things drop like now, particularly for the Diablo audience, it's very different than it was, you know, in 2000 and 2002 and 2003, when like Diablo 2 was like really its absolute peak, right? So I think that that's a thing we keep in mind, the thing we think about now especially. So we've provided some opportunities for players to get uber unique items. You know, now you can farm Duriel, and that's a way for you to kind of like, eventually you will, if you continue to farm, you will get a chance, good chances to drop uber unique off of Duriel. Not every player wants to go do Duriel runs endlessly, right? But they might if they want to go.
They will want to do Andy.
Really care deeply about getting that.
Yes, I met Riker. By the way, I met Riker. Fuck, guys, 3 times. I met him a couple of times during the events. He was in Germany. He was in Germany also. This guy. He was exploring Germany a little bit.
That uber unique item.
Yes, he's in real life. He's also really sexy.
Right. So I think that we want to provide opportunities for players to get some of this.
It would be
stuff.
so insane, but Josh, that would be super MMO-ish.
But like that's just one example. The other example of this is thinking again about Uber Lilith, right? We had
She is so smart, guys. Yes, she's Romanian, but she speaks like 6, 7 languages, something like this. I don't know. I meet them and I feel myself so dumb. They are like OP couple.
The conversation on the team was, okay, should Uber Lilith be balanced so that every build for every class can kill Uber Lilith? It's an excellent question. You know, that means that if we were to say that the answer to that is yes, and every build can absolutely definitively kill Uber Lilith.
Yeah, he was.
That means that
he was in the game.
The fight is actually entirely about the execution of the encounter, and doesn't have anything to do with your stats at all. So like there's like maybe there's a world where you say like actually we're gonna put a debuff on the character and everybody set it at the same exact power level and like all stats are new to it's like, but is that really an ARPG if we do that? Probably not. Like you want to be able to take your value into that fight, take that power into the fight, and feel that you can push through it, right? When you mentioned at the top of our discussion today that you that you thought that the conversation that Joe had on the stream a while ago, where he mentioned that the SARPG thing, right? Like Diablo is an SA, it's a SARPG, systems ARPG. One of the things he mentioned as part of that discussion is that we think that the decisions you make before an encounter needs to play a bigger role in the outcome of that encounter than the execution of that encounter. Wind that back, we're saying like, okay, so you should be able to like gear through some things. Skill at some point becomes really more of a bonus when you get into some of these encounters if you are exactly aligned on your build and you've done all of the
Blood
investment, you get all these things together. That power needs to shine through. I think that like this is like where real is. Everybody kind of got to this point. Players kind of bashed themselves into it and then get really upset. They couldn't really it wasn't working. It didn't play like other parts of the game experience. So I think that as we like reflecting back on this, thinking about what aspirational challenges need to look like in the future, we want to make sure that they are clear, and we want to make sure that they are like the difficulty
Because
of them.
necro minions,
a
guys,
thing like,
it's impossible to say no to it.
If it's a thing like, imagine we add a new boss, that is like, okay, now you have to kill all of the tormented bosses to get a new widget to go and then summon an extra tormented boss who is level 500, right? Like something insane, right? Let's say that. We would position that in a way where it's like, this is
Let's watch
impossible.
also the DM interview.
That's what this is. This is players will never do this. Like, and that's how we'd have to basically talk about it, right? So that people wouldn't get disappointed when they couldn't do it. When we talked about Abattoir of Zir was extremely challenging content.
Minions.
It arrived very late in the season, so we had players who had done a ton of gearing up to that point in the Season of Blood. But we didn't get a ton of extraordinarily negative feedback with the difficulty of that space because we laid it out as like, look, this is more challenging than Nightmare Dungeons. It goes beyond everything else we have in the game. It's extremely challenging. Players didn't all walk in expecting to clear tier 25 Abattoir of Zir.
Will Elon Musk play season 4? Ask Woody. He only had Joe, DM had Adam.
Their relationship with the difficulty of that content, varies because there was a ton of health scaling in that. And also a lot of one-shotting in some cases, but I think that was an example of like, hey, here's aspirational content that not every player believed they could do, but they could see it that way a little bit, right? So these are the things that we're going to be navigating. In the future, we want to make it really, really clear if it's extraordinarily challenging,
and
make it clear how it's extraordinarily challenging, and then allow that to kind of like ride. So like getting a greater affix drops are not really like a good example of this because you really think of like it's a goal that I'm trying to hit for myself. I have to overcome a challenge. That's how I would think about that space.
I guess it sort of ties in as well to what we've been talking about throughout. The changes and evolution that D4 has gone through since launch, we've seen an increase in the pace of just the pace of the game, period. More density, faster. This has all been in response to community feedback. A lot of people are saying the game is becoming more and more like Diablo 3 in its pace. Do you feel that the vision for Diablo 4 has changed since launch when it was that sort of slower game with, the more CCs and the combat and all that kind of stuff?
Diablo 2-ish.
Yeah, I think
Diablo 3-ish.
Diablo 4 is evolving, right? Like in the same way that Diablo 3 evolved, if you want to think of it that way as well, right? Like Diablo 3's initial difficulty modes were extremely punishing, like as you kind of like progress through them, and it was very, very challenging, right? As we think about Diablo 4 and like what we've been going through, like a lot of Diablo 4 is kind of it's the DNA of the game is baked in this idea that we have this massive contiguous world, right? And the player is going to experience that on their journey as they kind of progress through the World Sanctuary, and they're able to stop Lilith, spoilers, right? And save the world, and absolutely nothing bad happens at the end. Everything's fine, right? So I think that things have evolved, right? And part of that has been like a good example of this is that when you think about like a many open world games, right? There is a part of the experience is going and exploring the world, right? And finding all these things and going to all these places. Like when I talked about when we talked about the renown system a little bit, right? Like it's kind of like seeing all of this stuff, right? But in ARPG, like we'll see players go into like one dungeon like 800 times, to level up on like their second character because it's faster than going and wandering around the world and doing quests or doing something.
This is so ridiculous for me, but that's exactly what people do. For real. One dungeon over 800 times, that's it.
Even if it's like not necessarily more engaging.
I think Woody did it. I think Woody somehow spread this. And now people do it.
Maybe. It's different from player to player. People like grinding, right? But like it's just a different mentality on that second playthrough. And I think that like as we see the game kind of evolve and and as we're like kind of hearing what our fans are looking for and we're kind of like engaging with these problems, I think that we're seeing like there's opportunities to like speed up aspects of this of combat in general, right? Like we gaining spirit energy on a druid at launch was very, very difficult, right? Like it was a very slow pace, or like when you could actually really like launch out a tornado or anything else, right? It's just a very different experience. We want to make that a little bit faster.
The most effective way to level.
Some monsters just felt like it just took a little too long to kill. And we want to make that a little faster too. Like we want to make sure the players felt like they weren't like wandering like for a long period of time without seeing a thing to fight. And that when we talk about density, what's we're really talking about is making sure that like the pacing of the combat experience feels more engaging. So that you're excited, and
I also enjoy leveling.
Some of your cooldowns might still be off cooldown from the last fight, as opposed to you wait 9 seconds and eventually a lot of things come back, So I think we're absolutely evolving things. I think it's safe to say like there are a lot of learnings from D3 that are worth considering, right? They're worth thinking about. Not that everything in D3 makes sense in D4 because it doesn't. It just doesn't. It's just wildly different games, But there are some things there that I think are really important, like making sure that the combat feels punchy. Making sure that the abilities feel like very fluid, making sure that that when you're killing like swarms of monsters, it feels visceral, feels exciting to do this, and you can move swiftly through these packs of monsters. What I think we need to do, what D4 is doing now, is now like really creating its own identity, right? It's now like okay, we have this phenomenal campaign. We have all of these really great classes. We have like all these powers and unique items and all of these things for players to engage with. It's about bringing all of these things together, to make one really exciting like journey through the game world each season, right? For when you decide you want to go back and you want to play again, right? And there's lots of players who have never played a season-based game before who are now playing D4 and they're having their own relationship with this. So they're trying to learn how to do it.
And complain that you need to
there's a lot of things we can build
on.
on top of, like this framework that we've been working on, as I've mentioned before, to really make it kind of like more unique gameplay opportunities that like really are specific to Diablo 4. And that's where things are going. Like a lot of the steps we've been taking so far, they feel like, oh well, that's something from Diablo 3, and this is the thing here, like, but it's all going in a direction, and we're really.
Dort, thank you. Banana! Kamanaria cannot escape, thank you!
Excited to show you more of that as we continue to make steps on there. That's being a live game immediately out the gate for Diablo 4 has been a huge blessing for us, in that it's given us all of these cycles to iterate and make the game better and bigger and more, right? And just keep learning, right, about like what players are looking for now versus like what they might have told us in beta, or what they might have told us, in user research groups, or what they might have told us in D3. Even the players who are playing D3 now, say different things than what D4 players say now. Like it's been a journey. It's been a lot of fun.
Well, thank you very much. I've taken even more of your time, but
I didn't even realize what time it was.
If you want to keep going, we could. But if you have any closing thoughts before we finish, and also
I just like talking about D4.
We're gonna be eating steak in season 4 yet.
Okay, so I don't even know what that is referencing. Once again. I feel like people make like beef things sometimes. I don't even know what we're talking about. In terms of like, I just want to say thank you, right? Like to you, Riker, to the community who provide questions, but also just to everybody who still cares enough about Diablo 4 to like give us feedback and leave posts, like leave comments on things, and just keep checking stuff out. Like we're the team is super excited about getting season 4 out, so that we can then start working on the next thing that's going to make it even better. Right, and that's gonna be a conversation between us.
What people gonna be complaining in season 4,
Alrighty.
guys?
Thanks again, Joe.
The
We're gonna-
whole new
we're gonna
complaining journey lays
Close up
ahead
the
of
call
us.
here. I'm gonna
Ah, so wonderful, guys. What are they gonna complain? What are we gonna complain? Isn't this incredible? So, new trailer, let's go.
We should have died that night. Sanctuary's evil had been unleashed upon us. Our captain, the rest of the crew, slaughtered. We thought that night would be our last. We could never have imagined. Tempests, ancient history come to life, standing against demons and death. We will never forget what we saw on that ship. The two were masters of wind and water, fighting with elemental fury. They saved us, but I will never forget their warning. The armies of hell are coming for us all, and we will meet them with the perfect storm.
Diablo Immortal is stupidly beautiful game. Exactly. Guys, they're releasing already the second character. I mean, must be big enough for them to make content, new content. They can do the cinematic. Of course they can do cinematic. Fuck yeah. Good, guys. Super, super good.
I just finished with the
How I feel. Guys, gonna disappear for a millisecond and we're gonna be back super, super quick and we're gonna go watch the last interview. Here we go. Millisecond. Adam Jackson, where is his sword? No, he's still doing it from home. It's still the same fucking room. Gonna be back super quick.
The time has come for this cookie. Nom 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 nom. Oh, nom 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 nom.
Guys, it's fucking heist. Tomorrow is the day of my fucking death, apparently. Thank you so much for following. I don't know, people. I don't know. The D-Day. Deutschland ticket. Deutschland! Ticket. So, we have the last interview, goddammit, if I'm not mistaken. We have the DM and Gazi interview. Let's see what those dudes talked about.
It turns out.
So I've
Excited
heard.
to talk about him.
I don't know. Don't get Gazi star the minions when we get going, man. That's gonna, it's
We've
gonna be.
spent like the last few days. I've told DM you gotta make sure that I don't go off on a rant here.
By the way, fucking hell, real German woman. Guys, so there is the period of German festivals starting here. Let's go, music. the period of German festivals is starting. If you think that in Germany there is only Oktoberfest, fuck this. There is literally the festivals during the whole summer, and it's all the time. And it's like a lot. Everyone is partying here. I don't know if the Germans are even working. It seems like they're just partying. But for the German festivals, you kind of need a traditional outfit. Tony Knight, hi. You need a traditional German outfit. Arno's alerts, for example. But this is the male one. And for the females, you need a dress. You need a dirndl. Germans correct me. Dirndl. No, this shit you need. So you're going to wear like an outfit, no kind of. If you don't wanna. If I wanna blend in, dirndl. Yeah, I wanna blend in. I kind of wanna like locals think that I am kind of local. I need to get myself D1. But it's super weird. Super weird.
Because we're gonna spend the next 45
I
minutes
already
on that
found
topic,
the
so
shop.
we've done our best to make sure we don't.
I'm prepared to be German,
I'm trying to keep him on a leash from the whole thing.
The bratwurst. All you need is a. But no, like everyone they in the dresses and in the lederhosen, and it's me.
Some people it's necro minion. Some people it's breaking the game with Barb permanently. Everybody's got their thing.
All right. So with that being said, I think we've stalled enough to let the people roll in. If you're not here by now, we're just going to get going. We kind of we're wasting a minute or two because we're a couple minutes early. But with that being said, thank you everyone for joining across the different live stream platforms for this interview with Blizzard's own Adam Jackson. Before we get going, you wanted to say who you are, what your job is over there for the people that for some reason don't happen to know.
Yeah, totally. So hi everybody, my name is Adam Jackson. I'm the lead class designer, specifically on the live classes team. So our group handles a lot of the pretty much all of the balance updates that you see going into the game for classes. We also are heavily involved in systems and the stuff that you see really in seasonal and expansion releases that have to do with the things that you farm and why, and the classes themselves, and the new legendaries, uniques going in, that kind of stuff.
I could see Shaki wearing that.
And Gazi, introduce yourself for the people that don't know.
Minion Andy, I guess is the easiest way to describe it. I do mostly written guides, content for ARPG games. Mostly for Path of Exile, Diablo 4, Last Epoch recently.
You should launch like a music songs to sing along. Shit!
Minion enjoyer. I can't get enough of it.
Minion Andy Gazi, and then of course I'm DM. And with that being said, we're going to get going. So thank you, first of all, for joining us for the interview. It is now 1 p.m. PST. We're going to start with our first question. So right out of the get-go, we have some questions. Hopefully we can get to all of them. If we don't, it's all good. We're going to start with the first one here, which is with the recent focus of gameplay being post-100, the 1 to 50 process a little faster than it used to be on launch, right? What are the team's thoughts on progressing the Paragon system? An example being like new Paragon boards, etc.
Yeah. So I think there's definitely room, I believe, and this is like my personal opinion talking here, but I think that there's definitely room to make Paragon more interesting. Adding new boards and things is always on the table. That is something that we can do, and probably is something that we will do. But the way that we kind of think of Paragon is that it's kind of your one-stop shop where we try to make stats cool. Right? Like why you care about strength, why you care about whatever stats you're chasing. Like it's one of those places where we try to make it a little bit more interesting.
I'm the vanilla bear. I'm the vanilla bear. Nobody can overpower my popularity. Vanilla bear.
I know it's not too loud, but Paragon boards are super cool. Intelligence is giving you resistance.
Did a decent job at the launch game with Paragon, but I think that there's more that we could add to the depth of the system to make it.
You can add new boards.
Just more appealing. We did a little bit of that in season 2. If you remember, we started adding scaling mechanics where we turn some of your stats that are always additive into multiplicative scaling stats, like usually in legendary Paragon nodes and other places. But that's kind of a little bit of experimentation in that regard. I would expect that we do more in the future. Of course, nothing to announce, but that's kind of how we're thinking about it right now, is that it's cool. We think there's more opportunity to do cool things there.
Variety for the boards.
It's something simple like adding new boards. Yeah, I don't think there's really a high risk there, and it's something that I could totally see us doing.
I'm curious to the idea of the further development of the Paragon system, because I know in the interview you had with Rax, the question regarding the skill tree was that the idea was to not further develop that, at least not too much, for the sake of new and newer players. And then after level 50, we see a progression of that part being the game focus for the company. But how do you see that? Well, how does the team think about the progression of that development without making it too advanced for those players?
Yeah, good question. Paragon board sits in a different place than the skill tree, right? Skill tree is like the very first thing you're introduced to as a player. So keeping that experience really easy to understand and robust for someone that's never played an ARPG before is a much harder task compared to Paragon, where Paragon, you've already gotten pretty far into the game or beat the campaign is our expectation. So we're allowed to add more complexity at that point in the game. That being said, there are some like UX issues that I think we know about with Paragon. Like, it can be a pain to reset and fill in all the many little blips that you have to. Like, I think those are actually more concerning issues that I would rather see us tackle than only adding new content. I think we can do both, of course. But these are kinds of the things of the problems that we're looking to solve, I guess you could say, with Paragon. Simplicity is always a factor because we do want people to understand our game, and ARPGs are notoriously crunchy. But if there is a place that we can be a little crunchier, I would say it is in Paragon, if anywhere in our game, if that makes sense.
That's fair. We can move on to the next question we have is that as many people are planning their builds in Season 4, and we would like to ask for some clarity pre-launch regarding tempering affixes, mostly due to the fact that the patch notes stated that they'd be balanced, but lack specific details. And I guess the same question applies to core modifiers such as ranks of Golem Mastery being available in multiple item slots.
Yeah, lots of people like to ask about Golem Mastery. So I guess what I would say is when it comes to patch notes and what we show to players between PTR and live is that we kind of have rules and guidelines for how we present patch notes and what we put in them for between releases. And PTR is kind of a special case because PTR, we're introducing new content to you for the first time, but then the live patch is actually when we introduce that content for real. And I'm using air quotes, right? Because not everybody is expected to play the PTR. PTR is also notoriously not balanced because it's way earlier in development than when we would normally release something. And so, managing expectations and how we present patch notes is something that we're still figuring out. And what that really means is, when we introduce whole new systems to the game, we don't specify every single little detail of them. As an example, in the PTR, when we introduce the recipes, we don't list every single tempering recipe and what the numbers are right now in the PTR notes, because our notes are already huge. It would blow them out and make them way bigger, right? And then if we, don't put them in PTR, but then we put them in live, then we blow out those notes. And then it's like, well, why didn't you put them in PTR? And then if we only show the difference, like only show the things that we changed, then people are wondering, well, why did you only show like half the tempering recipes? Because those are the ones that you changed, but you're not showing the rest. And then it can get confusing of like, well, where are the rest of the recipes, right? Like, why don't you just show it all? And so like, it's an easy kind of thing to get caught up in what we show. So in the future, I think we can show more. It just means that we would have to like commit to showing that in the PTR, which then means there's more pressure on the PTR release to have those things in a better state and actually quantify out the bigger list of changes, right? So it depends. But as far as like specifics, if you want to know some of the things like that are changing with tempering, there's a whole lot of number changes. Most of them are minor and aren't really that big of a deal. We did shift around where a few of the recipes or not like what stats are in what recipes and that kind of stuff to make more sense based on feedback, and then we did adjust some things that were just the typical this is early in development and wasn't intended at all, but it's PTR, so this is when you get to see it. The ranks of Golem Masteries in that category, I think people were getting crazy, like 25 plus or something ranks. No, it's supposed to be just like every single other passive that you get. It's only in, very few slots, and it's very special when you get it. So, if you were planning on making a Golem build where they slam for 2 billion damage, you're not going to do it via mastery ranks.
What is
this? But I'm sure there's other ways.
Look, guys. Did this pull in my community yesterday for Diablo 4? Necromancers are rise, 6% rogues. Too bad. Yeah, no, everyone gonna play Necromancer. We're gonna play Necromancer. Everyone fucking gonna play Necromancer.
Ways to still make things crazy.
There, Gazi got his minion. He got
I'm
his
gonna play
minion question
Necromancer.
and got an answer there. Nice and
So, guys, the season starts 7 p.m. my time. So I will start around 5 p.m., 4 p.m., 4 p.m., 5 p.m. That feels so weird in case. 4 p.m., 5 p.m. my time. If I won't fall asleep, guys, you know I'm a grandma.
early. Got it out of the way. So
everyone wants a Monco Paladin class, and most likely that's what's coming.
An additional follow-up to that. Did you guys get out of the PTR what you were hoping to get? I know the players were excited to actually get their hands on the PTR and test it out, etc. But I'm curious if you guys got what you were hoping to get out of launching a PTR.
Oh, absolutely, in spades. When we released very large swaths of the game, like I would say the launch was the closest to this. Season 2 was moderately close to this, but I think this is bigger than that because we updated all of itemization, right? We gave people stats and powers that they never had access to, not limited to uniques where we can very control, like, hey, you get this very specific, special, powerful thing, but in items
necro,
like, tempering affixes and things.
By the way, which pack from the seasonal journey Necromancer is getting? Which items? Which builds?
Where we let you get bonus projectiles across the board or area size.
Is Rogue now bad? Yeah, not quite.
Those are very high risk things from our point of view. And by risk, I mean like, not only are they scary because of balance, but they're scary because of like PC performance and breaking servers and stuff. Because a lot of our game wasn't made in mind with every projectile could not just have one more, but be doubled in the amount. Or, the size of these skills were handcrafted to be, this is the size. And, we may have a back alley deal like, yep, we're never going to do that again. Have a handshake. We're never going to increase it, whatever, because this is what the size is going to be. And then we're like, oh, wait, we want to double it and do more than, actually, we did more than double it in PTR. We didn't even have a cap. And so we have to figure out like how we're going to
there are some possibilities with
manage these things for the long term and be healthy in the game. PTR was incredibly helpful for that. We got a ton of balance feedback, which is nice. But I would say the bigger important one was like, how does the game feel? Like the playing through the whole experience of tempering, masterworking, and that progression.
It felt fucking amazing. Give it back.
We can have an idea of it, but when you have 50, 100, 200, even 1,000 people playing it, it's not nearly as much information as you would think compared to like 10 million.
I usually play not meta class,
right? Or whatever.
Just because.
Like when you throw numbers at something, you really see the cracks very.
This once in eternity when your class is actually meta, and you were not expecting this, and you don't want all the random people being in your category playing your class. What the hell are you all doing with my minions? I was here before you.
Very quickly and very easily, and they're more clear. Whereas when we're only testing things internally, we'll be like, oh, this could be a problem, or oh, this doesn't feel great, but it might be fine, right? Like we can have a discussion and we're using our brains and figuring it out, but we don't have the surety that we do when we throw a ton of people at it, especially people who are experts on ARPGs like you guys and our other creators and even just hardcore community members that really like to crunch these numbers and figure things out. They'll find things in 5 minutes that might take us 5 days, right? So it's just efficient. Okay. So yeah, short answer, yes, incredibly useful.
I appreciate the insight on that one. So moving on to the next question here. So one of the major things that are happening in Season 4 is obviously itemization. That rework is now being complete with Loot Reborn. What would you guys like to focus on next as your next sort of major focus?
Marie.
Yeah. That's a really good question. I can't get super specific details, but I can give you ideas of how we're thinking about things right now.
Sure.
Immediate future, I think actually the focus of the team is on reacting to Season 4 and this big upheaval that we did to the game. I am very sure that there will be cracks in tempering and masterworking and the player journey as far as, the pit and how all of this feels when put together of like how good the game actually is. And those cracks are going to need to be iterated on and filled a little bit of like, hey, we need more tempering recipes here, or hey, the progression of the pit doesn't feel that great there, or whatever, right? Our immediate thing is because we upheavaled so much in our game, your whole end game way that you interact with Diablo 4 and your item progression is now a journey rather than just you hope the perfect item drops and you're done. Those are huge foundational things in ARPG. So making those and refining those to be good is the immediate largest concern by a pretty good amount. Like I think when you look at like what we're thinking of with updates with Season 5, right now I'm being a little bit cagey of like, I need to leave some reaction time for my team and myself to like really look at Season 4 of what are the things that we need to react to quickly that would be the most benefit, the biggest bang for your buck in Season 5, for example. But thinking a little bit more long term, like things that aren't immediately
I'm okay. How are you?
reactions to season 4. I would say, we're definitely taking a stab at it in season 4, but I think that there's still going to be room to try and make the end game better for longer. Like have that tail feel good for a longer period of time and have a little bit more refinement in that section of the game, so to speak. So we're
You
thinking
survived,
and talking
guys.
a lot
You
about
survived.
that.
Say
Because it's
thank
been
you to
a
that
thing that we've been, asked about by the community basically since we launched. Is like better end game, better end game, better end game. And so that's something that's on our mind. Also on the class side, personally, one of the things that's on my mind a lot is trying to catch up other classes to Barbarian because Barbarians have more weapons. This has been a big thorn in our side for a very long time of that they kind of have two class
They really need to do
mechanics and
something
everybody else
about
has
it,
one.
yeah.
And so our current plan is to kind of juice up those other classes so that they're really crazy, impactful, and good and feel awesome so that they kind of make up for the lack of aspects that Barbarians get. And itemization makes Barbarians stronger. Like there's a bunch of things that having more items makes difficult to balance, I would say. And so really having a firm, solid answer to that. We kind of addressed it a little bit in season 4 with the Necromancer is our first whack at this, where we just juiced the Book of the Dead and made it crazy, powerful, and good, and tried to do it in a way that wasn't just numbers, like make it cool, right? This is something that I told my people a lot to focus on. And so we're going to see how that goes, but I want to do that for the other classes, right? So that's kind of one of the big things at the top of
Necromancer
our mind
will shine this season.
So with in-game... Oh, sorry, go, Gazi.
I was just curious, like we talk about endgame, that's the focus. Endgame. I'm curious about the definition. Like, what are we talking about when we say endgame? Because that's different from, it's very subjective, right? Are we talking about level 50 to 100, or are we talking about post 100?
Yep. So funny you asked. I think Joe P mentioned it in an earlier interview. We used to think of endgame as everything after the campaign was our original definition when we launched the game. And we had to change our definition because that wasn't what players were thinking and saying, and the way that just people talked about our game. They thought endgame was post 100 or maybe world tier 4, right? And right now, I would say it's still not exactly perfect of what we think of when we say endgame. I think people still have various opinions. My definition of endgame is probably something close to world tier 4 and when that starts. Or when you get to level 100 is an obvious benchmark that people can have. But in my mind, it's when you have access to all of the activities that you can do in the game, which to me would now probably be whenever you go into the pit. Because there's no activity after that is like a new activity that you could not access at all.
Also,
so that's what I think of when I think of endgame. But I think if you ask 10 different people, you may get like 3 or 4 different answers. But that's kind of how we think about it and talk about it mostly on the team. Either that or level 100, if you want to think about it that way.
So how do you deal with the difficulty of
Necrodex,
creating
Sorceress,
in-game when
Bible,
players are
absolutely.
able to consume the content quicker than almost any developer is going to be able to produce the in-game, while also shrinking the beginning portion of the game? You level to 100 faster than you ever have. You're able to get into these in-game activities faster than ever, but you're also at a
No,
deficit.
they said they launched the game with this idea, not anymore, because the game changed, and now the end game is when you are unlocking all the activities in the game. Aka, you're unlocking Pit. Aka, it's Nightmare Dungeon 46 plus. Aka, this is something you will be close to level 100, like 90 plus.
Of in-game content, so you're developing it while people are consuming it faster than you can. How do you resolve these issues?
Oh God, this is a very long answer, and I could go into it for a long time. So I'll try to keep it brief. It's a very difficult problem, and it is one that I think every ARPG has, and it's one that we all have to kind of live with and mitigate. But there isn't a perfect forever solution, because really what you're saying is, and this is like the two things that are competing, right? Is
70 plus
players want content, and our game is a power fantasy. That's what ARPGs are, right? We sell you on, you do things to become more powerful, to have a new mountain to climb, to be more powerful, to have a new mountain to climb. Problem is, there are only so many mountains that we can make as a development team, right? Because the mountains are usually content. And so the difficulty that I think every ARPG runs into is you can only create so many mountains. So the first thing we try to do is create as many mountains as we can, right? Have as many various endgame activities and things for you to do that are interesting and awesome. And then, do that for as long as we can. But like you said, people are crazy and they consume content really, really quick. Some of them do, some of them not so much. And we have to balance between those two player types, which is a whole nother conversation. But then on the other side, for the people that can consume that content quickly, we want to make sure that there's things for them to do that are interesting and meaningful, right? And so this is why you see a very common way that ARPGs are designed is that we use random generated dungeons and random generated content for the end game. And why we do things like scale things either pretty hard or infinitely so that you have a challenge against your player power, right? Like player power goes up, you need something to fight against it as you're getting better. If you don't have something to fight against it, then really your answers are like make another character and do the journey again, or you get bored, leave, come back later, right? And those are kind of the options that a player has, or go against infinitely scaling content. That's kind of like the box that we're in when we're designing, and a lot of our work as designers is how do we make fun content and resolve these issues as best we can. A perfect solution requires like a paradigm shift, I think, of like you have to kind of change what an ARPG is and like make your game ARPG, but also a little bit of something else so that you don't have to worry about this problem. But in an ARPG space, I think this is kind of just what it is and how people progress through it. It is a challenge that we're forever going to have. And so you're going to see us, kind of bounce back and forth of like infinitely scaling content, but also matching that with milestone content or aspirational content is another word that people like to use that I like of, like Uber Lilith or these things where it's like, I get this thing, I see this thing, it's a fixed difficulty. I want to get good enough to beat that. And then I feel good and I can either stop or try and go to the next thing until there's things that run out. And then I'm happy and I leave happy, right? Our goal at the higher level is that you leave happy, right? And whether that means you're doing aspirational or you do forever content for a while and then you kind of churn out, we want to make sure both of those experiences feel good.
Sure.
That's fair. Listening to that answer, I mean, do you feel like, or would it be fair to say that the team's focus on effort right now has gone from the early stage of focusing on new player acquisition to more of an returning player focus and end-game replayability and longevity of the player base? Is that where the focus is? Would that be fair to say?
We're focused on both, I think.
Marketing team is focusing on bringing the new players. They don't care what you do with
my
people.
team right now is focused on the latter part, but remember Diablo 4 is a large team with many different sub-teams. I'm on the live team. So my focus right now is kind of endgame because that's just what we see as a place we could do better. But there are people on the team absolutely focused on new player experience, new player how they interact with the game, returning players that have, they played the original campaign and then left and they're coming back. That's a discussion that we're having as well. How do we make that
Josh, your friendo's gonna go back in season 4.
There's actually a lot of different classes of players
on the
and the types of people that play Diablo 4 because it's such a large game. We're trying to appeal to many different types of people that play RPGs and even those that this is their introductory game. So our task is a little different than some other games where, they have a more specific focus. We try to grab it all. We're greedy, but we want to make sure that our game's good for both parties, and that does mean there's some sacrifices sometimes. But we really are like trying to make it good for all of them.
You will always have to sacrifice something.
That's fair.
It's a hard problem.
You cannot make the game that will be good for everyone.
Like high level vision.
Let's just move on to the next question since we're kind of limited on time.
And Puppet Exile, people gonna shit on Diablo no matter what.
Yeah.
Let's talk about overworld content, since that is literally
Steam and Xbox Pass brought so many people.
Identity defining for Diablo 4, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the question we have is, what are the team's thoughts on the potentials of strongholds and bosses having a bigger role to play moving forward?
Oh, strongholds and bosses.
Waiting for the expansion, my friends. I play
I
with
guess I'll ask you
regularly
a question
online.
back. I can give you a very easy answer, and that answer will be we think they're
That
cool and we
shit
can work
was
on them.
released?
Or I can give you like something I think is a lot more interesting
Okay.
and maybe an in-depth discussion. I'll leave it up to you guys. But
Let's go for the latter.
Yeah.
all right, because I find this very interesting. Why strongholds? Why we design them and
Gonna
what we think about
post it
them
on
and more
Weitos,
bosses.
guys,
So
while we're here.
I think there's a concept that's very interesting. I would advise you and any of your followers who really want to get into game design or want to talk better about game design. There was a really great GDC presentation made by a guy named Alex Jaffe. He's from Riot, actually. And he gave one of the best presentations I've ever seen on game design. And he gave the presentation on something called cursed problems in game design. And I promise this will lead back to strongholds very directly. But what a cursed problem is in game design is this idea that when you make a game of a certain archetype, you immediately make a bunch of promises to the player, and these promises come with problems that we call cursed problems. There are these things that are so fundamental to the foundation of your game that you can't get away from them, and they're kind of your partner forever, or weight on your back that you have to deal with that you never get rid of, but you can mitigate. I'll give an example of a cursed problem in another genre in game. I used to work on Heroes of the Storm. It's a MOBA, right? Like League of Legends. If you ever played League of Legends, you'll hear this complaint a lot of matchmaking and playing a team-based game by having individual progression, right? The promise that you make when you play a MOBA or a team-based game is that you are playing with other people. But one of the big things that they sell you on when you play the game is that you have a ranking system that's based on your personal improvement. So you're being ranked individually, but you go into a team game with 9 other people, and those other people can interact, and you can have a game where you couldn't have won no matter how good you are, because those people impact your performance. And so you commonly get the complaint of, hey, I went into a team-based game, I did well, but my teammates suck and I'm mad because I lost ranked points, right?
I played
very
League,
common.
Sure.
This is a cursed problem of matchmaking-based, team-based games where your motivation that we promise you is individual performance. How about Diablo? Let's tie it back to Diablo. A cursed problem, I would argue, in ARPGs like Diablo and any other game, you'll probably have seen this problem, is that they are games of efficiency. We promise you player power is a big reason why you play these games. Is you want to go in, you start off as this peon person that kind of sucks and isn't very strong, and you grow into this really crazy master of magic or strength or whatever that can do incredible things, right? And the way that we deliver you on that promise is we give you power as you play the game more and progress through the activities, usually in the form of gear, but also in other ways too, right? Skill points, Paragon, whatever it is. What that translates to is that anything that you are doing in the game that isn't progressing your power is very hard to sell a player on.
Sure.
To make them want to do it. And it's even harder to sell them if it's not a repeatable activity that they can keep doing to get stronger and stronger. The way that I describe cursed problems or think about it is like when you ask me, hey, Adam, what do you think of strongholds or world bosses or Uber Lilith balance or a whole lot of other problems? I would think of these cursed problems like a tree. And the cursed problem is actually the trunk, the center of the game, what the game actually is and why you come to play it. And you're asking me about a leaf at the very edge of the branch. And so I can give an answer like, yeah, the leaf, yeah, it's cool, we could work on it. But like really the leaf connecting to the branch connecting to the trunk, this is what's actually causing the thing that you're asking the question about, right? So when it comes to strongholds, why do you ask me the question like, hey, what about strongholds? Can we make them better? The reason why it's a question that people ask, I think, is because strongholds are intended, and why they are cool and why they go against the rest of our game and why it's really hard for us is that they are meant to be one-shot, awesome, kind of story-based, really handcrafted, curated content, right? I would equate this to Uber Lilith statues, where we got this question the other day. Sure. The campaign experience, we get a question. These are all actually the same question, which is, hey, you people on D4 made this one-shot experience that we really love and is cool. We want to do it more. The problem is the moment you cross that line from one-shotting in it being cool to being a repeatable activity,
it's not gonna be
now
cool.
That activity is competing with everything else in the game that is repeatable content. Because now Strongholds has to compete against Helltide, Nightmare Dungeons, The Pit, Gathering Uniques. All that has to fit in there in some way.
So one question about that then. So what makes Strongholds different? Like, why can't we do an Uber version of a Stronghold since people say they want to replay it, but we can do an Uber version of bosses that are already in the game? So we can do the level...
We absolutely... Yeah. I understand your question. We absolutely can, is the answer. But then you've changed it. The fundamental relationship that you have as a player with Strongholds is different now. You've changed it from one shot, this is a cool experience that's very unique, and that is what the fantasy is of people that like it. Now you've changed that to repeatable content that you're going to do 10, 20, 100 times over. And the thing is, a lot of content, and this is where it's kind of a cursed problem in RPG, we think of every content type that we add this way. Is it repeatable? Is it not? And the way that you design that content is very different. Because if it's repeatable, that means that you have to design the content in such a way that it is fun 100 or 1,000 times. That puts a lot more design constraint and limitations of what you can make that content. As an example, or many examples, when we launched the game.
The beta. There were the days.
You can even think of some when you think of your experience with the game. When you do something 500 times, you care about things that
It's the small stories. It's the small stories.
wouldn't
But
care
you
about
can't,
if you
if
did
you
it once.
replay them over and over again, it's not going to be.
This
that
is why, for
unique
example,
anymore.
I
get
get questions a lot of can you let us reset boss rooms? Why do you want to reset boss rooms? It's because you do it 500 times and it sucks to do that every single time. If you had to do it 1 or 2 times ever, you wouldn't care very much. Why did you have to ride your horse to Nightmare Dungeons when we launched the game?
It's fair.
It was fun the first time, world building, immersion, really cool. Doing it 500 times because that's all that you're doing at your end game, not so fun.
So would you be concerned? Would you be concerned about the same issue with the new 200 bosses? If, let's say, you took some of the rewards, okay, and added like Uber, this just for the sake of the debate here. So let's say we wanted Uber strongholds, and you say, well, you know, DM, you liked it the first time, you might not like it the 100th time, and I say, fair enough. But then I come back with you and say, okay, well, what if we took some of the rewards that I would either get from the pit, like a grab bag? We take some of the pit rewards, we take some of the Uber level 200 rewards, and we throw almost like a world boss loot pinata as an option to be one of these mountains that you mentioned earlier. Maybe we don't want to make it the best thing. Maybe we want to make it a breakup of the experience so that we can get basically the same resources we got to get literally anyway from something else, but it gives us variety in terms of gameplay. Now, I'm not arguing this is the best way to go with the game. I'm just curious about the thought process behind that.
I think that's a good question. The answer is yes, we can. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Usually it doesn't. The reason why, in my experience designing ARPGs for a while now, is it's really hard to tell somebody, hey, you have option A and option B. Option A is 100% efficient. Option B is 70% efficient. What does 100% of players do? Maxroll makes guides. What is the best Nightmare Dungeon you want to do? Everybody makes guides. What is the quickest way to do the thing? What is the most efficient? People are going to do the thing, and it's not like if something is 100% efficient versus 50%, that 50% of players do the 50% and the other half do the 100. That's not how it works out in player behavior. It's 99% of people do the 100% of
That's a fair counter. Right? That's a fair counter.
I'm not sure I agree.
It's nearly a year for this game, and this far things have been pretty poor. I like him as a person. He's full of it. What do you mean? I don't get it. They should add in a grab back reward for strongholds for each world tier, and you can get one-time reward for each season. No, like, I'm okay to replay strongholds a couple of times during the season, but again, if it will be farmable place, you're gonna hate it super quick.
But I feel like what makes an ARPG great is to make people distracted from the fact that they are playing an ARPG. Because in reality, an ARPG game is honestly the very definition of insanity. We are doing the same thing over and over and over again with the only...
Welcome, you insane people! Welcome! You're all nuts! You're all nuts! I told you! I told you this! I told you! We're doing some ridiculous shit! But
goal of improving our character to continue doing the same thing over and over again to do the same thing. And the best ARPGs, the game that you can play, would be a game where you are distracted from the fact that you're doing the same thing over and over again.
Do every hour.
Whether or not they are slight.
And with buff zone, it's in or give special abilities would then in turn buff health diets as well and make it more fun. Nah. Too much. Too much. Too much. Couple of times during the season, I'm okay with it, but not like every hour. I think you really quick you will start hating it. Every hour it's too much. We already have Legion events, we have World Boss. It's the things that you have to stop, yeah? Like, you farm whatever you farm, but you see the timer, you have to stop doing whatever you are doing and you have to go there and farm it. And it's breaking your flow. And one more activity that will be every hour is kind of
less rewarding. Weird. Is another part. That's another topic. But the fact that you have options to engage with for the sake of in-game replayability, longevity, would allow you to be distracted from that fact and actually enjoy your time. That's the way I see it. So I'm not sure I entirely agree with that.
I completely agree with you. I want to premise this. I'm presenting to you the problem. I'm not saying that a cursed problem has no solutions and no ways to make it better. The bulk of my time is spent trying to answer the questions that you guys just asked and do it in a way that does make it better, even though I know it's a problem that will never be completely, absolutely solved, right? We do things like this. Some ways, for example, that we get you to do a variety of activities, because we do want you to, is like a common strategy is we gate certain rewards behind certain activities, which makes you need to go and do multiple things, right? Like you have Glyph XP in Nightmare Dungeons, you have the Helltide, the Cinders and Helltide that you couldn't really get very easily. Like we have things that are special to them to make you go around. I think a better solution, we've kind of moved a little bit more in this, is you can get things, you get some activities or materials or whatever from many places. There is one place that is the most efficient, but you're getting pseudo efficiency somewhere else, and that feels really good. Example of this would be doing Helltides with Whispers.
No point
right?
Of
if you're doing Helltides and you want Varshan materials for Whispers, double dipping on that
right
feels
now,
really good as a player.
That,
and we want to do that and do that more. And that I think is kind of an answer for your Uber Strongholds
giving you like
question.
anything. This is not
I'm not saying, by the way, my answer is not we
anywhere.
can't do Uber Strongholds because of these problems.
We
What
are
I'm saying
where
is
we
I'm
are.
trying to teach you why it's not so easy as just like, hey, make Uber Strongholds replayable, and now everybody's going to love them
it's
immediately.
cool that they're doing
right? We were
something
changing
with
a
the
content
game,
type
or
from a
no,
one
like
shot.
you're just not playing it. It's
This is kind of
fine.
similar to the campaign idea, right? Of changing the campaign experience from a one
Sure.
shot to a feels good 100 times. We have to think about that.
The only
We think about that
important shit
content
is
differently
what
now.
to do
And that requires a
now.
little more thought and care, not just in rewards, but how it feels to go through it over and over again, right? Because it's fixed.
That's
And
fair
we may
enough.
need to add some randomness to make it feel better as you're going through it over and over. It's
Makes
just there's more
sense.
problems that we have to solve. Right.
Okay, it's a consumable. It's designed consumable. You make it into something repetitive. It changes the fundamentals of how you originally created it. I can understand.
it will
that.
become
I
better with the
appreciate that. I'll move the
expansions.
conversation
Obviously,
on
it will
here so
become
we
better
can
with the
get into some of the other questions we
Okay,
still have
thanks
here.
so much for following.
Currently, build variety in the game is mostly designed around item modifiers. So like unique items, lidless wallets being one example. It just fundamentally changes the way skill works here. Has there been discussion from the team around modifying skills potentially outside of unique items, like within Paragon boards, other inventory-based items, whatever you want to call it?
Yeah. Fun fact: when we were originally designing things in the game, a lot of the changing of the skills was actually in the skill tree, and in we called them A/B choices, but you know the different upgrades you could get for your skill. The original thought behind it was like, you can make your frozen orb, like option A is like way different than option B, where they're almost like different use cases for the skill, right? And we moved a little bit away from that. Some of them are still a little transformative. I think that we can make them a little bit more so in the skill tree as we do in the future. That's one way that I think we can make the skill tree interesting without introducing a bunch of complexity. My favorite example I give to people on my team is kick. Even though kick isn't that popular of a skill, but the difference between baseline kick and power kick, the upgrade where it changes into basically a core skill where it uses all your resource and does a buttload of damage to a person. You went from thinking of, this skill is like, you think of the geometry of the game and kicking enemies into walls, and it was too complex, I think, a little bit for what we launched with the speed of our game. But the idea was there of like, one way is you're playing 4D chess and you're rewarded, and the other way is you chase a resource and you just,
Gonna die.
this is Sparta somebody and kill them with a per billion damage, right? It's completely different fantasies and ways that you interact with the skill. I think we could probably do a little bit more there with other skills to kind of make them transformative like that. We ended up doing more legendaries and uniques as the space that we do that, because we knew that items were so important, and being excited for a late game item to drop was a very core part of the game. We've kind of now made that a lot better with like greater affixes, for example, and things in season 4. So I think there is more room to make transformative
I forgot about great
upgrades in other places than items. But I also am very comfortable with the system that we have now, and I kind of like it. It gives you obvious things to chase with items, and it feels good to get an item that is a big upgrade that changes how you play. So I guess I'd be open to feedback from people. Like, is there a place that you think is superior to items to get these kinds of effects? Like, is it cooler to have it be deterministic in the Paragon board versus you're farming for something and you see the moment that it drops that transforms your gameplay?
I mean, I'd be in the boat of saying, make the skill twig grow into a tree. That's kind of the boat that I'm sitting in. But I also understand from the interview you had with Rax how that is. There's reasons for that, to keeping that simplistic. So it makes sense to have it in the endgame.
Guys, the new system available in the expansion, maybe you are traveling in the world, blah, blah, killing monsters, doing this and that. And you are finding like the runes, special runes that are skills and you are, when you're finding them, you're activating them, and just imagine the animation. This skill and this rune will be like, you know, transferred into your skill tree, and like you will see how the skill tree is growing. The way it like, and boom, you have the new skill. Basically, you found the new skill. That will be funny.
Game version of something dropping, or gem, or whatever you want to go for, power or unique item.
Yeah.
But how, unless you have any follow-up questions, that DM, I wanted to ask you about the how that fits into the philosophy of a lead class designer when it comes to the fantasies. These altering skills or uniques, whatever you want to go for, would have an impact on the class design.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure.
I'm going to try to reword that. That was horrible.
Yeah. No worries.
No, I was wondering how these unique items or skill altering modifiers, no matter where you get them, how that would impact the class design when it comes to focusing on keeping or maintaining the specific fantasies of classes.
Yeah.
Anna knows shit, or maybe
so
Anna
when I
doesn't.
think of a build, or our team thinks of a build, we try and think of the entire package, and we compare it to the whole other package of a class. I don't think of a build like, I don't know, Frozen Orb, let's say, right? When I think of like the total power and coolness and strength and all of that, there's a journey that needed to be made, but I think of it as you end with all the things, right? You end with the conjurations, casting Frozen Orbs, and you're blowing up everything on your screen. It's awesome, right? So when we think about like designing a new class, or when we're first designing these classes, we have to think of, how do we make an interesting and good player journey from the beginning when you first use a skill, making that as impactful and cool as possible, while at the same time balancing against, you need to leave room for growth and making things crazy and awesome to make it better. Some skills are easier to do than others with that, I would say. We definitely had a lot of things before the game came out, discussions about like, hey, this skill it feels really crappy early on. And we're like, yeah, it gets really crazy later on though. They're like, yeah, but who's going to pick it up if it feels really shitty early on, right? Like, you have to balance the two things. And that one is like, it's just a bunch of discussions and iteration, even when the game is live, of people complain about it, right? And we're like, yeah, we agree. And then we change it. Example, that would be like Barbs and Druids for a while have been complaining that early game kind of sucks, but then late game they're powerhouses, and that's kind of been the identity. And so we've been like alleviating over and over again of like, basic skills are a little better. They're a little better. We don't want to go too far, but we keep making them better, right? So that's kind of how we think of it. We think of the whole package, and we try to make sure that your journey is enjoyable and good. And that's true, by the way, with items and tempering and stuff, right? We tried to create that journey and itemization. That was the point of Season 4. Because we think that's what makes a good ARPG experience.
Maybe.
Absolutely.
So we're approaching about 10 minutes or so left here, right around there. So we do have some
Fucking hell, how that's so
rapid
quick.
fire section.
Not
all of these are just yes and no type things. So you feel free to talk about these. Don't have to just be like one word answers. But we have about 15, 20 of these. I'm going to try to blast through that. These are mostly primary questions, grabbed from YouTube comments, grabbed from the chats, etc., the community. Just continues to ask over and over again. Some of these may have already been asked. Apologize if they have, but just because they've been spammed quite a bit. One of the ones that we've seen quite often is people are asking about raids. So we have overworld bosses, right? Pretty cool. People like them. It's like a big loop pinata every now and then. Is there any plans of further developments, or have you guys thought about
18, literally Diablo 4
like
features
8-man,
into
10-man,
Diablo,
related
Diablo
to
Immortal
clans,
features
larger
into Diablo 4.
size, basically?
Yeah. First, I would say
Since the
this
beginning
is
we
just
were asking
Adam's
this.
personal opinion, not the team, because I know everybody has different thoughts on it. But I think raids are interesting and cool. I think that they would present quite a few hurdles for us to overcome that make things tough. I think they're probably doable, but as an example of some of the things I think of right away that are like, oh my god, this is scary, is like, even now we have a problem where we're always competing against solo players' efficiency versus group play efficiency. There's a lot of people that play Diablo and RPGs that really have a strong
in 2 hours tomorrow you will be playing it
and not be required to go into a group. And if we put in this type of content where we say, hey, you must go into a group to play this, then we have to reconcile that of like, hey, how do we either balance that around, can solo players do it as well? And if they do, then why is it group content? Or yeah, too bad, you have to also be in a group to engage with this. And then that puts a lot of pressure on the rewards for that content, because if we make the rewards something that a solo player also needs, then we're making them go into a group when they may not want to.
Sure.
But if we make the solo or we make the rewards for that type of content the other way, where it's not something you need, then why do people do it in the first place? So there's like a lot of questions there that are noodly, that are tough to.
Jennifer, join our queue party. We're gonna be glorious in the queue.
Answer.
Remember we had to wait in the queue.
But I'm really just describing the problem space. I do think, though, that overall, the idea of getting with a group of your buddies or random strangers and doing like a 10-man fight on a huge, like, dungeon or whatever with a big boss
because I already talked about it.
At the end that requires mechanics, like that is really cool and appealing.
Just say, are you gonna do it or you're not gonna do it?
That's kind of how I think of it.
So I got 2 more quick ones here, and I'll pass off to Gazi.
Necromancer. Me
so in
and
that case, then, if
Necromancer.
there's issues related to like forcing group play, basically, let's go the other way and say solo self-found mode. Now that trading is more common here with legendary items, etc., have we seen the potential for maybe adding an additional game mode or other game modes?
I think it'd be cool. Nothing to announce today.
Fair enough. Next one, PvP. There is a small but very passionate PvP community that is curious about further plans involving content.
Hi guys. I turned on my own video. Guys, I swear to God they're teaching them at Blizzard. Will be cool. Nothing to announce today. They're teaching them at Blizzard how to say this phrase. 100%.
Specifically for these groups of people.
This
I promised them I'd ask this one for them. What are your thoughts on PvP within the game?
Sure. Don't have anything to announce when it comes to PvP specific content. I would say I think we would be more interested from those people. Like, what would they want to see from us? I would actually be curious about like, what do you want? Do you want like an arena type system where we pre-program your gear for you?
I think you should
like
start
overworld?
post on Reddit.
Do you want some type of different progression system? Kind of like the group versus solo play, the PvE versus PvE.
I was asking Rob about solo self-found in Diablo 4, and he said, don't ask me.
Discussion is a little similar of like, the more that we emphasize it or give unique rewards to it, the more that we're saying to everybody that doesn't want to do that, hey, you must do this to progress your character. And that's back to that, cursed problem, trunk theory, like,
sure.
Everything is about power progression. So the moment we put power in an activity that's a little more niche,
they learned. They definitely learned.
We can really make people
nothing to announce today
if they have to engage with that. So like, what would they want to see? Do they want to see a better way of interacting with PvP? Is it just that the balance is crazy?
Is that a fancy way of saying it in British English?
Crazy, because I think that people kind of embrace the crazy balance in Diablo PvP.
Sure.
But that's where I think I would start the discussion.
Thanks for the answer. Gotcha.
That's fair. When it comes to these questions, these rapid fire questions, we got them from chat and from YouTube. And one of the questions that we wanted us to ask was, how can we see how long people have been offline in our clan?
Some ask, will marry you? Your answer would be cool. I have nothing to announce today. Yeah, that's amazing answer to everything.
Clan management issues currently.
Yeah. I'm not involved with that group, so I can't give it. I actually don't know, but I feel like that's very reasonable. I think we could bring that back to the team pretty easily. I will say we do have a team that works on like UX issues, user experience issues, and they are the ones that kind of look at.
Cookie, thank you. Banana to you.
Stuff like that, like the ideas that we get over like group Power Finder or Armory Party Finder.
No one is free, Cookie. No one is free.
This type of support, we have a team that's looking at it. I know that they're working on stuff, but I actually don't have complete insight into what they're doing. But that seems very reasonable to me.
Stuff. I like it. The next question is actually about pets in game, and we're talking about non-combat pets, ranging from cosmetics to maybe loot pets that might only loot gold or something. Is that something that's been discussed? If so, what can you share?
We have discussed it. I think it'd be cool. Don't have anything to share.
All right. Next question would be, sorry?
Oh, go on. I was just going to read the next one.
All right. It's just DPS meter and dummies. I would love to see that because you can't really see it when you have a minion army hitting a dummy. I'd like to have DPS meters. Is that something we're going to see in the future?
Yeah. Think it's cool. Don't have anything to announce.
Fair enough.
Yeah, but I'm actually thinking a little bit more about that. And maybe feedback would be useful. Of, like, is it really only on dummies that you want to do it to test builds, or would you want to see it in the rest of the game?
I still not drunk.
DPS meters are kind of notorious in other game types, but I'm not sure that we have the same problems.
Sure.
Of people being upset with each other for not doing as much damage and all that kind of stuff. But
fair enough.
I feel like it'd probably be fine, or at least for a personal one.
I know this one's probably like you can't go anywhere with this, but offline mode, is
Deliberation
there
and
any
come to the
potential
conclusion that
for an
another
offline mode in Diablo 4 at any point?
sometime in the future would be more
I have not
appreciated to
heard any
answer that question.
discussions
Fucking
about it.
hell.
I would doubt it.
Okay.
I think that one. I think
Nothing
I'm a
to
little
announce
more
today.
sure I
I
could say,
prefer.
but I don't see it on the horizon. But
Fair
I
enough.
also am not in charge of those kinds of decisions.
Glyph leveling and quality of life. Is there any potential for glyph leveling outside of Nightmare Dungeons? Are we going to add experience to glyphs elsewhere in the game?
Yes, please.
We've talked about it a bit. Nothing to announce. I think, kind of going back to the idea with Helltides and Whispers, I think it is cool to have a less efficient way to do something while you're being efficient doing something else. That's my personal opinion, though, and kind of what I
punishing.
feel.
It's super punishing to do Nightmare Dungeons. It's a chore.
Team and don't know the nuances of glyph leveling specifically and why we keep it in one place. But I wouldn't be surprised, I guess, is what I would say. But I don't have a guarantee there.
How about things like surprise events, like i.e. Goblin Vaults from D3, for example? You get a ring, you go to secondary, they can pop out, or pour those to other types of things. Any surprise ambush related event type of stuff? We have the Goblin Packs, for instance, which is pretty cool in D4.
Way too long. Yeah,
I was gonna say we've definitely added a couple in season 4.
It was a pain. It was
kind of
such
mini
a
events
pain.
where like you have a chance to
sit
kill an
and
elite
wait.
and
You're
it'll
constantly in a
spawn into
waiting
like a
mode.
ton of gold or a ton of materials or things, or give
Not
you
cool.
way more than normal. We like the idea of surprise events. I think you can expect us to make more in the future. That is one way, kind of like what I think it was Gazzy, I think you said, of like we want to break up the monotony and we're trying to make sure that it feels different even though you're doing the same thing. And I think surprise events is one of the ways that we do that. Sometimes it's more successful than others, but it's definitely something that we want to continue to chase because we think overall it's good. It's just about how exactly to implement it.
That's fair. What's the team's position on support builds? Like back in D3, we have CDPS, Demon Hunters, and Barb style builds. Do they have a place in D4 moving forward?
That's a good question.
No.
I think so, but we have to be careful. We were a lot more scared about it when we launched the game. I remember people kept asking me, like, Adam, can we make more support builds, make more things that like cross synergy is really cool.
First birthday we get cakes. Cool. I hope so. I want to believe that they're gonna do something for their birthday. Megan Fox will be naked, guys.
Solo play.
This time Megan Fox will be just completely naked. Let's hope so. I believe.
Is that the better we make a support build, the more we're saying the best way to play this game is to go with 4 people, support your friends, and you get multiplicative, massively increased amounts of output, right? So I think we do want it. We have it a little bit with Barbarian Shouts, right? And we've even added some legendaries that do it. Like there's a Druid one that turns your Blood Howl into an AoE buff.
Armory.
I don't think it's one of those we have to walk the line very carefully, I think, because it can be very detrimental to the game if we go too far.
Right.
But I'm not against it.
I will be fine with the Diablo 4 Dev spin-up calendar.
I
think that would be great.
Real quick with
I'll pay for this,
opening
guys. For
community
this, I would
events.
pay.
Way back to like Blizzard AQ openings in World of Warcraft, for example. Community designs a legendary. Any sort of that community events surrounding those things.
That will be too much. Anyway, paying.
I think it'd be awesome.
That's
I'm
already kind of dress.
But those are checks that I can't cash. So yeah, I would love to. I'm not gonna make it, but yes, I would love an AQ event like that in D4 or something, or even community making a legendary. Oh, how scared am I of that? Or unique? I don't know. Probably, but we can find a way to balance it. I don't know. I think it'd be cool. I think it'd be neat. Yeah, I'm on board.
I'm gonna throw you a quick one with something that's close to my heart, and that's map overlay. And before you say immersion, I'd like to say that a lot of people will say, let us play the game we want to. What's the thoughts on map overlay moving forward?
Fucking cool questions.
This is personal Adam thoughts, not company thoughts, because everybody has different opinions, I think. And we've talked about map overlay internally quite a bit. I think map overlay, it's one of those where there's such obvious pros and cons. And I think different types of players really want to engage in different ways. I personally am not completely against a map overlay being in the game, but I understand why there are people that feel strongly that, we really don't want to try and make a game where you're looking at your map the whole time and not all of this beautiful world and art and things that we've created to try and immerse the player. And then they're so into the systems and the efficiency game that we pull them out of it. And I think it kind of goes back to kind of what you said of like, ARPGs, we really want you to we know it's an efficiency game, but we don't want it to feel that exposed all the time that you must feel pressured to do things perfectly all the time. And a map
How
overlay
this connected with map
pushes that
overlay?
pretty hard.
Why?
So I see both sides. I think I'm a little bit personally in favor of just having it because people want it, but I understand.
I don't understand then. What the fuck? It's map overlay? It's just map overlay. How it's pushing you to do shit?
It changes the game pretty fundamentally for a lot of people, and there's a pressure there now.
He also
It's kinda
does
like
not
DPS meters
understand
in many
why.
games too, I would equate it to. Like the moment you introduce that, you kind of can't go back, and you've changed how people interact with your game forever. And so even if people want it, I see why it's a tough topic.
We're actually doing pretty good on time. We're almost through the rapid fire. We just got a few more here, and then we pretty much are GG out the door here. So, ultimate button. This is something that gets brought up a lot. People have asked, can we get a separate button for the ultimate?
Fuck yes.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Maybe. I'll explain
Maybe.
the problem space of why. Yeah. So when we're thinking about Diablo and why we don't have more extra buttons or like an ultimate button or whatever, is that we thought heavily and worked long and hard deciding the number of buttons that you're going to have.
Over time playing.
I
just don't give a damn.
And those
is it there,
buttons
is it not
were
there? I get
determined by
used to.
thinking of
But if
how
people
many
want,
different actions
like, give
do we
it
want
to
a player
them.
to
Why
worry
it will
about
push
at any
them
given
into
time.
anything?
And
I
right
don't
now we have,
understand.
you have evade, you have potion, you have your regular ones on your bar, and then your core and your basic, right? If you have a basic. Adding another button is something that we could do. I mean, controller issues aside, and
Want
making
to
that
turn
feel
it on.
good.
Exactly.
It's a matter of how complex do we want to expect every single player to interact. And at the time at launching the game, we wrestled back and forth with this a lot. And at the time, our idea was we would rather have something like an evade button that really everybody can use and makes the game feel very different. And it's kind of like, this is very different than other RPGs, than a specific ultimate button. There's also would need to be a lot of rebalancing of ultimates when we fully expect people to have one versus that they can choose whether or not they do. That work we could do, I think. It's more of like, do I want to
This
balance
means more
and design
skills,
everything,
maybe?
assuming a player has an ultimate in addition to all of their other skills, and what that means to how we have to change ultimates or do other things. I think it's doable, but I don't know that I'm very excited about the prospect unless there's a very clear win.
Okay, can understand that. A couple just fast ones. Don't have to go in depth on just some transmog things. People are asking maybe a color wheel for transmogs as opposed to just like red, green, blue. Any thoughts on adding like a color wheel?
Yeah, it seems cool.
Okay.
It's not my
enough.
team, but yeah.
Non-horse mounts. Pretty much all the mounts are horses. Can we get like a maggot or anything else, spider?
I think we should, and I wouldn't be surprised if we did it, but I'm not involved in those conversations. But I think I personally feel like it's a no-brainer.
Yeah, same.
Yeah,
I
sure.
agree. I'm glad we agree on that one. Okay, wings, kind of controversial, but a million people ask me wings. Are we ever going to see wings in D4?
Yeah, that's a little more controversial.
Finally, real questions.
I would say I don't know about the future. I can explain a little bit of where we're at now, and I'm not even completely involved in this. This is a little bit of my opinion
Because it's fucking
I
wings.
didn't make these decisions, but
He's not
Return to
into the
Darkness was one of our
wings
big
team.
guiding philosophies when we were making D4 up to launch, and this idea that hey, this game is going back to kind of D1 D2 roots of being scary and a little more gruesome and dark and dreary. And we even with the combat. That's why we have evade. Is like you have to dodge attacks and really plan because this world is dangerous.
Supposed to be slower.
In some
but
ways,
now
we've
it's
learned that
free.
players want to blast and they don't care as much as we over-indexed a little bit on it.
Sure.
But it is still something that we care about. So like now before Wings was kind of in that.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's
fit
making the game a
vibe
little
as
bit.
much,
It
yeah.
doesn't fit the vibe
I
we're
get
going
it.
for, but we've moved a bit. But have we moved enough that Wings are okay now? I don't know.
Fair enough.
It's like I think we're right there. I could see it being either way, but that just explains kind of how we got here. So
Fair enough. I get that. We only got like 3 questions left here, really. So the last transmog related or cosmetic related question is: can we get cosmetics potentially for minions? I know Ghazi probably would like this one.
I think it would be cool. It's a lot harder to do for minions than for players, though, or even like Wings, because you can have 1 million minions on your screen, and how loud that is a concern. But I don't think it's an impossibility. I'd like to see it. I think it'd be cool. Same with Druid Transform.
Wings are still
I think it'd be
fantasy.
cool,
Yeah,
but
I know.
That's just my
I
opinion.
don't think so. But Wings in D3
Alright.
so cool. Can be
More
so
Ghazi.
cool. Can be so dark.
Speaking of being scary, what about a unicorn level? Cow level? Is that ever something that's going to happen? Because we've all been hunting for it.
A unicorn level, that sounds neat. I don't know what you're talking about with the other one.
There it is. And shout out to Rax. Uber Tomb Lord win?
I think it'd be cool. I'm down. I don't know, whatever people want to fight. I mean, we could make it.
All right, and we pretty much are hitting the end of the time here. I want to thank you for your time. We'll submit. There's a couple other there, like bug reports.
I swear,
so I'll just DM
expansion,
over
guys.
as well, and we'll skip those ones. And,
Expansion
we just got 45 minutes, so I
one.
appreciate the time. Thanks for answering all the questions. And we actually managed to get through pretty much the entire list, including the rapid fire. So you done good, son.
Yeah, that's great.
I appreciate
Yeah.
it. You know, any last
Well
words or
done.
anything you want to say?
I would say, first, thanks to both of you for taking the time to talk to me.
Thank
We
you.
really enjoy these conversations. I look forward to doing more. For everybody else, one of the things I'm really passionate about, like first, go listen to that presentation that I talked about on cursed problems. One of my goals with getting in front of people and talking with them, and I've done this ever since I started as a developer. You can go look at interviews with me years ago from Heroes, but I like having better discussions with you all and with players that are a little more informed. So as people get passionate and want to learn about game design, it's easy just to be like, hey, why don't you add this? And we can answer those questions. But I like more in-depth ones, and we do on the team of like, hey, why does this work the way it does? And can we find a way to make it work and get what we want, right? Like when you counter back at me with like the strongholds question, like, can't we, okay, Adam, I listened to you. I understand your problem space. Now that I've thought about it, can we do this and why or why not? Like that to me is a better discussion and a better culture, a better
No,
a
he
better
knows what he's
world,
talking
really, if I wanna
about.
get sappy of,
He is the
be informed and
star,
talk
and
about
but the
things and care
Colin
about it
is
and
the
think about it
rising
and don't
star.
just
I don't
blast like and
know
just do
if they're
this,
gonna
right?
let Colin
Yeah, I
talk.
mean, I wouldn't want to be
answer
like
those,
Gabe
again.
but-
either.
I think like
It's not
Colin
like I
is
would-
the
Yeah, I'm not
rising
saying
star
everyone
from
has
the
to be a
development
Gabe
team.
fan. I just mean like if you care enough to really want to
Justin, hi,
know,
hi.
like think about it and have real discussions. And so I want to be a force for that, I guess, in the community, and I think other people on our team do as well. So
Thanks, man.
yeah, but I really enjoyed the time. So enjoy talking with you both.
I enjoyed
appreciate
that
you joining.
conversation. It was actually nice.
It was beautiful. Would you present the information? Yeah, it's really, really like you can understand it. I like it. Super Mike, hi, hi. So, guys, we survived. We watched, goddamn it, the interviews. Who do you like? Any more interview? No, I think no. I think we survived. I think I like DM. I like DM interview. It was alive. It was more alive. But maybe because he had Adam. I don't know. Did Rax do one? Yeah, we watched it already. We just watched it. No, I don't think that's 10 times more interesting than the campaigns, especially because during the campaigns when they're presenting some new shit. Oh, yeah, that's sexy. Yeah, makes me look and sound positive. Yeah, DM has this effect on people. Was my favorite as well. Yeah. DM was nice. They were nice. I want the spider mount. I want the spider mount. Oh, I think I fucked up. Cool. No, I didn't fuck up. We're good. Can we watch? We of course we can. Oh my gosh.
You're not down, you little ninny.
That's something scary.
Come on now, we'll hit that. Say thank you to Mr. Pilot. Oh God, he must have seen his reflection. What? He's not supposed to see his reflection. He doesn't know he's a priest. Settle down.
I'm pretty sure that we had such a TV show. I am pretty sure I saw this TV show in Russia. We have this TV show in Russia.
Right. I'll just go to the old toilet.
Is this the toilet? First class toilet, sir. Do you have a first class ticket?
No.
No. Then I'm afraid you have to go across the way.
Ted.
What?
Can I have a quick word?
Yes. Yes, oh. Right. What's wrong, Dougal?
Well, a slight problem, Ted.
What?
Well, apparently someone pressed a button in the cockpit, and it's something to do with the fuel, I think. I think the person might have emptied one of the fuel tanks by mistake. Now, anyway, there's not enough fuel to make it to the airport.
Right, so that would mean what exactly? An emergency landing or something?
Yeah, an emergency landing.
Right.
Over the ocean.
But the thing is, Ted, we don't actually have enough fuel to make it to a place where we can make an emergency landing. And also, there's only 2 parachutes on board.
No, wait a second, Dougal, before you carry on. What did you say the name of this film was again?
No, it's not a film.
It's not a film?
No.
So, right, this is actually happening?
Yes.
This is happening now to us?
It is, yeah.
Dougal, here's a mad guess just out of the blue, but
What the fuck
did you
is
press the button?
going on?
Ah, no, Ted, come on.
Did you, Dougal?
I did, yeah.
When was the TV show released? That is so super weird. That is so super weird, guys. Mid-90s makes sense. Make absolutely sense. So people, damn it, this is the Vout. This is the Vout still. Bye-bye, Vout. Not gonna see you. 6 minutes till the world, boss. Not gonna see all of this. Anyway, so it's just like a decoration, guys, pretty much. I think we're gonna kill the Necromancer tomorrow before the seasonal start. We're gonna kill my hardcore Necromancer. We for real gonna kill it gloriously. I prepared 2 builds, guys. You've seen them. We're gonna sacrifice it. You kidding me? We're gonna sacrifice it with a... You're gonna see the video, it's okay. Maybe you will win. I'm not gonna win. I'm not gonna win. I'm not ready. And I am A, not ready. B, I am... I don't wanna be ready. You know, I'm so excited for season 4. I don't want to prepare this Necromancer. But we can kill the world boss. Here we go. But the shark, yeah. Not for me! You stayed not for me. You stayed, Simic, here just to see the death of this Necromancer. I thought you were just happy to see me. The samurai doesn't have the goal. Samurai doesn't have the date in the calendar because samurai just has the way, the path. Does it have an actor? What was about last week? Since when did I have a necro? We're killing the necro. No, guys. We're gonna gloriously, we're gonna sacrifice. We're gonna do the sacrifice of this necromancer to Uber Lilith. And I'm gonna sacrifice this hardcore necromancer, my first hardcore character level 100. So the season would go smooth. That is the point of this whole exercise. Guys, have you decided which character you're playing? Have you decided already? Demon Hunter, obviously. Wait, nice to see you. Because in the case, we are providing the service. Who wanna use the service? Diablo 4 class selection. Who wanna know which character should you play? Daniel wanna know. Okay. Apparently, Daniel gonna play Sorceress, and it's gonna be Incinerate Sorceress because I said so. Dorn wanna know which character should he play. Fuck, I'm so sorry, Dorn. I'm so sorry, but apparently Barbarian. I don't know how that happened, but apparently Barbarian. Fuck this. Adidas. Adidas, you're safe, Sorceress. Incinerate Sorceress, my dear. My dear should play Incinerate Sorceress. Hi, guys. It's this one. It's gonna be cool. Igor, thank you. Thank you, my dear. Here is your banana. Thank you. Should we reroll? Let's reroll for Dorn, and then we are doing Hotsington. Druid! Way better than Barbarian. Dorn, I did my best. Way better than Barbarian. Hotsington! Let's go. Woo! Druid! Thank God, not Barbarian. Thank God. Anyone? That I was planning on still, till I saw the wheel. Do me, Argonauta Kai! Woo! Oi, fuck. Rogue, my dear. Roll. Burk, you wanna know which class you're gonna play? Are you sure? Oh, you're like a sorcerer. Sorcerer, it's okay. Sorceress is fine. Shit! Oh, I'm fucking gonna die. Okay, everyone is fine. Everyone decided. Into the sky, I'm okay, but I think I have the allergy on life. Il Nido! Thank you. Banana to you. Here is your banana. Banana. Fuck! World boss is there. Shit! I did it. Is that how you just picked the season 4 class? No, I know that I'm playing Necromancer. Fuck this. I know that I'm playing Necromancer.
Farewell.
I don't know. It started this week. I have a pretty bad allergy. And I'm sneezing and my nose is running and foo. Druid Changes looks awesome. Insta shape shift for the win. Fuck, it should be nice. It should be for real nice. Guys, already tomorrow we're gonna start the new season. Foo, construct. Foo, go away from me. Go away from me. Don't need you. Go away from me. And do druids solo.
It is done.
We aren't talking about D4. Okay. Most importantly, I'm talking about D4. Maybe self-play is messing up your allergies. I don't know. Yeah.
My burden is too great.
Shrimzel, a schnitzel made of beaten shrimps. Germans are quite crazy. They could invent something like this. Hell diets for leveling all day long. Yeah. Absolutely.
There's that.
Because Jeff is waiting for us there. I think the worm, guys, even the worm is coming to you in the leveling. It's called weather. Hi, with chicken. It's super sunny here and super hot, and we're about to melt. But next week it should be +10. No, not next week. I think in the end of this week it should be like +10. Not bad.
The forge is always hot.
I'm preparing my necromancer for the sacrifice tomorrow. But it feels like the pollen is kind of over here. It shouldn't be. Everything is already opened. You know, the time when it was super pollen, it was like already, it feels like it's already over. I don't know. For me, that's why it's super weird for me. Why I started sneezing like hell. Gonna make my necromancer. Wanna make my necromancer. You have allergies, not that I know about, but at some year it's happening, at some year it's not. So my idea, I have the allergy on my grandparents. I had the allergy on my grandparents. I think this is a good outfit to die in. I didn't bloom last month. No, I didn't. I'm allergic to grass pollen, so summertime for me also annoying regarding this. Can decide druid or sorceress. We have a service for this. It's the sorceries! Wanna know which character you should play? We have the sorceress for the. We have the service for this, guys. My bloody minions. Lots of sorcerers incoming. Like two super sexy builds I have. I'm wondering what else should I try. Boom! Tomatoes! Tomorrow! Woo! People, I'm so excited. I'm fucking so excited. God damn it, Diablo 4, I'm so excited. Season 4 today, not today. 1 hour in 1 day. 1 day, 1 hour. 1 day, 1 hour. The shit is coming. The shit is coming. This is the takedown. This is the takedown. Ah. Sweet the luck. Ah. Hurricane Ball the Druid. Nah. Thank you so much. Thank you, guys. I like the release day all over again. Fucking hell, that's gonna be great. That's gonna be a great time. I'm happy that's kind of happening in May. To be fresh as long as possible tomorrow. I am not working tomorrow, so I hope I will be able also to sleep long and to be able to blast. No. This is the PTA. This is all that you need to know in the PTA. Lottery born. May 14th. No, EU stat is 1 day, 1 hour. Fucking hell. $10 a.m. 14th of May Pacific. It's 10 a.m. 14th of May, 10 a.m. Pacific. This is 7 p.m. my time. I'm right, guys. I'm right. 7 p.m. my time. So 1 day, 1 hour. Here we also go. Yeah, that's amazing. Global launch times. We have it. Tomatoes are going crazy. They already have couple of flowers on them. So soon they're going to be the flowers, which means that soon they're going to be the tomatoes. Europe. British summertime, Central European time. We in Europe. We'll see how it goes. Definitely rolling a druid now. What should I roll, guys? What are you rolling? Which character are you rolling? Can we have Deepu? We gonna blast! They included us, the federal country. Yeah, that's cute of them. Look at the patch. It's necro time for me finally. For everyone, it's necro time. And they focused. They fucking guys focused on necromancer and a lot of changes for the necromancer. Huge nerfs now. Not really. They can't. They're weaklings. They cannot do what I'm suggesting. I was telling this from the very beginning. Let's fucking cut barbarian hand. If you just cut one of the barbarian hands, you can do a beautiful cinematic. It's Blizzard, guys. They can do a really beautiful cinematic. How barbarian is losing his hand. Chihuahua! Let's go. And then barbarian, like every adequate single character, gonna have fucking 2 weapons, not 4. 2. And that's why no matter what you do with a fucking barbarian, you cannot nerf him too much. 4 weapons. 4 weapons, and especially 4 weapons with the new tempering and masterworking system. Imagine how much stats. How many buffs are there that's Barb gonna have? Wie scheiße ist das? I want 4 arms as well. Guys, the poll is up and running. The poll is up and running. Vote, boys and girls! Vote, vote, vote! Vote, 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 vote! The pets finally getting stats sounds fun. Thank you so much for following. Skeleton Army! Vote! Redacted choice, but who the fuck is playing the barbarian, goddammit? Where do we go? Now where do we go? Might try the Dust Devils. Fucking hell, yes, I totally forgot. I totally forgot. There are the for Barbarian, there are Dust Devils. It's actually not bad. Before building the other classes, I always start Thorns Barb in hardcore before building the other classes. Catching the wits. Guys, I wanna like with one eye remind myself and you that all the changes that are coming. Holy goddamn it, hell. Just look at this. General item updates, bunch of stats are disappearing. The shit not gonna be. Codex of Power will be changed. Tampering. And tampering recipes also were changed and they were adjusted. Yeah? Yeah, they were adjusted. Masterworking. Masterworking. Rebirth for season characters? No. They're working on it and that was asked. The developers were asked literally like 2 days ago, but they are not there yet, maybe in the future. Greater affixes, gems. Gems is something weird, but also happening. What happened? You're just deleting the old ones and creating the new ones. That's what's happening. Guys, the price of masterworking, you cannot lose an upgrade. Not anymore. You cannot lose an upgrade. You will always upgrade with 100% success rate, but the prices will increase. That's cool. Gems. Gems are simpler, streamlined, and more effective across your character journey. Nothing too crucial, but it's just cool. It's just cooler. Diamonds have had their all resistances values increased. Topaz now provide increased intelligence, how it should be, sapphire willpower, amethyst your strength, and emeralds to dexterity. Diablo 3, how it should be. Hell Titan Jeffy. Hell Titan Jeffy. And Unholy Blasphemy, this thing. We're summoning the girl. And Hell Titan World Tier 1 and 2. And we're summoning the girl. And the pit. 200 levels. Should be super tough. I don't know. With the broken builds during the PTR, Hell Titan was kind of super easier. But there is a kind of chance and hope that it... Give some very good tips. How to go to tea. Moo time yet? No, no one knows what's the moo. Apparently, the whole developer team is literally like, they do not give up. They do not fucking give up. Let's go, let's watch it on stream. Today we saw all the sexy, not all, come on, but we saw a lot of sexy Diablo boys.
Hi everyone.
You've heard this guy. For the hell. Am I insane? Okay, I'm insane. Cut this fucking hand.
Hi everyone. Diablo 4 Season 4
Yeah, it was
changes the
for
way
quite
the
some
game
time.
works and how we play it significantly. There are insane updates to itemization, crafting, the endgame, and all of that. So to get back to the topic of leveling up your character most efficiently in Season 4, there are a few changes that you have to consider from past seasons to Season 4. Number one, I talked about the Helltide, but also there is a new itemization now that will
Woody
start
in his
affecting you from
glasses.
level
I'm
1,
not ready for
generally
this.
making you
Woody
stronger than
in
before, I would say.
glasses.
And also, they have changed the experience values in the different world tiers.
I'm
World
not
Tier 1
ready.
now has 0%
I'm not
bonus,
sure.
just like before, but World Tier
That's
2
weird,
already has
guys.
50% bonus, which previously was 20%. And World Tier 3 has, I believe, 150, and World Tier 4 has 250% bonus. So in general,
Like,
it
for
is kind
real.
of worth going to the higher difficulties more than before, especially the difference
Yeah,
between
Eternal Realms does not really matter. Everyone is in the season. Unfortunately, it's just like, it is how
World
it
Tier 1
is.
and World Tier 2 has shifted quite a bit to the point where you don't really ever want to stay on World Tier 1 anymore. This is only going to be a thing really for the newcomers that, you know, play the game for the first time, or just, you know, have like a really weak build, or just want to really chill or something like that. But in the grand scheme of things, World Tier 2 is going to be the way. That was already the way because at some point Blizzard had buffed the drops a little bit there, but now with this 50% bonus XP, there's really no question about it. And then comes the Helltide, and as you can see here, it has been kind of like buffed up with lots of different little things. There's like elite spawning all the time now. You have this Helltide meter here as well, where at some point you're gonna fill it up and there's like hordes of enemies spawning on you. And there's gonna be these new Hellborn monsters that at least in the later world tiers can drop boss materials and lots of loot. And there's in general like more density, more events, more stuff to do. Sometimes there's this worm coming out of the ground, spitting out monsters. However, in World Tier 1 and 2, this is not as crazy as it gets later in World Tier 3 and World Tier 4, where all this stuff is at a full capacity. But overall, it makes it so that it's still worth going to Helltide instead of Domain Tunnel. And that is kind of the important part here. One other neat change that you can see here is also that they have changed how the mystery chests work in World Tier 1 and World Tier 2 as well. So every single chest will be the same mystery chest for 100 cinders. So this is not like you go around and you open.
Guys, this shit, I was asking myself, they were saying that they changed the mystery chest, but they did it only in World Tier 1 and World Tier 2. In World Tier 3 and World Tier 4, they stay the same.
Chest, a weapon chest or whatever, and then later living steel. You don't actually get living steel in the early Helltides, but instead you can just open these boxes here.
Ron, have you lost any characters in Season 3?
In fact, they actually scale with your level, and you can see that my experience bar just raised by like half a level almost or something like that when I was level 13, just from opening this chest. Now, it does take a while to get those cinders. For example, in my test run, I think I managed to open like 5 chests or so in like the first Helltide, which lasts 55 minutes, or 5 or 6 chests or so. But even that counted together is like 2.5, 3 levels or so that you just kind of get for free. On top of getting a bunch of item upgrades as well, because every time those chests actually pop out, like, you know, 3 yellows here, like random stuff. And like this, you can kind of like keep pace with the items that you're wearing with the levels that you are actually fighting. But another thing is also that those chests scale with the character level as well. So you kind of can just collect cinders.
Thank you so much.
And then open those chests later when you really need item upgrades. And when, for example, the monsters are kind of like a lower level. So you see this here, for example, my character is level 13, almost 14 at this point. And yeah, actually leveled up. So this guy is level 11, and 3 levels below my character, I get 30% less XP already. This is because at the start, you level up so fast that the surrounding monsters don't really keep pace unless you change instance or you go to the next zone or something like that. And then stuff will kind of equalize out again with your character. But if you stay in the same zone and then every few minutes you get a level up, you're kind of gonna over level to the surrounding monsters basically.
Where do you live?
Kind of just scale with your own level, so the later you open them, the better. Now the thing is that Helltide is especially good early on, but then kind of like falls off later in terms of experience gains compared to other systems. Especially
I'm gonna lose them to difficulty now, though.
If you don't know,
hopefully that will be good.
80% experience bonus, and that also applies to the pit in the future. So we had Rax, who had actually been testing this a little bit on the PTR. So this is like some of these numbers I'm going to go into in a second here. And I've been talking to him about this. And it turns out that Nightmare Dungeons and also later the pit towards level 100 are still going to be the way once you are in Nightmare difficulty. But at least for World Tier 2, all the way to like level 40 or something like that, whenever you can go and do the Curator, this is going to be the content that you farm. I tried this out myself actually. For example, here is like the same rogue later when I defeated the Curator around 2 hours in. I was level 35, so it was pretty early, but I specifically tried to go very early because the power level of builds is also much higher in Season 4, especially with tempered mods. But it turns out that going to the Helltide in World Tier 3 compared to World Tier 2 when you're underleveled is just extremely hard. Like those monsters are level 58 minimum because they are like the minimum 55 plus 3, and also there's a lot of stuff going on in Helltide suddenly. So while it's very good in World Tier 2 to get to World Tier 3, you don't actually want to continue in the Helltide and you want to go to Nightmare Dungeons as soon as possible. In order to do Nightmare Dungeons, you have to do 1 round of Whispers so you can get a sigil, and then once you get your first tier 1 Nightmare Dungeon Sigil, this is where you will go. Hell Tides will stay relevant because later on you're gonna get Living Steel here. However, for leveling up, it's not
Oh, you're
really
not gonna
that
miss
relevant,
vaults.
and Living Steel
Paganis,
is also
no.
much easier.
No, you're not gonna miss the vault. So much shit will be happening in season 4. I don't know. I don't get it how people can miss the vaults. Because for real, so many things will be happening.
Easier to acquire in season 4. In fact, it is probably the easiest to acquire out of all of the boss materials, I would say. And they kind of did a full 180 there compared to, for example, season 2, when Living Steel was really hard to get. On top of this, you don't actually have to.
There's going to be a lot of other things to do as well.
More in the future either, because Forgotten Souls.
But they can be Nightmare Dungeons can be a chore, absolutely.
Only. In fact, you get most of them from just salvaging items or from random drops from elites. And also, Fiend Roses are no longer a thing. You can still find them and click them, but they actually drop Angel Breath now. This is part of the homogenization of materials that I have done. So they've kind of like just gotten rid of Fiend Roses basically, and a bunch of other stuff. So this is not actually a reason to do Hell Tides anymore. Later on, it's going to be mainly farming Living Steel for Gigar, for Andariel, and for Duriel and all that. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't think we're going to spend all too much time just doing Hell Tides, at least from an efficiency perspective. So here's the same character a little bit later when I was trying out Nightmare Dungeons, and you can see how the experience is just flying as I go through this dungeon here. So even like, you know, in 1 minute here, I can do like a third of a level at this point. You know, in 2-3 minutes, I can do like a full level up. Like 1 dungeon or so leads to like 2 level ups or something if it's like a bit of a longer dungeon, as you can see. It's kind of crazy how much XP you can get here. And compared to Hell Tide, it definitely felt a lot better just jumping straight into Nightmare Dungeons. Now, I did talk about how it's actually much easier now to even get to World Tier 3. And you can see this in action here right now. I mean, Rogue is relatively good at, for example, fighting the Curator with the range.
Don't believe this. Don't believe this. Don't believe this. This is Woody. When Woody is saying something is easier, we never believe this, guys. We're like,
But in general, it definitely felt much easier, and
plus,
I was able
minus.
to go much earlier into Nightmare difficulty as well than I would usually do this. Normally, this is like roughly like level 40 or so for me. Playing on hardcore, I was trying to generally be a bit more careful. But I think in the future, it is actually possible to do this quite early, especially on alts. On alts, you can do this probably at like level 10 if you want, because of those new tempered mods. But for like your first character in a season, you definitely have to like invest a little bit, and you have to try a bit more. But in general, it seems like the difficulty is coming down, and you can actually go very early to try to speed up the pace of leveling up to 100. And that's simply because your items are going to be so much more powerful.
Very easy to solo a Shavan hardcore in the bed. Yeah,
if you look at this here right now, for example, this is like a level item power 191.
It's really hard to relate to the general population. Marvin, like that's why we are.
Yeah, it has like 2 stats.
We do not trust this. When Woody is saying that something is easy, we do not trust such things.
Kind of whatever. And then I tempered the item at the blacksmith, and I got 51 marksman and critical strike damage. And you can do this with multiple items, and it's actually fairly cheap to do so if you do it with the right items and you pay a bit of attention to certain breakpoints. Here's another mod that I tempered here, it's just like marksman damage, and similar for other characters. You can do, you know, damage, I can do maybe some chance to cast certain things twice, and all these things actually scale really well early on because you don't really have much of this additive damage category that has kind of like the same affixes in different forms. You know, there's marksman damage, there's normal damage to poison or whatever. You know, all these kind of things that exist right now that all go into the same category, and most of the glyphs go in that same category as well, but you don't have them that early, so those tempered mods on items are really impactful. When I put them on my gear, even with like whatever rolls, you know, I just didn't try to really min-max. I didn't try to like, you know, use my materials that I had. I was trying to keep it somewhat realistic, and I was easily doubling my damage output right before I went to the Cathedral of Light to do the Curator. Here you see, for example, my amulet as well, just a random yellow amulet that I was still wearing here at level 40 and that I found again at like level 20 something or so with 235 item power. It just had movement speed, percent damage, and then I managed to put like 65 marksman critical strike damage on it.
That's so insane.
Those recipes are actually fairly cheap as well on low level items. So you can actually on purpose keep low level items around that you can then temper. Guys,
and you will be getting those recipes from the seasonal journey. So theoretically, the first shit that you do when you're entering, you need to complete the seasonal journey as much as you can. And you will be getting some recipes for tempering, and then you will go to Helltide and do shit in Helltide, but don't forget to complete the seasonal journey.
Very cheap, and put some really strong mods on
Seasonal
them. As long as you find those
story,
recipes.
whatever how it's
And
called.
in fact, I did find that recipe while I was leveling up this rogue.
First
and
time
this is
tempering
why I
before the
decided to use it for
capstone.
this test
Apparently,
run.
yeah, it's possible.
Another really
I don't
important
remember
thing that
this.
I noticed is that there is
But
a
apparently it's
breakpoint here
possible.
at, I think, item power 200 exactly. And you can see this here. So for example, I have this ring here, 191 item power, that costs basically nothing to imprint. You need like 20 ore and 5 rare crystal, and then I can imprint whatever codex of power aspect I want. But when this is a higher item power ring, here's for example 370, it does cost a legendary material. And those legendary materials are actually not that easy to get early on your first character. Later on, maybe you have a level 100 and this is your alt, you're not going to worry about this, you're going to be swimming in this stuff. But early on, you just don't find that many legendaries, and you also don't really complete all that many events that can drop them and so on. So what I actually did is I kept around this ring here and also an amulet with like 200 item power or less, and I was able to imprint them with some really powerful mods. And you can see the progression here as well for higher item power items. Again, here's for example a 547 chest, and it also costs 1 legendary material.
GP, thank you. No, the old one, but thank you.
Where now it costs like 30 ore, 35 crystals, and 5 legendary materials.
Soon we'll
and
be
2 forgotten
ready.
souls. And at that point, it gets kind of tough to actually imprint anything.
Marcos,
with your
welcome
items
back.
or temper
We're
anything,
learning the
because you
ways
also
of
have to use those
leveling.
materials for your tempering later. So in fact, what I did is I went to world tier 4 with normal items equipped, basically no sacreds. I had like a sacred weapon, okay, like 1 or 2 pieces. I tried to invest a little bit, but in the grand scheme of things, most of my jewelry was still normal. Most of my armor items were still normal, unless they dropped with like good stats and a good imprint already. And I just tried to preserve my material.
As always. Guys, no, yeah, Woody went to the world tier 4 with absolutely normal items. What a surprise.
And you can kind of see this progression here as well with enchanting items and
I have
rerolling
here
a stat.
somewhere.
So here's a 433 pair of pants, and it only costs 2 crystals and a bit of gold to roll. That is quite easy to do. So you can actually try to find a yellow and, you know, just put another really good stat on it, like extra crit or extra skill ranks to my main skill.
Some legendary items, no, he's saying so, some legendary items, some legendary powers. This is, no, like, this is a major buff. This is a major change. And no. The point is, you have the Codex of Power. You will have all the legendary items legendary powers available. You can put them from the very beginning. So you will be focused on just getting the good stats on the items, because legendary powers you're going to put immediately.
Skill or something like that.
But on a lower level item, it will be cheaper for you to put the legendary power, so you should consider it.
There's a bunch of pretty good stuff that you can get early
Because you don't
on.
have that many
Also,
resources in the
very low
beginning.
levels, for example,
Codex will be
life per
fucking
second and life per hit
beautiful.
is pretty impactful, because your total life pool is rather small, and those stats don't scale as much as your total life pool scales later on. So while they're really bad in the late game, they're actually
No,
really
there is
strong
no
in the
more
early
Dungeon
game.
Codex
When you have 100
rewards.
life
I'm
and,
sad
like,
about
4
it.
life per hit, and my puncture hits 3 targets, I heal for like 12% of my life per attack or something like that. Or other stuff here, like energy per second, you can get mana per second, spirit per second. Every class has these kind of mods as well. You can roll them on helms, chests, and boots, for example. And if you get like 2 or 3 of those mods early on, even on an item power 400 item or so, they can really help you out to smooth out the playstyle and just give you a lot more power early on. So TLDR for gearing up early on in the game in World Tier 2, going to World Tier 3, you want to try to keep a few items around that have less than 200 item power, because those are dirt cheap to imprint and temper and anything. In particular, the jewelry, because usually you try to keep, like, for example, amulet or ring around, imprint like 1 or 2 or 3 kind of important offensive aspects for your build. Outside of that, you probably don't have that many materials and that much gold to really imprint and reroll your items all too much. But the lower these items, the better, the easier it is to actually temper and roll them. It's to the point where at least, you know, like high level normal items like 500 item power, for example, is actually pretty nice to keep around, even going all the way to World Tier 4. And the main thing you really want to focus on to replace is your weapon, to make sure you have like a high DPS base that then scales all of your other damage. Another thing that I also noticed is that it can actually get very, very tanky early on as well. So you might wonder, like, how do I actually do the Cathedral of Light at level 30 on the Rogue? Well, that's also because you can now stack armor and resistances if you have temper mods on your items as well. So if you get lucky to find one of those recipes that allows you to stack
You will be
armor,
getting them from the seasonal
or, for
journey,
example,
guys.
roll
So you
your
should
armor
do the
pieces at
seasonal
the
journey.
enchanter, 2 extra armor, you can get like 300, 400 flat armor or so just as a stat on the item.
So do the
and you can do
seasonal
it on, like,
journey, the
5
first shit
different
that you
pieces.
do.
Well, suddenly you're gonna have like
Do we think the armor
70%
cap
physical
is
damage
too
reduction or
low?
something,
Depends.
and you not really have to worry about it.
All the changes with the monster health, armor cap, our other caps, all together, how it all will work out. The issue was during the PTR that everything is one-shotting you. You have shit tons of damage, but everything is one-shotting you. If, because of the armor cap, plus the monster health, plus the whatever they did, gonna fix our this one-shotting always. Either you're one-shotting them or they're one-shotting you, I will be happy.
Anything there. And likewise with resistances, if you have a lot of cold resistance,
We will be putting shit tons of in life, and damage reduction. We'll be trying to get damage reduction
and you can quite
somewhere.
easily just find one of those temper recipes if you're a bit lucky. And if you have, 50% plus, 60% plus or so resistances, it's going to be a cakewalk going through this dungeon. It might be a bit slow, but you will survive easily. Here's an example of an item that I actually took, and it had the Juggernaut aspect. It dropped like this, and then I also rerolled this to extra armor, and suddenly I had like almost 850 more armor than before. And well, when you
First
have
two in one-shot button,
3,000
yeah.
armor or something like that at level 30, that's actually pretty good. You see here it's 77% damage reduction against those against monsters of my own level, of course. So against the level 50 monsters in Cathedral, not as good as it could be. But if you get closer to like 4k, 4.5k, 5k, I'm not sure exactly how much you actually need for the cap in level 50, but it will be somewhere around that value, I think. And suddenly you're gonna take a lot less damage, because if you go in there with like 1k armor, 2k armor, well, you're gonna get blasted. So rolling this flat armor on my items was really impactful.
Leveling gonna be
you can
so
see an example
awesome.
here. I mean, I just take off this
Leveling
pants,
gonna
I
be
go from
just
77%
so
to
OP and
33%.
beautiful, guys.
Again, against level 30 monsters.
Ah,
level 50, but
damn
you see
it.
this massive impact that even
Absolutely,
one or two of
damn
those
it.
items can make.
It's gonna be amazing.
And I actually found it very hard to try to cap my resistances without temper mods. In this test run, I did not actually find a temper recipe that allowed me to roll resistances, so I just tried to make do with the gems in my jewelry and maybe trying to roll like a resistance somewhere on my items. But when you have the temper recipe, if you actually find that one that gives you any of the resistances, and you just put this on like 5 different items, well, you're gonna be easy capped on your resistances, and any kind of elemental damage is gonna be a joke to you. In Season 4, more than ever, most builds will rely on purely armor and resistances as their survival tools. Damage reduction, for example, from chest pieces and pants is completely gone. It does not exist anymore. A few unique still have it and so on. There are still defensive glyphs, and well, that's pretty much it. The rest is just life, resistance, armor, and this is all of your defense really, besides your skills, like, if you use a flame shield or something like that. Sure, but in the grand scheme of things, you can't really build like infinite survivability and just face tank everything in the game anymore in the future. And I think personally,
Thank you, thank you, thank you! Hell yeah, Maxi! Banana and sausage. I'm Banana Man.
another really good breakpoint to switch to the next difficulty after Nightmare is going to be around level 50, which is when you unlock Paragons. The Paragon jump at the start will not be as big as before, most likely because of the temper mods, because usually one of the big advantages of reaching level 50 is that you just get like 25 points directly from the start.
From the very beginning.
And then you can get a bunch of like extra additive damage. There's always like a one additive damage cluster that every class has right at the start. And then maybe, some extra damage, and then maybe a bit of armor or resistance or something like that. But in general, it's still gonna feel like a bit of a power spike reaching level 50. And then you get, maybe plus 10, 20% extra damage, extra toughness, and it definitely makes things a lot easier. So in my case here, for example, I tried to do it also very early in my test run. I was level 47, and Elias was quite a struggle, especially because, as I mentioned, I didn't actually manage to get
Like,
those
guys,
temper
he
manuals
is
to
not
get my
even, he just fucking not getting any hits. You look at this video, look at this video.
get a bunch of like extra additive
Okay,
damage.
one
There's
he
always,
got.
like, one additive damage
But besides
cluster every
that,
class
he is
has
not
right at the
getting
start,
any
and then
fucking
maybe
hits.
some extra damage, and then maybe a bit of armor or
You
resistance.
see,
or
you see, you
something
see,
like that.
he's just
But
not
in general,
there.
it's still gonna
He
feel
is
like a bit
not
of a
where
power
like
spike,
he's
reaching
look
level
at
50.
this. Look at this. He's just
And
not
then
where
you get,
they're shooting.
maybe plus 10-20% extra damage, extra toughness, and it definitely
Absolutely
makes things
easy.
all
I
easier.
think so.
So in my case
easy.
here, for example, I tried to do it also very early in my test run. I was level 47, and
So
Elias
easy.
was
Look at
quite a
this. Look at
struggle,
that. He's
especially
shooting.
because, as I
He's
mentioned, I didn't
he
actually
stayed
manage to
exactly
get those temper manuals to
between
get my
those
resistances
beams.
up. So it's very
Rope
hard to
squish.
actually get, for example,
Uh-huh.
fire and shadow
Look at this
resistance
guy.
for this
Phew.
fight here, and it was kind of tough. But I did manage to reach Torment in around 3 hours in this test run.
Just don't get
making
hit
it
and you
then
don't
way
need like what's the
faster on
issue
an
with the armor
actual,
cap?
season start if you really try.
What is the
And
fucking
what's
issue
really
with the
good
armor
about
cap? Do you
actually
even
getting
have
to World
do
Tier
you
4
even need
very,
to
very
worry
early
about the
is
armor
that then
cap?
you can farm strongholds. In season 4 we're gonna have
you're Woody.
49 nightmare dungeons in the rotation, and there are a lot of them that are locked behind strongholds, so you kind of want to complete a bunch of them anyway, or if you're a druid you probably want to do Tuadura anyway, and these kind of things. And just in some cases it's kind of nice to do them. But also when you go to World Tier 4 you will get the
Item level
250%
requirement in World
extra
Tier 3 and
XP
World Tier 4.
multiplier, but the monsters will
Doing
not
capstone so
actually
early.
be
No, no,
any
no. I think
harder
they
than
changed
would be
it.
on other difficulties. In Strongholds, monsters always scale to +2 of
It's
your
hit
character
instantly,
level.
yeah.
As you can see here right now. This is World Tier
No,
4
no, no,
and
no,
there's
no, no,
level
no.
49 monsters and my character is level 47. So this is kind of a good way to get a bit of XP and do
I
some
think they
objectives that you kind of
reduced
wanna
it.
do at
45.
some
Yeah,
point
I'm not sure
anyway,
which level it is
and
right now,
kind
but
of
I think
catch
they
up on those
reduced it.
levels to,
Plus,
for
on the
example, reach level
high
50,
difficulty levels,
or,
you're just anyway
just
like you're
get a bit
flying.
stronger
XP
before you
is
jump back
flying
into the
super
Nightmare
super
Dungeon plan.
high. You're
Now,
going
this will
super
depend
quick
a bit
up.
on the build and your experience with the game. Level 50 is definitely quite early to go to Torment difficulty. Usually I would recommend that more around level 60 or so, because you have just gained a bit more power, you gained more Paragon levels, you have already like probably your first legendary Paragon node online, maybe a glyph or two.
Will Ancestral drop in
obviously,
T3?
lot more
No.
gear to
Sacred will
choose
drop
from,
only
a lot
in
more legendary
T3.
aspects, and so
Ancestral
on.
in
So
T4.
level 60 is a really good breakpoint as well, because this is the point
The
where you
item
can
power.
actually equip ancestral items. Before that, you are just going to be too low level, and the maximum is sacreds. But if you actually
Always better to
find,
push higher world
let's say,
tiers.
a really
You
good
can
weapon
handle it,
that is
yeah.
ancestral compared to your sacred, you might
But
actually
even
deal
he's
something
saying like
double
if you
damage
unlock
anyway.
World Tier 3, go into Nightmare Dungeons. Don't go into Helltide because it's a poopster. Because the monsters are super super high there, and you're not gonna, even if you completed the capstone, you won't be able to survive during the Helltide. That's why it's better to go to the Nightmare Dungeons where the monsters are lower.
And that makes it much easier. And obviously the more stuff you complete before hitting level 60, for example, you're also going to have more opportunities to, for example, find temper recipes. They seem to drop a lot from dungeon bosses. So as you, for example, unlock codex dungeons, or maybe do these stronghold bosses, they might
Yeah,
drop there
a
as well.
ball will be
And these
all
kind of things, you might
925
actually find
items,
some temper
and they
recipes that
increase the amount of balls that you can carry.
can really make a huge impact.
2.5K.
And from here on out, if you want to level fast to the 100, it's basically smooth sailing. So once you have reached level 60, you have unlocked
Once it's low and you can start leveling the glyphs. Here we go.
Fine, and you can
And there are
implement
50
whatever you
Nightmare
want,
Dungeons,
because
guys,
you're
so
not
you kind of have a
completely
lot of
starved on
variety
all of the
there. It's still,
materials.
I think it's
At
still
that
gonna be a
point, you
chore,
kind
but
of like
well,
over
a little bit
the
better.
hill, you kind of
Anyway.
through the most difficult part, and you just sail to that 100 basically. And the good news is that with this experience buff, it's much faster than before. They've also buffed, for example, the experience gain from elixirs. There's now 8%
World Tier 1
XP
from level
elixirs
1?
instead of
Yes,
only
go to World
5%.
Tier 2.
And in general, they've kind of like brought down the cost of elixirs, I would say, and even instances, I think. So you could even consider, for example, popping an instance here and there as well for some extra XP when you find some juicy dungeons. Now, lastly, let's talk about the Nightmare Dungeons in particular as well. So here's some data that I mentioned at the start of the video from Rax. So he actually did it on the PTR, and in particular, Blizzard has buffed some of the Nightmare Dungeon events quite significantly so. So in the past, they used to be somewhat okay, some of them relatively decent, but most of the time you would kind of just like rush past them if you were after experience and leveling to 100 the fastest. But this has actually changed quite a lot lately. So you can see this here. Here's some data that he's collected, and for example, out of those dungeons that he was running, this might have, you know, not necessarily 100% accuracy here, I guess, because I guess there's not many runs per dungeon, and you know, you kind of level up as you go, you get more experience as you go. But some of these dungeons are obviously better than others. So Sirocco Caverns, I guess, for people that have played past seasons, this comes as no surprise. It is somewhere here on the top. And there's other like really high density dungeons that are just really good for experience per hour if you look at this column H here. And there is actually quite a gap between the best and the worst dungeons, as you can see. So you see roughly it's like double the experience per hour when you farm one of the best versus one
So,
of the
what's
worst
the best
dungeons.
one?
And you have kind of like the top 10 or so. That's kind of
Sirocco
like in the range
Caverns.
of like maybe
Sirocco
20%.
Caverns, yeah?
And
Sirocco,
you wanna try
everyone
to
remembered?
farm those the
Sirocco
most, and then
Caverns.
kind of like not do the others very much. However, I guess in general it has kind of like come a bit closer together between
Everyone
the different
remembered,
dungeons
everyone wrote
because of
it down,
those
Sirocco
dungeon events.
Caverns.
So this is just like kind of the raw data with just, you know, the dungeon. But then we look at the events here.
Dog
There's
is
some
writing
really
it
crazy
down.
stuff.
Good.
So you
Tomorrow,
see here,
tomorrow gonna be
Cursed
the
Shrine, for
exam.
example,
Tomorrow I will
while
ask.
doing that Cursed Shrine for this 1 minute,
Prüfung
you can get so
kommt.
much XP that this kind of comes out as like 184 like I think million XP per hour or so, which is quite a lot if you compare to even like the best dungeons. It's like twice as good
Excuses.
than the
Excuse, what
best
does this mean?
dungeons,
You're
just
sick
kind of,
tomorrow.
you know, cruising through the dungeon basically. And other events can also come kind of close. Here's 140, here's 107, 144, 157, and so on. So you see that all of these event experience values are extremely high compared to just running a dungeon without events. So whenever you find especially cursed shrines, cursed chests, and cursed wells, you definitely want to do them. But there's also some other good events here. For example, Immolation.
The second
This is
one.
like the event that spits out
Excuses for
fire
fuck's
and then
sake.
a bunch of enemies spawn around you all the time. It also seems to be somewhere on the same level as these events. But others are not necessarily as good, like Last Stand.
Woody has the
But
glasses,
even
dog.
the kind of bad events
For me,
here, you see
Woody
they
has the
still have,
glasses.
like more experience than even the Sirocco Caverns in the
This
previous
is the
data
best
set.
dungeon
So
for
it seems
XP.
like it will
That's
depend
where
a
you
little
will
bit
go.
on the dungeon and which monsters spawn from that event. So sometimes they might just be like,
Do you believe
know,
that
I
this
don't
guy
know,
speaks
little
German?
skeletons
It's
and
each time
maggots
surprising the
spawning
hell
kind of
out of me.
slowly, and they don't really give that much.
doesn't
but then there's,
have
like,
the
you know,
German
medium-sized
accent.
or bigger monsters spawning, like, you know,
Rob
Balrogs or
has the German accent.
Khazra or something like that. Then you will get a lot more XP from those events. And they will definitely be worth doing on top of the rewards where you usually get you know, extra obols, you get extra, you know, maybe legendary items, extra materials,
Thank
you might get boss materials
you
now
for
as well.
following.
These dungeon events can actually drop boss mats for, you know, living steel and blood and so on for the nether bosses. So they're also kind of worth doing for that purpose and not just the experience power. So in general, they are really good. But yeah, when it comes to really speed leveling, there might be, you know, some differences here with some of these events just not really popping off that much. But if you're like in a bad dungeon, they're definitely worth it.
Thank you for
and in a good
following.
dungeon, they still seem to break
We
at
are
least
German
even
in
compared to
here.
just
Need the
cruising
dress,
through the rest
guys.
of the dungeon.
Probably need
So
the
this
dress.
is the main takeaway. So in that case, a shout out to Rax for running this data. This was actually really helpful.
The update is tomorrow,
and,
yeah.
Especially the events testing was kind
Coming.
of insightful here, I guess. So that is really interesting to see, because at least in the past, whenever I was doing like my world first race and stuff like that, usually events weren't really the thing. Now, last thing to consider here is also that as you approach level 100, you can go to the pit. And as soon as you complete Nightmare Dungeon 45 or 46,
One day, guys.
you unlock
One
the pit
day.
and you can start getting those materials and then go into
One
the pit.
day,
And
40
the pit
minutes.
seems to be generally on the level of roughly the best
Woody
Nightmare
speaks, I
dungeons as
think,
well. However, they
German
cannot
and
spawn
English
any events
fluently.
there. They're kind of like just empty, you know, there's just
But he's
monsters
writing, guys.
and nothing
He's
else going
writing
on.
like OP,
So it's very
OP in
streamlined,
English.
and you
That's why it's
can't
so
get these,
confusing
like,
the hell out
insane
of me when,
spikes here.
like, I'm
And
sure that you
events are
speak
actually
German
very
each
common
time. And then he's like,
in
da
the
da
dungeons.
da.
So I don't know, almost every dungeon has at least a cursed chest or shrine, or some event. Sometimes
Not
it's
cursed
even multiple of
shrine
those
and
things at the
cursed
same
chest.
time. So a single Nightmare dungeon can be quite
Okay, this is the
packed.
German
And
cadence
especially
while
if it's a short
talking.
dungeon, but
That
you
much
get
I
like
don't
2 or
know.
3
That
of those
much I don't
events,
understand.
I can get to like really crazy
But I know that
experience values.
he doesn't
I
have
think
the
that pit
accent.
will
It's
be
confusing me.
mostly a thing that you're gonna start caring about once you are actually level 100, because you also have to find the materials for it to even open it. It's not like the sigils where you just have a kind of infinite. I expect that the pit will be, you know, a bit of like a preparation needed basically, but also
It
because of the
is
lack of the events, it's
Level
just not
46
really
plus
as good
Nightmare
for
Dungeon
leveling
after
up.
all, so you should
And
be
don't
able
really
to
care
freaking
about
complete
master-looking
something.
items all that much early on. Also, another thing to consider is that you actually have to level your glyphs, and you kind of just want to like do Nightmare Dungeons as you level up, and then at some point just want to be done with them and move on to the pit and to the level 200 bosses and all that stuff in the end game. So Nightmare Dungeons is mostly just kind of like a leveling tool in the future, I think. as kind of like, okay, you are done with them at some point and you're not really going back. So in general, when you level up a character and you just focus on Nightmare Dungeons for the most part, and you generally farm plus 10 tiers of monsters compared to your character, then you will finish a few glyphs by the time you reach 100. In Season 4, we don't
Nine. He doesn't
know
have
how
American
much
accent.
this is getting buffed,
but it's
and
not
you're
German.
actually getting more glyph XP in the future. And now there's also, like, for example, a random positive mod you can get on sigils that gives you even more glyph XP. I think it's 20% or something, and it's like a bonus that appears sometimes as well. So in that case, I actually expect that if you've mostly focused on Nightmare Dungeons, leveling up, at least starting at, let's say, level 70, 80 or so, all the way to 100, you're probably gonna get done with all of your glyphs or most of your glyphs by the time you actually hit level 100. And you can kind of just like phase out Nightmare Dungeons and, you know, never come back. So that's in general how I expect things to go a little bit. We haven't been able to test this because of, you know, the lack of the buff of glyph XP that didn't make it on the PTR, but Blizzard has said that this is coming. So we'll see how much that will be. But I totally expect that, you know, with a fast build, if you farm T100 Nightmare Dungeons, which is really not a high bar anymore in Season 4 with the power creep, you can probably max out a glyph starting from 1 at, I don't know, less than 1 hour or something like that. So I totally expect you can, you know, do like your entire character's glyphs in, like, you know, basically an afternoon if you really try. And compared to the past, this will be so much faster. In any case, that's it for my update on how to level up in Season 4.
Guys, you know this. Norm, thank you so much. Amrush, welcome back. Banana to you, banana. Guys, my vacation was cool. My vacation was freaking eventful. I don't know. Complicated, but cool. But complicated. The hospital tomorrow. Hope I'm home on time. Marcos, I hope everything will be good. In a good way. In a good way, guys. It's fucking hard to have Russian family. It's super hard. Who needs vacation? Season 4 is coming. Yeah. Starting the necro. What are you starting? You're all also starting the necro here. Tell me. You're all starting the necro. I know it. Rogue. Whoa. Elate, you are the minority for real. Between necro and doing companion druid. No, guys, I'm so happy that I'm not like I know what the shit I'm doing. I'm starting the necro, then I'm going the sorceress, then we're thinking. Then we may think. My class balance solution in the Discord. You should post it somewhere on fucking Reddit and see how people will complain about it. Tormented Okos. Fucking Andariel is coming back. So, Pete, Great Rifts. Guys, let's call it for real Great Rifts. Great Rifts, level 200. Amazing. And it's going to be difficult. And it's level 25 Abattoir of Zir. But also, there are level 200 bosses are coming. And they're coming with Andariel. And this is so sexy. Tomorrow. The start is tomorrow in 35 minutes. You get caught red-headed? Bro, Shark. Hi, my dear. Just some blood I'm adding. Because I'm blood necromancer gonna be tomorrow. Andariel is coming. Seasonal theme is coming. No one gives a damn. Guys, do the seasonal journey. The first thing that you do. Fuck, like, don't listen. Like, whatever. The first thing that you do, listen to Anna. You need to do the seasonal journey. You need to do the seasonal story, the seasonal quest. Because this shit gonna give you the tempering recipes. You don't care about anything else. You care about tempering recipes. And in the end, also in the end of this quest, you're gonna be getting the bag with the items for one of the builds for your character. For Incinerate Sorceress, for example, for the Sorceress, some other bullshit for whatever character. But most importantly, it's gonna be cool items, some cool items that you will be able to wear. And if we're lucky, it's gonna be the bug, and those items will be overpowered. So you need to do the story. Shot to get you started. Here we go. Are you getting it from the seasonal journey for real? That much I don't remember. But highly possible. We have 3, yeah? First one from Andari. Ah, yeah, for real, that's the third one. First spark for the Uber unique, you are getting from killing Uber Lilith. Second one from killing Uber bosses, first time once. And the third one is from the seasonal journey. So guys, everything is telling you to do the seasonal journey. Banana man. So overall, I'm really happy that I was on vacation, that I talked with my family, because that was super, super important, because we have like miscommunication a lot, and it's super hard to have Russian family. Ah! Communication, guys, is the key. The key it is. Talk with people. Talk! And leave your feedback, guys, about the game. They're reading it. Don't know how they're working with it, but they're reading it, definitely. I just noticed something. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think it reminds me something. Predator, hi, Khan, thank you. Hi, YouTube. Great patience is a superpower. A little bit, no? Maybe? Kinda? No, but they're blue. But they're blue, yeah? They're both blue. That's already suspicious enough. But okay. But I don't know. How's your family vacation time? It's okay. It was okay. It was really, really, guys, it was super, super needed. But it's difficult. I find out that my grandparents are kind of... My grandpa is in dementia. He's losing it. But super, super happy, guys, that I had this time with them. And actually, you know why I wasn't noticing it on which state it is? Because, guys, when I was visiting them, they are in their area, you know? They know all the shit there. He knows how to move there. He knows everything. But when he was in a different... When he was somewhere where he like doesn't... where he's not used to... Where he's not used to be, that was super, super clear. Ah, it's okay. It's okay, guys. I suspected. When you're getting married, questions. Oh, yeah, guys. Oh, yeah. When I'm getting married, why I don't have kids? For my grandparents are super, super. They don't get it. They don't get it at all. At all. What the fuck does this mean? And I'm like, no, well, here in Germany, they don't have kids that early. Here in Germany, I can live without the kids. It's okay. We don't care. You should have already 5. But well. Sorry, Dorn. Sorry. No, my grandpa is in the beginning. I don't know, in the beginning, not in the beginning, but he is still connected to the reality, not completely out, but he is losing it. No, come on, Brett is at my age. At my age. Minimum 5. Tell him we got demons to slay. So, does this all remind you something? Are they connected? But people, you cannot choose your family. So yeah, all was right. That was a big, big gift to myself that I brought them here and that they came. And I'm super, super happy that they came and I showed them around. And that was really, really funny. It looked like, guys, Russia is the best country ever. Russia is so OP. Russia is so cool. And I'm like staying there and like, I'm really sorry. Look around. Are you sure? Look, kinda. Oh no, but no, there is no but. So yeah, that was funny. So, do they look alike, for fuck's sake? This is the new character from Diablo Immortal. This is the seasonal theme character from Diablo 4. No, they don't. Okay. We can live with this. Only the color alike. That's why it reminds me. I can live with this. Oh, whoa, whoa. So, Loot Reborn Battle Pass begins, blah, blah. We have it. Premium Battle Pass. The horses are cool. The horses are cool. Did you give them doner kebab? Yeah. Doner. For real, people. I will post it. I didn't post during the visit, but I will post it. We went to the German bar. They were drinking beer. We were drinking coffee. We were eating cookies. We were eating cakes here. We went to eat the doner. We went to eat some other, just a traditional German food. So that was really, really nice. Also, have you seen on Instagram? They actually helped me. They helped me because I deleted a bunch of plants from those pots. I deleted already a bunch of tomato plants from the pots, and there is still gigantic, and there is still a lot of them. And I feel like for me, it's time to buy the sticks and put them, connect the tomato plants to the sticks. Fucking hell! No, it wasn't a concert. Guys, it wasn't a concert. It was the Opera House. That was super, super weird. Someone probably saw on my Instagram, guys, I posted a picture with Grandpa. We are staying in the most fucking beautiful concert hall that I saw in my life. And it was accidentally because we were visiting the city. With my friends, we were visiting the city that's not that far away from here, Bayreuth. And they have, the city is like the city. Can say that I'm super, super impressed. City is like the city. But, well, they have, we accidentally read. We were like, okay, what else should we see here? And we read that they have the most OP opera house in the universe. It's like protected by UNESCO. It's like super OP opera house. Okay, we went there to the building and we're like, building is absolutely normal. Nothing. You're going there inside to this building and they have the reception there and it's modern. And the reception is super modern. Like you enter in a hotel, for fuck's sake. You're entering a hotel and they're selling the tickets there to visit the opera house. And we're like, no, fuck this. Okay, we're already here. Super weird. Looks super weird. Again, completely modern building. We're like, what the fuck are we searching for here? And but in the end, we got the tickets. We went in, and you literally modern building, modern. Everything is super modern. And then you literally like turn in, and you're entering this opera, like this actually the opera place, how you say it, hall, the opera hall, and you see this shit, and it's insane. It's super beautiful. It's super like it's the most beautiful thing that I ever saw. And during when we were here, it was just we were just visiting. It wasn't a concert, but on the stage, the people, they were rehearsing. And so we kind of sit there and we were listening and they were rehearsing and that was awesome. Accidentally happened, but was super worth it. And they were singing like opera voices. But yeah, just cool. Okay, George is about to jump out of the window. Oi, the come one. Nice for real. That's so. The fuck is this? This is the shop. The shop gonna be beautiful. Of course, the shop gonna be beautiful. Guys, have you noticed that A, Maxroll is numero uno? B, during all the interviews, the developers are calling Maxroll first. The first that they're saying is Maxroll guides. I mean, why would it be? Have fun, that way, but have fun. You try to sing yourself? No. There were professional opera singers. Come on. This coincidence. Top tier side. Oh, fuck yes. Oh, good. No, that was so. Boot switch buffed. No way. No fucking way. They could hire me a predator to clean the floors there. That is okay. Guys. I showed my grandparents and my mother, I showed the German TV show Kudam 56. And they watched it, and they liked it, and they're okay with it. I did a full German program. I fucking did the full German program. And we ate the sausages, and we ate bratwurst. Tak, so, no, this is bullshit. Unique amulet has up to chance to the frozen orb. Nah. Nah. Yeah, Raza Plate has been updated. Now it makes a little bit of sense. You 45 your maximum life. Guys, too many things are coming. Too many awesome things are coming. Guys, what's our damage reduction cap? Cooldown reduction is now capped at 75. Did all your cleaning make it clean enough for them? My grandparents don't care. My mother, yeah. For my mother, that was clean enough. We had a super big fight with my mother. We had a super big fight, but we like kinda it was super needed. We like talked out, can you say it? All the shit that we needed to talk out. Was good. Only from gear. Yeah, this thing is coming from gear. You can get the cooldown from skills. Clean every day. She was fanatical about clean. Oh yeah, that's mental. That's mental. I don't care. Guys, what is our damage reduction cap? Ammo, 9k something. Damage reduction. All resistances from amulet, single element resistance. Monsters will still deal more damage the higher level they are, but their relative damage reduction will remain the same from level 100 onwards. This change was made to account for level 200 boss monsters doing extreme amounts of damage to players that are capped for armor. Makes sense. Thank you. Probably we will be able to one-shot the monsters, but they will not be able to one-shot us. Physical damage calculation against damage reduction now caps at level 100. We can work around this. Most importantly, guys, 9k armor. You go up to 9k armor and then you don't give a damn. That's the maximum that you are getting. And armor like from everything. Not bad. That's devils, don't care. Adam, hi. The season is starting. I'm really sorry. 1 hour 16 minutes. 1 day and 16 minutes. 1 day and 16 goddammit minutes. I'm thinking what to play the third. This is my ultimate. The only question that I have is what to play the third, guys. After Necro, after Sorceress, what should I play? I'm starting with the Necro Minions. Necro Minions! Druid, I'm not gonna play. That's Devil's Barb. Phew. Phew, I have toxic relationship with Druid. With Druid also. Nah, not really. But with Barb, definitely. I have a feeling that I will stay with Necro and just go with the Bone Necro. I'm gonna blast with it. Necro again, but in hardcore. Thank you so much. That's what we're gonna do. Dust Devil Barb is the play. No, it was nerfed. Another Necro different spec. Yes! I have a feeling that's exactly what we're gonna do. That only leaves the rogue. No, that will be Necromancer, but different Necromancer. That's it, I'm done. I think I'm set. Lucky hit chance increased for the Lidless Wall. Essence gain increased. This is the most incredible bullshit. I don't know, guys. And it's a lot. It's like, it's a lot. It's 25% less damage, less overpower damage. I hope that it's not going to be too crucial. I like to dominate people. The fuck is this? First Necro Summoner, second Necro Blood. No. First Necro Blood Summoner, second Necro Bone Summoner. Oh, third Necro can be like, you know, like pure Summoner. Pure. Just minions do the damage. I am there. Oh, I'm gonna curse you. I'm gonna curse. Cursing things. But only the minions dealing the damage. Something like this. That shit would be cool. I'm going minion, Necro, Soul, Sunfound, Softcore, Handcore. Hell yes. The new rogue builds like Shadow Step Rogue and Heartseeker Rogue. Yeah, I could, but no. Okay, maybe. I don't know, guys. Was so much waiting for those goddammit minions, for the Necromancer, and for Incinerate buffs. This is the shit that I really, really like and enjoy. And this season, I kind of actually can play it and enjoy it and have fun with it. Oi, shit. I'm slow as hell. So we will see, guys. I'm planning to defeat all the fucking content of this game with those builds, so... Gonna take a while. That is, damage is increased by 25%. I hope. Flame Scar, this is the weapon for the Incinerate Sorceress. I believe. Level 200 Pit Blood Minion Necro Hype. Fuck yeah. How about the Golem Necro? Why not? No, but I will not go just a pure Golem, guys. I'll go anyway with a bunch of skeletons. I want the skeleton army. I don't see like any point of playing right now something without the skeletons. It doesn't make any sense. So, absolutely not. Pure minion build. Oh yeah. No, this is cool. Capped at 4, that's good. That's gonna be a variance increase to 10 and 4. Yeah, that's good. Tal Rusher Ring, that's good. I was using 4. I was using 4 here, so that's awesome. Guys! It is time. The Stealth Minion nerf? Of course not. Of course not! Stealth Minion nerf? What does the hell does this mean? He's going pure summon a hardcore. Good luck for him. Good luck. It's gonna be glorreich. I see nerfing minions. Only 2 pieces of beer with stats for Golem on them instead of 5. Maxim, have fun, my dear. See you! That was a fix, not a nerf. But I don't see it, guys. Let's go. Oh, let's go. The changes to that stat come on what items? I'm lost in his thumbnails. Sorry, people. I forgot what I'm searching. I'm lost in his thumbnails.
I recently started.
This one, guys. This one. Saved in my storage. Do we know if those will be able to be stored? Transferred to our codex? Are we going to have to farm new? Yeah. Everything that is... anyway, the season you're starting new. The Jeff. You're starting absolutely new. And you're not going to have any aspects. You're not going to have anything. Because on the season, it's all brand new. On the non-seasonal Eternal Realm, everything that you have, it will be now like legacy gear. You will have to farm everything new. Eternal, you can put in the codex. You can salvage and put it in the codex. Are you sure?
Getting a lot of questions that pertain to the concept of whether or not the Necromancer minion build was going to get nerfed walking into Season 4. And it turns out that it was all percolating up from a video from my good friend Wudijo here that posted 3 days ago. So before we go any further, I'm going to have the link to his video obviously down in the description below. You can go ahead and check that out. And then also, because we're watching a YouTube video at all, first off, let's just go ahead and click that
For
little
the season,
thumbs
it's
up.
not going to work.
Let's go ahead and comment first, because obviously I was here first, definitely here first 3 days ago. But I basically just want to give Vudi his chance to just kind of explain what he's explaining here, because one, I think he's got a good point. Two, I'm kind of sad to say, but I agree with him. But I promise it's not all dark and gloom here. I went and crunched all the numbers. Nobody needs to, run out of the burning house just yet. But let's go ahead and hear what Woody's got to say.
So in general, some of the numbers are off, some of the stats are off, and well, plus 25 to Golem Mastery is certainly off, I think.
And plus 25
so
to
anything,
Mage Mastery.
I believe that this is going to be on the Amulet, and you're going to have one opportunity to roll these Mastery ranks, and then, that's it basically, because on the Amulet is usually where you have your passives. So yeah, if you look for passive, there is this here. They're not called passive anymore. They're just
Gloom's the best
1,
one,
2, 2,
obviously.
this and that. But yeah, you have all these passives here that usually go into an amulet. So that is.
But I was sure that it's not gonna stay.
Just like
plus
before.
28. Plus
However,
20
on the
plus.
PTR,
No,
again,
it's not
kind of
gonna
interesting,
be.
you were able to roll multiple passives on the amulet, which was.
Sorry to interrupt him really quickly. That was very, very interesting, and some problem with that. Vudi was talking about triple critting on a greater affix and getting +5 across 5 different pieces of gear, meaning that you would end up with a total rank of 28 for any of the various mini masteries
we watched
that you
today
wanted
all
to.
the sexy
And now, while the
videos.
skeleton warriors are KEKW, nobody would ever invested them. For skeleton mages in your golem, this actually represents a massive amount of overall damage multiplication. For the golem, you get 25% per skill rank. If you could have 28 skill ranks, that means that you have a whopping total of 700 multiplicative damage. So that would increase your damage by an 8 times multiplier, because it would be 100% of your damage plus 700% of your damage. That's a total of 800% of your damage. And that's obviously a pretty huge amount. Now, all of the analysis that I've done is based off of this build here, where yes, I assume that you had a greater affix version of it. That's what that little star indicates. But I only assume that you successfully masterworked it one time, because it turns out a piece of gear isn't trash if you only triple crit on mastery here, and while it would be the biggest total increase of your damage, the more and more ranks that you got at the higher amount, like the difference between 675% golem damage versus 700% golem damage, it would not be super huge, but it would be the way to get the biggest total multiplier out of your gear that you could, at least for a single multiplier, as opposed to like your additive damage bucket or considering all of your aspects, etc. Now here's the problem though. How much damage would I expect this build to do? Not damage per second, not DPS, not calculating every single hit of each one of my warriors and all of my here. You take your new nerfed number, you take the original number, which is 1.7 billion. You take that, you do 1 minus the difference between the two. And what you get is we are now doing 51% of the damage that we were doing before. So basically cut the minions' top end damage directly in half. And that's pretty impressively kind of nothing. It is ultimately the funny part of this conversation. Now, when we're talking about endgame, full endgame gear, you know, ridiculous amounts of rolls on your gear, tempers, greater affixes, level 100, basically every single thing that you want, perfect aspects, 100% uptime on all of your multis, assuming that you have overlapping durations on all your multis, 50% damage reduction is a metric ton, right? That's a huge amount of damage to lose. The difference in a perfect world scenario, test tube scenario here, where everything works together, is a difference of doing 1 billion damage or doing just under 1 billion damage. That's not really what upsets me, because I am very, very upset. I am irate at the potential that they would make this change and not communicate it to us. But before I rant about that, let's talk about the real world scenario that you're absolutely going to find yourself in, which is not having basically perfect gear. Now, leveling on this build is going to be kind of fine, right? Leveling to 1 to 50, getting into the Paragon, is going to be the exact same that it was before. You never really could expect to have like perfect stats on your gear. You might get lucky and hit some stuff during Helltide. You might prioritize getting Golem Mastery and stuff like that on your gear, again, while you're leveling up. But the majority of your power is coming from your skill points as well as your aspects and just the raw skills themselves. Their coefficients are pretty good. You're very easily able to get really large multipliers, right? So Unyielding Commander on any two-handed scythe, even if you only get the Codex of Power version, is still a 2.4 times damage multiplier just by itself when you have Army of the Dead up. In the very early game, while you're first progressing, all your damage is coming from your aspects, all your damage is coming from the skills. And on top of that, a lot of your damage is going to come from the beginner glyphs that you're putting into your boards here. The real big problem comes from when you can expect to have Golem Mastery ranks on your gear, and how crazy of a damage multiplier having up to 1, 2, or even 3 ranks without a greater affix or without a masterwork crit on really adds up on a build when you've basically capped out your aspects. You haven't gotten to rank 15 on all of your glyphs, but you're starting to get into harder content like Nightmare Dungeons and early game pits, or maybe you're trying to fight things like Duriel. The removal of these skill ranks from so many pieces of gear makes it incredibly rare, right? You go from being able to hit it on 5 of the pieces of gear that you're going to be wearing, meaning that you can kind of ignore other stats because you know you might be able to hit it on another piece, to only getting it onto your amulet, the gear. But here's why I'm actually angry. Again, none of this is set in stone, right? We don't know. I think Woody has a really good point. I think that it is smart to assume that a lot of the things that we saw in the PTR weren't necessarily considered bugs, or maybe not important enough for it to get mentioned, or maybe the developers, since they work with all the information, we only work with the information that they give us, are expecting things to be assumed, or expecting that things would always work that way. But if you go look at the patch notes, very specifically, updates from the public test realm, we appreciate all your feedback you provided us. Here's the following section, highlights key bug fixes and feedback adjustments. Let's go ahead and look up Golem. Right? Golem. There are a couple instances of Golem. Nothing changed here. Golem, this ability can now be activated while crowd controlled. Yep, we already knew that. Blood Golem. Blood Golem wasn't changed at all from the PTR. Bone Golem wasn't changed at all for the PTR. Iron Golem wasn't changed at all from the PTR. Okay, let's go ahead and go further. Fixed an issue where a Golem attack initiated right after dismounting wouldn't complete. Okay, none of that. Golem, basic attack. Nope, nothing changed about the base attack here. Class updates. Necromancer Golem's doing stuff. Book of the Dead. doing new stuff, new AI, great. Their attacks are going to hit stuff, super cool, great. Yeah. So oddly enough, nothing. In fact, I think I'm in a different patch at this point. No, we're at least still in the same patch. Okay, good. But yeah, oddly enough, nothing, right? Nothing in the patch notes. Nothing in the set of notes that are very specifically supposed to be updates from the public test realm. Very specifically supposed to highlight the things that were wrong in the PTR or were being changed in the PTR or overperforming builds that were being brought into line from the PTR, right? We know that they're going to be nerfing how big tornadoes are on Barbarian, how many you get, etc., etc. Totally agree with the change, not salty about it, but they told us so that we can expect it. Changing how the new unique item for the sorceress works, not being able to just summon like 1,000,000 frozen orbs. Again, probably needed to happen, was probably kind of silly, but they informed us. They let us know. Now we know that. Now we can change what we're doing. I can change the build guides that I'm making. I can advise you all on how to have a fun time during the season because the information is supposed to be here in these patch notes. And that's what makes me angry. We had an opportunity to be told this thing. Now, if, again, nothing comes to pass, if it just turns out Woody is just kind of jealous of how awesome necromancers are going to be, that's perfectly fine by me. Hey, man, we have had broken builds in the past, right? Like, people seem to forget that every once in a while. But it'd be pretty cool if I could just be walking around swinging my big old 1.7 billion golem attacks around here.
Would be not bad.
But I
would
don't
say
think that he's
would be
wrong.
not bad.
But I think that this type of fumble, this kind of unintentional, lack of inclusion of information, something that, again, maybe they just assumed is how things would work and assumed that we knew, and everybody just kind of assumed that those things were going to happen. I didn't. I sure didn't. I've spent a lot of time theory crafting these builds. I've spent a lot of time working with Chronics to theory craft these builds. I put in a lot of hours trying to come up with like the perfect version of these builds so we can update max roll. And if all that time and effort was for nothing, I'll be pretty pissed. And it kind of sucks because I've been selling players on the concept that minions were undisputed going to be the best build. Now, I do think that these numbers make me very hopeful. In fact, I straight up said that minions were overperforming. No question. Now, I quickly followed it up by saying that I think that they should just let minions be broken for a full season, right? Just let us have it. What's it going to do? We still don't have a teleport skill. We still can't move faster than base movement speed. So like, sure, I can do 1.7 billion damage, but it takes my golem 15 seconds to run up to Duriel. So at the end of the day, the DPS just kind of doesn't matter. But people are so excited to play the minion builds. And the difficulty in reaching these numbers without the addition of a bunch of ranks to a bunch of pieces of gear mean that gearing will be harder. People will find it more difficult to kind of hit that power spike. And while I generally believe this, and I can't stress this enough, this isn't me trying to sugarcoat it for you. It's not me trying to make it sound like losing 49% or 51% of our damage is just like okay, right? I'm very much not okay with this. At the end of the day, 837 million damage is going to do the job. You're going to be fine. The build is going to be fine. It's still going to be hyper mega competitive and absolutely an S tier build just because of how easy it is. You click one button, you do nearly 1 billion damage, right? And this is ignoring using like any elixirs or again, perfect optimized gear. You could squeak out another couple decimal points here. That's kind of where I'll leave this off. Again, the damage is fine. I'm not about to sit here and cry over 837 million damage. What I am going to cry about is it's going to kill the hype a little bit, right? It's going to kill the buzz a little bit. Everybody was super stoked for my 1.7 billion damage.
Guys, these are the problems of the big boys. Okay. Not 1.7 billion damage. Yeah, only what? 700 million damage. Like how not to insult like everyone, absolutely everyone. I think we're gonna survive. Maybe I'm mistaken, but I think we're gonna survive with this. With how it is going. I think we can manage with 800 million damage. I hope so. Guys, you believe? I hope you believe. We can do it. Of levels to skills. We got this. We can do it, guys. Are you gonna play the minion necro? Are you gonna enjoy the hell out of your minion necro? Because I definitely gonna do it. How is the minion sorceress? Nah, that might require a bit of work, but Incinerate Sorcerer is gonna be super fun. Super fun! I will play Minion Necro second. Yay. I'm doing Minion Necro too. We all do the Minion Necro, guys. We all do because it's awesome. People, on this beautiful... Conjuration did get a buff, didn't it? Yeah, but it was nerfed then again. More Hydras, less Conjurations. There is a legendary that would allow you to summon the Conjurations, but you were summoning more Conjurations, now you will be summoning less Conjurations. If I would go pure minion build for the sorceress, definitely you're going with this unique, so that's gonna be fun and fine eventually. Also, an option what to do. And anyway, on this glorious note, everyone should create a minion necro just to send a message. Eventually, I think everyone will. Everyone will create a minion necro. There's too much hype around it. Guys, jump in. Grind Royale, thank you so much, my dear. Thank you. Be great, people. It's gonna be great. Sexy people, have an amazing, amazing time. Have an amazing evening. Please chill. We also have today not super long stream because we're gonna have super long stream tomorrow. And it's gonna be OP. And thank you so much, guys. Follow, like, and subscribe, you know. Grind Royale, I'm really sorry, my dear. But tomorrow, the super long stream gonna be tomorrow. It's coming tomorrow, guys. Tomorrow. Non-stop streaming. Once again, I'm sorry, my dear. Guys. Oh my gosh, this day is finally here. It's finally coming. Today we're gonna kill this necromancer. We're gonna sacrifice this necromancer for the sake of the beautiful seasonal start. And we're gonna start the season tomorrow. Have fun, boys and girls. Have fun! I was so happy to see you! Hype tomorrow. Be ready.